As night descends, akin to ink spilling from an inkwell, it devours the radiance of the city. The lights are wholly absorbed by the encroaching darkness, leaving behind a weighty gloom that presses upon the heart. Lu Han, a socially anxious youth who navigates the confines of cubicles and lines of code, wearily boards the last subway train. After a day of incessant keyboard clattering, his body feels as though it has been drained of all vitality. The cold steel carriage, for him, is a sanctuary from the cacophony of the world. It serves as his final refuge, a gateway to his personal realm. He strides towards the corner of the carriage, as if there exists an invisible barrier that slightly separates him from the clamor outside. Donning his headphones, music begins to flow, and he instinctively shuts himself off from everything around him. He yearns to become a specter, to dissolve entirely into the background. As the subway lurches into motion, the metallic beast emits a low, rumbling growl. Above him, a row of dim yellow tubes flicker erratically, the light waxing and waning. The jarring sound of electricity reverberates through the carriage, a harsh noise that shatters the silence. Lu Han furrows his brow. Has this antiquated subway begun to act up again? He instinctively reaches to increase the volume, seeking to drown out the irksome clamor. His fingertips brush against his phone screen, yet the signal bar is void, the chilling words no service glaring back at him. What on earth is happening? He murmurs to himself, a hint of barely perceptible panic lacing his tone. More unsettling is the sight of the other passengers, sitting rigidly in their seats like statues. Their poses are frozen, immobile as if they were wax figures, their gazes vacant and unfocused, fixed upon an empty void ahead. It seems as though their souls have vacated their bodies, leaving behind mere hollow shells. This bizarre tableau sends a chill spiraling from his feet to the nape of his neck. It feels as though icy serpents coil around his spine, a wave of cold creeping up his nerves. Lu Han's heart begins to race, pounding against his chest with relentless force. Suddenly, he realizes that from the moment he stepped onto this last train, something has been profoundly amiss. He yearns to escape this suffocating carriage, trembling fingers pressing the door button. Yet, the doors remain immovable, as if fused with the wall, utterly sealed. He exerts more force once, twice, thrice. His knuckles turn white from the strain. The futile pressing yields, only the frigid touch of metal. The doors remain obstinately shut. Is anyone there? Open the door. Lu Han's voice echoes through the empty carriage, trembling slightly. His cries sink into silence, swallowed by the oppressive hum of electricity. Just as despair begins to creep in, the subway's intercom suddenly emits a piercing static. The sound of electricity becomes sharp, akin to a banshee's wail, threatening to pierce his eardrums and strike at the depths of his soul. Then a cold, mechanical, synthetic voice unexpectedly breaks through. It resonates like whispers from a midnight graveyard, heralding the beginning of a chilling tale. Welcome aboard this last subway train. To ensure your safety during this journey, please adhere strictly to the following rules. The emotionless electronic voice recites unsettling regulations. Rule 1. Please wear your headphones at all times. Do not remove them. Rule 2. Do not gaze out of the windows. Maintain your focus ahead. Rule 3. Do not engage in conversation with any unfamiliar passenger. Silence is golden. Those who violate these rules will face unpredictable consequences. The voice is cold and rigid, each word seemingly plucked from a frozen abyss. The phrases are laden with a suffocating sense of oppression, akin to invisible shackles. The final line about unpredictable consequences hangs over him like the sword of Damocles. Lu Han's heart leaps to his throat as if it wishes to escape his very being. A profound fear grips him, as though a frigid hand tightens around his heart. Rules? Punishments? What malevolent entity is this last subway train? Instinctively, he seeks to reaffirm the rules, his chaotic thoughts rendering him dizzy. In his fluster, his finger inadvertently brushes against the headphone wire, which snaps under the pressure, tumbling from his ear and hanging limply around his neck. The music ceases abruptly, that he has, indeed, violated the rules. Almost simultaneously, the lights in the carriage extinguish, plunging him into darkness. The gloom descends like the thickest ink, engulfing the carriage in an instant. The sole source of light vanishes, amplifying his fear to an unbearable degree, as if a tide of terror has risen to consume him. The already eerie passengers seem to move as if guided by an unseen force, their heads turning stiffly towards him. Their pallid faces flicker in and out of visibility like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. In their eyes, a faint green glow flickers, reminiscent of beasts lurking in the shadows. Those beastly, frigid gazes greedily fixate upon him, as though eyeing a morsel about to be devoured. A suffocating sensation envelopes Lu Han, as if he has been cast into a frigid abyss. His blood feels like it has frozen, the lifeblood in his veins replaced by shards of ice. He opens his mouth to scream, but the sound is caught in his throat. It feels as though an invisible hand has seized his throat, rendering his vocal cords incapable of producing sound. Just as he senses his mind teetering on the brink of collapse, a sudden voice erupts in his mind, as if a bolt of lightning has struck his consciousness. Ding! The Godly Wealth Ghost currency system has been successfully activated. The cold mechanical voice heralds the arrival of an unexpected system. Congratulations, host. You have received a starter pack containing 100 ghost coins. May you wield your financial prowess with invincibility in this bizarre world. Lu Han's mind momentarily short-circuits, thoughts blanking as if jolted by a surge of electricity. System, ghost coins, financial prowess. These absurd terms leave him utterly bewildered. Am I merely suffering from exhaustion, spiraling into madness, conjuring absurd hallucinations? Yet, before he can untangle his chaotic thoughts, he distinctly feels a semi-transparent interface emerging deep within his consciousness. The interface hovers like a specter, displaying in clear, concise text. Godly Wealth Ghost Currency System. Host, Lu Han. Ghost Currency Balance. 100. This is real. An absurd notion surges within him, difficult to comprehend. Could these suddenly materializing ghost coins truly possess some arcane power? Can they indeed rescue him from peril, aid him in defying this bizarre punitive framework? Meanwhile, the uncanny passengers advance towards him like zombies, their movements slow and heavy. Their expressions are devoid of emotion, like soulless automatons, their gazes hollow as two black voids. Each step resonates like the footsteps of death, heavy and oppressive, heralding the approach of doom. Time is running out for Lu Han to contemplate the shadow of death looms ever closer. In this life-or-death moment, the instinct to survive compels him to grit his teeth, the pain jolting him into lucidity. Grasping at the last shred of hope, he screams inwardly, "Use the ghost coins. Lift the punishment. Now!" As if responding to his desperate plea, the balance of ghost coins in his mind diminishes by 10, reducing to 90. Simultaneously, a warm current surges from within him, dispelling the icy chill that had enveloped him. Akin to the sun breaking through winter's fog, the suffocating pressure ebbs away like a receding tide. Even more astonishingly, those once advancing passengers freeze as if caught in a spell. They turn rigidly, facing the front of the carriage once more, like marionettes under the puppeteer's command. It's as if everything that transpired was merely a chilling illusion. The carriage lights flicker to life once more, as if a faulty bulb has regained its brilliance. Everything seems to revert to an initial state of normalcy, the eerie darkness appearing as though it had never existed. Lu Han, still reeling from the experience, leans back against the cold seat, his back pressed firmly against the chill. He gasps for air, akin to a drowning man finding breath, greedily inhaling. The relief of having survived washes over him like a volcanic eruption, fiery and intense. Cold sweat soaks through his shirt, the dampness invoking a sense of dread. These ghost coins, they truly hold power. He observes incredulously, staring at his empty palm, his eyes wide with astonishment. He glances at the remaining ghost coin balance in his consciousness, trembling with excitement, overwhelmed by the joy of having escaped death. Just then, the subway intercom crackles to life once more, the same cold, mechanical synthetic voice re-emerging. This time, it sounds even more chilling, as if it bears a summons from the depths of hell. The train will soon arrive at the next station. Please prepare to select your method of atonement at the terminus. The chilling announcement reverberates through the carriage, heralding the imminent arrival of a new crisis. Chapter 2. A glimmer of hope and despair. The first encounter with ghost money. The sound of the subway arriving echoed through the air, a chilling electronic chime piercing the suffocating silence of the carriage. The train shuddered slightly, the metallic friction producing a dull thud. As it gradually came to a halt, the doors slid open silently, revealing a rush of cold air, laden with the damp sin of earth. That surged into the carriage. This wind seemed to carry a frigid essence, as if it were exhumed from the very depths of the earth, burrowing into the marrow of his bones. It was tainted with a faint hint of decay. Stirring his stomach uneasily, Lu Han cautiously leaned out, his gaze scanning the platform. It was deserted, save for a solitary lamp casting a pale glow that struggled to illuminate a small patch of the area. Beyond the feeble light, an inky darkness loomed, as if a monstrous creature lay in wait, ready to consume everything in its path. The ground was slick with moisture, reflecting the dim moonlight that made it appear as if coated in a layer of greasy film. Heightening the eerie desolation of the place, he slowly raised his head to gaze at the night sky, where an unnaturally large, pallid moon hung, resembling a gigantic eye, coldly surveying the earth below. Its brilliance was unsettling. Almost blinding, devoid of warmth, cutting through the air like an icy blade that chilled him to the core. Lu Han swallowed hard, his throat parched as if he were in a desert. The platform was unnervingly quiet. As though time had come to a standstill, abandoned by the world. Please select your atonement method. The mechanical voice returned, cold and devoid of any human emotion, akin to a preordained death decree, ruthlessly urging him to make a choice between life and death. 1. Spend 10 ghost coins to exempt from this punishment. 2. Accept the punishment, with unknown consequences. The two options floated before him like specters, simple yet brutally piercing. One offered the chance to buy peace of mind through expenditure, while the other left his fate to the whims of chance, gambling on the unknown horrors that lay ahead. Did he even need to deliberate exemption? Lu Han silently affirmed to himself, a decision forged through gritted teeth. Though he felt a pang of regret for those 10 ghost coins, they were a small price to pay for his life. Besides, saving the coins might yield greater utility in the future. As soon as the thought settled, the mental balance of ghost coins diminished by 10. Almost simultaneously, a warm current spread from deep within his chest, like a flickering flame that swiftly dispelled the chill and discomfort permeating his body. The prickling sensation along his spine dissipated, leaving him with a sense of relief. Lu Han exhaled heavily, the tension in his muscles unwinding, akin to a rag wrung dry of water. How delightful it felt to be alive. Even in such a bizarre place, the mere act of breathing was a luxury. These ghost coins are truly a miraculous remedy, he murmured softly, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Yet within his heart, this meager sum of ghost coins sparked a flicker of security and hope for the future. Though scant, it was sufficient to provide him with the means to survive in this haunting realm. He began to scrutinize the system panel that had abruptly manifested in his mind. The interface appeared rudimentary, reminiscent of a bygone-era MS-DOS system, with harsh lines and coarse pixelation exuding an antiquated aura. Aside from the glaring balance of ghost coins, there were merely 2 buttons, Personal Attributes and System Store, standing there forlornly, exuding a sense of cheapness. He first poked at Personal Attributes. As his fingertip brushed the button, the screen flickered, revealing 3 stark characters, simple and brutally despairing. Ordinary person. As anticipated, Lu Han's lip curled into a grimace, a smile more grotesque than tears. In a world teeming with monsters and malevolence. The label of ordinary person felt like a taunt, inciting maximum hostility. With a hint of absurd hope even he found laughable, he tapped into the system store. The store interface appeared shrouded in gray, as if engulfed by smog. The shelf stood empty, devoid of even a single item, save for a line of cold system prompts glaring like a debt notice. Insufficient system level. Store currently unavailable. Upgrade to unlock. Upgrade? Yet another upgrade? In this age, even a mere system has adopted a VIP regime. Lu Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. This system was all too pragmatic. Want to utilize something? Pay up. Nevertheless, the prospect of an upgrade hinted that the store wasn't entirely defunct. Unlocking new features through leveling up offered a glimmer of hope. How to level up? By defeating monsters, completing quests, or perhaps participating in surveys. Lu Han scratched his head, contemplating the system's leveling mechanics. Surely, it would require him, a socially anxious recluse, to confront bizarre creatures head-on. The image was too vivid. He dared not envision it. Wait, rules analysis. Suddenly, Lu Han had a flash of inspiration. Excitement surging through him as if he had grasped a lifeline. That last train rules. The system could analyze it, right? Let us give it a try. Perhaps it would yield some clues. He silently intoned. Analyze last train rules. Analyzing last train rules. The system prompt echoed. Still that cold, mechanical voice. It had become almost hypnotic over time. Yet now, it sounded exceptionally comforting to Lu Han's ears, like the only beacon of light in the darkness. At the very least, This faulty system still held some utility. Analysis successful. Partial information obtained. The last train rules are established by an unknown, eerie force, compelling all passengers to comply. Any breach of these rules will incur punishment from this force. This force is currently in a dormant state but has begun to slowly awaken. More in-depth information requires higher system permissions to unlock. The feedback from the system remained ambiguous, shrouded in mystery. Like glimpsing through frosted glass. Yet Luhan managed to seize upon some key information, like fireflies in the dark, faint, but enough to illuminate a path. Eerie force, dormant, awakening. He whispered these keywords, his brow furrowing deeper, his expression growing grave. The combination of these words sounded ominously like a harbinger of doom. It seemed this world was even more fantastical than he had imagined. Luhan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Now was not the time to dwell on the world's mysteries. Survival was the paramount concern. What did it matter about eerie forces or dormant awakenings? First, he needed to find a way out of this cursed place. He stepped forward, exiting the subway carriage and truly stepping onto this unfamiliar platform. The icy, damp sensation beneath his feet heightened his awareness. A chilling night breeze swept through once more, the mournful wails of the wind sounding like the cries of the damned, causing the solitary lamp on the platform to sway perilously, its light flickering ominously, as if it would extinguish at any moment. The atmosphere was thick with a stifling, oppressive eeriness, suffocating him. Luhan surveyed his surroundings. The scene outside the platform had completely departed from his familiar urban memories. The once vibrant streets, now submerged in darkness, resembled an ink-stained canvas. The shops along the roadside had all drawn their shutters. Cloaked in shadow, devoid of any light, a lifeless specter of a city long abandoned. An indescribable, eerie aura permeated the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh or charred paper money, creating a stifling sensation in his chest. Anxiety twisted within him, growing like an invasive vine. Is this truly my city? Did I miss my stop? Or have I crossed over? A wave of intense unease and bewilderment washed over Luhan. It felt as if the world had transformed overnight. Chapter 3. Neighborhood Hauntings. The midnight knocks on the door still shaken. Luhan returned to his apartment complex. The night had deepened further, enveloping the familiar residential area in an invisible web. The air was stifling, suffocating him with an inexplicable sense of unease that gripped his heart. At this hour, the neighborhood should have been bustling with life, the music of square dancing filling the air, the laughter of children echoing, and the chatter of elderly folks painting a vivid tapestry of human warmth. Yet now, it was eerily silent, the stillness unsettling. The dim glow of streetlights flickered weakly, akin to an ailing elder gasping for breath. Their halos blurred and indistinct, casting elongated shadows that seemed to harbor countless hidden dangers. Luhan quickened his pace, yearning to escape to his small yet secure rental room. The old complex lacked elevators, and the stairwell was shrouded in darkness, an abyss yawning like a monstrous maw. The motion sensor lights flickered, seemingly stripped of their ability to detect human presence. He stomped heavily, his footsteps echoing in the desolate corridor. Managing to rouse a few lights, their glow feeble and flickering like ghostly flames. Guided by this scan illumination, he cautiously ascended the staircase, his footsteps amplifying the silence in the empty hall. Finally reaching his door, Luhan's hand trembled as he fumbled for his keys. The cold metal quivered in his palm, the keyhole proving elusive. Taking a deep breath, the icy air filled his lungs as he compelled himself to remain calm. Just as he was about to insert the key, knock, 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 a sudden, thunderous knocking erupted without warning. The sound struck his eardrums like a war drum, making his heart leap into his throat, and the key nearly slipped from his grasp. Each knock reverberated against Luhan's taut nerves, sending shivers down his spine. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him frozen in place. He stood rooted, as if nailed to the ground, scarcely daring to breathe, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. Deafening. He cautiously inched closer to the peephole, the cold metallic surface pressed against his eye socket. Squinting, he peered outside. Through the narrow field of vision afforded by the peephole, the corridor lay desolate. Silence enveloped the hall, with only the walls casting mottled shadows under the dim light. The shadows twisted and contorted, resembling monstrous claws. No one was there. No abnormalities detected. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more urgent than before, more forceful, as if someone were pounding on the door with their fists. The door trembled slightly from the impact, the wooden panel groaning under the strain. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Luhan's forehead, the icy droplets sliding along the contours of his brow. The fabric of his shirt clung to his back, dampened by the chilling perspiration. Desperately, he racked his brain, searching for any recent transgressions. Had he worked too long, rendering him disoriented? Or was it merely a prank? Yet, as someone afflicted by social anxiety, he often wished to vanish into invisibility. Who would hold a grudge against him? And what friends would play pranks? Just as confusion engulfed him, the icy chime of the system's notification pierced his thoughts like a thunderclap. Warning. A new bizarre rule has been detected, the midnight knocking rule. The rule has been established. The host must adhere strictly. Rule contents. First, upon hearing knocking, do not open the door. Second, if the knocking persists for more than 3 times, maintain absolute silence. Third, if the knocking is accompanied by weeping, immediately seek refuge in a safe area. Lu Han's pupils constricted sharply. He inhaled sharply, the cold air stinging his throat. 3 times. This was the third knock. Instinctively, he clamped his mouth shut, his hands pressing tightly against it. He held his breath, his chest nearly ceasing its rise and fall, akin to a startled rabbit. His body stiffened, paralyzed with fear, terrified of making any sound. He dreaded angering the unknown presence. In this moment, the genes of his social anxiety came to the fore. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave, the frigid water submerging him completely. His body trembled uncontrollably, but he knew this was not the time for fear. He must remain calm. He must survive. System. Lu Han fervently called out to the system in his mind. This system was his only lifeline, like a drowning man grasping at a final straw. The store. Was there anything useful? Searching. Search complete. The following items have been found. Beginner's rule detector, 10 soul coins. Detector description. Capable of detecting and displaying the origin and range of bizarre rules, with a duration of 10 minutes. Gazing at his dwindling balance of 80 soul coins, Lu Han's heart tightened. Each coin was a matter of life and death. Yet, it seemed there was no other option. Purchase. He screamed internally, his voice trembling. His teeth chattering. Purchase successful, 10 soul coins deducted, current balance 70 soul coins. The beginner's rule detector has been placed in the system backpack. Please check. A flicker of soft light flashed before him. A compass-like object materializing in Lu Han's hand. The compass was entirely black, its material unknown, etched with incomprehensible patterns that twisted and exuded an air of mystery. The needle in the center quivered slightly, pulsating like a living creature. The compass emitted a faint ghostly glow. Its light stark against the dim corridor. Following the system's prompt, he aimed the detector at the door. The compass needle began to spin wildly, accelerating to a blur, emitting a faint buzzing sound that grew sharper. Finally, the needle abruptly halted, as if magnetically drawn to a specific direction. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared above the compass, cold and mechanical, resembling a motionless code. Source of knocking. Unknown bizarre energy. Range of influence. This room. Danger level. Low, currently rising. Not human. Lu Han was taken aback, feeling as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. A wave of relief washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by greater doubt and fear. If it wasn't human, then what was knocking? Bizarre energy? What on earth could that be? The words on the detector indicating a rising danger level felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him, extinguishing the flicker of hope he had just kindled. The danger level was still rising. What did that signify? Was something even more terrifying about to occur? Chapter 4. Soul coin items display their power. Dispelling the crying. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resounded once more, like the beat of a death knell, each sound more urgent than the last, more violent. The door began to tremble, the intensity increasing, as if some horrifying entity were attempting to force its way inside. Knock, 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 knock. Sob. This time, the knock was different. Intermingled with it was a faint sound of weeping, a voice, low and stifled, echoing intermittently as if emanating from the depths of the earth, imbued with a chilling essence. Weeping. Lu Han's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. The third rule, if the knocking is accompanied by weeping, hide immediately. The danger level had risen again. On the rule detector, the previously displayed low, currently rising, had transformed into a blinding red. High. Moreover, that single character was visibly climbing higher. Time was running out. He had to resolve this bizarre knocking swiftly. Lu Han clenched his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure. He reopened the system store. The dim interface of the beginner's store refreshed, revealing several new items like faint lights in the darkness. Exorcism Talisman. 20 soul coins. A talisman imbued with mysterious power, capable of dispelling low-level bizarre entities, with some effect against mid-level bizarre entities. Noise-canceling earplugs. 5 soul coins. Wearing these can block most sounds for 30 minutes. Peephole shield. 15 soul coins. A peephole made of special material, preventing bizarre forces from invading and spying. 3 items lay before him, each priced differently and offering varied effects. Lu Han quickly scanned the descriptions, his mind racing like a high-speed machine, analyzing the situation. The noise-canceling earplugs could muffle the sounds, perhaps temporarily halting the interference of the knocking. However, they wouldn't address the root issue. The bizarre entity behind the knocking would still remain. The peephole shield could prevent bizarre spying, yet the threat of the knocking persisted. Only the exorcism talisman could directly dispel the entity, resolving the issue at its source. However, the talisman cost 20 soul coins, making it the most expensive item in the store. He had only 70 soul coins left. Should he gamble? At this life and death juncture, hesitation was not an option. Lu Han gripped the rule detector tightly. Biting down on his resolve, he made his decision. Purchase the exorcism talisman, he screamed internally, as if expending all his strength. Purchase successful, 20 soul coins deducted, current balance 50 soul coins. The system's notification sounded cold and mechanical yet felt like a lifeline. A golden light flickered before him, revealing a talisman glowing with a soft yellow hue. The talisman, crafted from an unknown yellow paper, felt slightly coarse and bore a faint scent of sandalwood. It was inscribed with twisted runes drawn in vermilion ink, the lines flowing smoothly yet imbued with a sense of eeriness. Emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, without time to scrutinize the talisman's markings, Lu Han followed the system's instructions, pressing the exorcism talisman firmly against the door. The moment the talisman touched the wooden surface, it seemed to activate with an invisible force, glowing with a faint golden light. This light was not blinding. It was gentle and warm, yet bore a sacred power that instantly dispelled the chilling atmosphere within the room. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking abruptly ceased, as if a formless hand had grasped the neck of a duck, making it vanish without a trace. The eerie weeping faded away like an illusion, the surrounding air seeming to freshen. The oppressive atmosphere lifting entirely. The world appeared to return to tranquility. Resolved? Lu Han stared at the closed door, incredulous. Was it really resolved? The soul coin items were indeed this miraculous, just as he pondered. The crisp sound of the system's notification resonated in his mind once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully. Reward, 50 soul coins. Your godly player level has risen to newcomer of soul coins. Current balance, 100 soul coins. Detection indicates that the host's godly player level has increased, enhancing physical attributes and mental focus. The system's voice rang out like celestial music, delightful to the ears. Rewards credited. Level raised. Physical and mental capabilities had been fortified. A warm current coursed through him, making Lu Han feel considerably lighter. His mind felt clearer. The fatigue of earlier completely dissipating. He clenched his fists tightly, reveling in the changes within his body, a smile creeping onto his lips. The power of currency. Truly delightful. For the first time, he genuinely experienced the capabilities of soul coins. Relishing the sense of security and exhilaration they brought, the sensation of being able to resolve peculiar problems with money is simply marvelous. However, the elation of surviving a calamity did not linger for long. Lu Han soon discovered that although the knocking had ceased, the eerie atmosphere within the community appeared to remain, perhaps even intensifying. The unsettling aura in the air clung persistently, like ominous clouds casting a shadow over the neighborhood, creating an oppressive environment that made breathing difficult. In the distance, faint, strange sounds echoed, resembling whispers or sighs, erratic and disquieting, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Han furrowed his brow, a sense of unease brewing within him. While the door-knocking incident had been resolved, it seemed merely the tip of the iceberg. The community concealed even greater anomalies and more perilous threats. Chapter 5. A neighbor's plea for help. An elevator horror bang. 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 The urgent knocking reverberated against Lu Han's door, each strike heavy with an unusual panic, as if an urgent matter had arisen. The sound struck Lu Han's taut nerves with relentless insistence. Who is it? He murmured, his brow creased in confusion. Setting down what he held, he rose and approached the door. Leaning down, he peered through the peephole and was met with the sight of his neighbor, Old Wang. Standing outside, Old Wang's face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, shimmering under the dim hallway light. Normally, Old Wang wore a cheerful demeanor, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. But at this moment, terror was etched across his features, his lips trembled, and his teeth chattered, revealing the extent of his fright. Lu, brother Lu, something terrible has happened, Old Wang stammered, his voice laced with a palpable quaver, as if he had encountered an unimaginable disaster. The elevator has gone haywire, he continued, his voice trembling even more violently. The mere mention of the elevator sent a chill through Lu Han's heart. An ominous premonition washing over him like a frigid tide. He sensed that something strange was about to unfold once again. Without hesitation, Lu Han flung open the door. As he unlatched it and turned the handle, Old Wang stumbled in, seizing Lu Han's arm as if grasping a lifeline. His grip was icy and shaking, causing Lu Han's arm to ache. Brother Lu, you must come and see. The elevator in our building is going berserk. Old Wang spoke rapidly, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps, the sharpness of his voice tinged with hoarseness from fear. It's darting up and down, making strange noises. I was trapped upstairs and didn't dare come down. Calm down, Brother Wang. Take your time and explain what happened, Lu Han soothed. All the while feeling a sense of alertness rise within him, he understood that another bizarre event seemed to be unfolding. From Old Wong's fragmented account, Lu Han gleaned the situation. After dinner, like any other day, Old Wong had gone for a stroll. The evening breeze had gently swept through the community, where people ambled leisurely, everything appearing serene and tranquil. However, upon returning home, he encountered an anomaly. Approaching the elevator, he instinctively pressed the button for the upper floors, only to witness the display numbers spiraling out of control, wildly oscillating from 1 to 12 and then to -1. A chaotic dance that bewildered the eye. The position of the elevator car also became erratic, stopping intermittently on the 3rd and 8th floors, akin to a drunken man staggering between levels. The elevator emitted a jarring metallic screech, reminiscent of rusted iron scraping against iron, an excruciatingly sharp sound that sent chills down one's spine. Old Wong attempted to regain control by pressing the buttons repeatedly, but to no avail. The elevator remained unresponsive, as if it had plunged into utter chaos. Terrified, he fled back upstairs, rushing to Lu Han's door, knocking frantically, as if he were a drowning man grasping at the last chance for salvation. Let us go take a look, Lu Han decided without a moment's hesitation. He knew they could not afford to delay any longer. He had a nagging feeling that the elevator's malfunction was no mere technical failure. It could very well be yet another bizarre incident. The urgency to save others was paramount, especially since this matter also concerned his own safety. They hurriedly exited the apartment, making their way to the dimly lit corridor, where flickering lights cast a somber and oppressive atmosphere. Arriving at the elevator, they found the doors firmly shut, the cold metal glinting under the faint light. Indeed, as Old Wong had described, the numbers on the display were in a frenzied state, leaping wildly from 1 to 12 and then to -1. Moving erratically like a wild stallion. The elevator car's position was equally unstable, occasionally halting at the 3rd floor and then darting to the 8th without warning. Within the confines of the elevator, a mechanical clicking sound echoed intermittently, dull and slow, reminiscent of an aging machine's lament. Accompanying it were unsettling metallic screeches that pierced through the silence of the hallway, as if someone were scratching metal with their nails, sending goosebumps across their skin. It's truly gone mad. Old Wong's face had turned an even paler shade, his body trembling slightly as he repeated this phrase. Fear overtaking him. Just then, a chilling system alert resonated in Lu Han's mind. Warning. New location rules detected. Elevator rules. Rules have been established. The host must comply. The rules were as follows. First, no loud noises within the elevator. Second, do not press the floor buttons while the elevator is in motion. Third, do not look back once the elevator doors open. This cold, mechanical voice cast an additional shadow over the already tense atmosphere, devoid of any human emotion, sending shivers down their spines. Elevator rules? Lu Han furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this elevator was not merely malfunctioning, but embroiled in something sinister. Brother Wong remained silent. Lu Han urgently whispered, turning his gaze back to Old Wong, who was visibly shaken, his nerves frayed. What on earth is happening? How can the elevator be like this? Am I going to be trapped upstairs forever? Old Wong's voice cracked with panic, his cries echoing through the empty corridor. Brother Wong, do not shout. Lu Han's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the perilousness of the situation, desperately attempting to quell Old Wong's rising dread. Yet, it was too late. The moment Old Wong's voice pierced the air, the erratically jumping display screen suddenly went dark. All light vanished, plunging the numbers into obscurity. Then, the elevator car jolted violently, a deafening crash reverberating from the depths of the shaft. Akin to steel colliding with steel, the sound was thunderous, causing the entire corridor to tremble, dust cascading from the walls. The piercing metallic screeches intensified, morphing into a more chilling and terrifying cacophony, as if something dreadful were attempting to claw its way out of the elevator shaft. Ah! Old Wong's terrified scream shattered the silence, his voice a raw wail of fear, reminiscent of a cornered animal. His complexion had drained of all color, and his body trembled violently, his legs nearly giving way beneath him, rendering him incapable of movement. Lu Han's heart raced, a cold dread coursing through him like an icy serpent, leaving him feeling utterly frigid. Rule violation. The penalty for breaching the prohibition against noise within the elevator will be immediate. This bizarre elevator was more dangerous and terrifying than he had anticipated. Steeling himself, Lu Han inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. This was not the time for panic. He needed to devise a solution to the impending crisis. As his mind raced, he focused on deciphering the elevator rules and determining how to navigate this perilous situation to ensure both his and Old Wang's safety. System, I wish to purchase a rule analysis card. Lu Han mentally commanded, his tone resolute and unwavering, infused with a sense of urgency. Purchasing rule analysis card. Please confirm. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, now sounding like a lifeline. Confirm. Lu Han responded without hesitation. Understanding that this was his sole glimmer of hope. Purchase successful, deducting 30 infernal coins. Current balance, 70 infernal coins. The rule analysis card has been placed in the system's backpack. Please check it to AS. The system's notification sound echoed. A faint glimmer flashed before Lu Han's eyes. The card materialized out of thin air in Lu Han's hand. The material of the card was indeterminate, feeling icy and smooth to the touch. Its surface shimmering with a subtle luster on the front of the card. A simplistic line drawing depicted the image of an eye. This eye, mysterious and profound, seemed capable of perceiving all the secrets of the world. Without hesitation, Lu Han immediately activated the rule analysis card. He firmly grasped the card in his hand and silently recited in his heart. Using rule analysis card, deciphering elevator rules, decoding elevator rules. The system notification sound rang out once more. This time, the voice paused slightly, as if engaged in an extraordinarily complex computation and analysis. Time seemed to freeze. Everything around them fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of the system's analysis resonating in Lu Han's mind. After a few seconds, the system notification sounded again, this time with a hint of mechanical coldness, reminiscent of some precise instrument in operation. Decoding successful. Core information regarding elevator rules obtained. The elevator rules stem from a peculiar anomaly related to sound. This anomaly is exceedingly sensitive to noise made within the elevator, and any raucous sounds will infuriate it, inviting unpredictable dangers. Furthermore, the elevator rules are also influenced by a certain anomaly associated with sight. This peculiar force despises the act of looking back, and any movement to turn back after the elevator doors have opened will be perceived as a provocation, inciting a fatal curse. More profound information requires higher system permissions to unlock. The system's analytical information remained obscured, with many key details concealed. Nevertheless, Lu Han managed to glean some crucial points. Sound and looking back. The source of the elevator's anomaly intriguingly hinged upon these two keywords. He lifted his head, once again gazing at the monstrous elevator before him. The gaping elevator doors resembled a massive maw poised to devour, emanating a disquieting aura that a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Lu Han's eyes. Perhaps he could exploit the loopholes revealed by the analysis to aid Lao Wang in escaping. However, at that moment, Lu Han suddenly sensed a chilling shift in the surrounding air that a gust of cold wind swept in from the depths of the corridor. Raising the hairs on his neck, an indescribable sensation of being watched enveloped him and Lao Wang like a tangible shroud. The feeling was frigid and viscous, as though countless eyes were fixated on them from the darkness. They stood rigid, their skin crawling, as if they had become targets of some unknown, terrifying entity. He abruptly looked up, peering into the depths of the corridor. In the shadows, something seemed to be stirring at the end of the passage. Faintly, he heard some low murmurs. The sounds resembled whispers, or perhaps sighs, elusive and unsettling, sending shivers down his spine. The elevator's abnormality seemed to have attracted the attention of other anomalies within the vicinity. Chapter 6. Breaking the monetary ability, the rule loophole reveals its might. Lu Han took a deep breath, striving to suppress the unease and restlessness within him. Brother Wang, remain calm, he said in a low voice. He raised his hand, pointing at the rule analysis card in his possession, which wavered slightly at his fingertips. I just employed a special method, Lu Han quickly explained, his voice barely above a whisper. I believe I have grasped the anomaly of this elevator. Lao Wang was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his fear, and hurriedly leaned in, asking, "Is it true?" His voice trembled slightly. "Lu, you truly are remarkable," Lao Wang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with hope. "Quickly, tell me, what is going on?" Lu Han did not keep them in suspense. He spoke plainly. "The essence of the elevator's rules lies in 2 points." He paused for emphasis. "Silence and no looking back." Silence? Lao Wang appeared puzzled, struggling to comprehend the connection between silence and the elevator's rules. "Indeed," Lu Han affirmed, "any sound made within the elevator will incite the anomaly inside." Lu Han lowered his voice to explain. "Therefore, we must maintain absolute silence." He paused once more before continuing. "Additionally, No looking back refers to the necessity of not turning to look after the elevator doors open. Lao Wang listened, somewhat bewildered, but nodding vigorously as though grasping at a lifeline. All right, I will follow your lead, he said eagerly. Lu Han observed Lao Wang's panicked demeanor, recognizing that further discussion would be futile. The priority now was to resolve the situation. Brother Wang, to safely descend, we need to prepare some items. As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to the system shop. He silently commanded it to open, and the dim interface reappeared before him. This time, Lu Han's goal was clear. His eyes swiftly scanned the product list. Directly locking onto the item section, Silent Talisman, 15 soul coins. I Cover Talisman, 10 soul coins. Lu Han muttered under his breath, his fingers lightly tapping in the air as he quickly purchased the Silent Talisman and I Cover Talisman. Two faint beams of light flickered momentarily, and two talismans, radiating a gentle glow, materialized in Lu Han's palm. The Silent Talisman was a pale blue, its runes resembling flowing musical notes, emanating a tranquil aura that brought a sense of peace. The I Cover Talisman was a deep black, its runes resembling tightly closed eyes, imbued with an air of forbidden mystery that dissuaded direct gazes. Brother Wang, take these, Lu Han said as he handed the Silent Talisman and I Cover Talisman to Lao Wang. Apply the Silent Talisman to your body, preferably on your chest, to nullify sound. He then passed the black I Cover Talisman, instructing, put this on when we enter the elevator. Remember, do not remove it until we are safely out. Lu Han stressed the importance of this directive. Lao Wang gingerly accepted the talismans, treating them as if they were priceless treasures that he nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes, I will definitely follow your instructions. Trembling, he affixed the pale blue Silent Talisman to his chest and clumsily donned the black I Cover Talisman over his eyes, making him appear even more anxious and unsettled. Brother Lu, will this really work? Lao Wang's voice quivered with apprehension. Rest assured, trust me, Lu Han reassured him, patting Lao Wang's shoulder with a resolute tone. As long as you do as I say, we will surely make it down safely. To soothe Lao Wang's nerves, Lu Han stepped forward to the elevator. He raised his hand and pressed the button to descend. The elevator's display remained dark, unresponsive, as if it had completely frozen. But moments later, the elevator doors suddenly clicked open, slowly parting to reveal a dim light and the unsettling sound of metal grinding, a noise that remained jarring. Brother Wang, take a deep breath. Lu Han signaled for Lao Wang to follow. He stepped into the elevator cabin first. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was thick with a damp, musty odor, mingled with a faint metallic scent that inspired discomfort. Lao Wang closely trailed Lu Han, stepping cautiously into the elevator, adorned with the Silent Talisman and the I Cover Talisman, resembling a rigid marionette. Lu Han pressed the button for the first floor. But there was no response. The display remained dark, yet he understood that the elevator had begun its descent. The cabin trembled slightly as it slowly sank. The sound of the elevator's operation remained grating, akin to fingernails scraping glass, sending chills down their spines. Lao Wang's body trembled more violently, his teeth chattering, producing a faint clattering sound. Lu Han shot him a sharp glare, signaling him to keep quiet. Lao Wang hurriedly sealed his lips, afraid to breathe too heavily lest he provoke the anomaly within the elevator. The elevator descended gradually, each floor feeling like an eternity, time stretching infinitely. The atmosphere within the cabin grew increasingly oppressive, filled with the unsettling sound of metal grinding and their labored breaths. Lu Han kept a vigilant watch on the elevator's floor indicator, which remained dark, preventing him from discerning which level they had reached. He could only rely on intuition, silently praying for a smooth arrival at the ground floor. At last, after an indeterminate span of time, the elevator's speed began to decelerate. Ding! The elevator emitted a faint notification sound. Coming to a halt, the doors creaked open slowly, revealing the familiar corridor of the first floor, its warm yellow light and slightly worn walls appearing both familiar and comforting. Lao Wang paused, as if unable to believe that they had truly arrived safely. He cautiously removed the I Cover Talisman, blinking in disbelief to confirm that they had indeed reached the first floor. Overwhelmed with emotion, he shouted, "We made it." His voice cracked with excitement. "We really made it. Brother Lu, you are incredible." Lao Wang grasped Lu Han's hand tightly, overflowing with gratitude, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Lu Han smiled, gently patting Lao Wang's shoulder. "It's all right now, Brother Wang. We are safe." Lao Wang remained exceedingly agitated, clutching Lu Han's hand tightly. With tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Brother Lu, I truly owe you my life this time." His voice quivered with emotion. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have met my end upstairs today. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Lao Wang patted his chest, assuring, Lao Wang, will not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. His voice resonated loudly, immediately capturing the attention of the surrounding neighbors. Many peered out, curiously observing the scene. Upon learning that Lu Han had indeed resolved the bizarre elevator incident, they flocked over, clamoring with inquiries that is it true? Has the elevator really been fixed? One person asked with curiosity. Lu, how did you manage that? You're incredible. Another marveled. I always said, Lu isn't an ordinary person. Someone else chimed in. The residents buzzed with speculation, their gazes filled with curiosity, reverence, and even a hint of anticipation directed at Lu Han. He simply smiled, offering a brief explanation that he possessed some special methods, although the residents remained somewhat skeptical. The fact that the elevator had returned to normal was undeniable. Their looks towards Lu Han grew increasingly friendly and warm, as he began to establish a nascent reputation among the community as a capable individual, while the community members crowded around Lu Han. Engaged in animated discussion, a black sedan silently glided into the neighborhood. The car came to a gradual halt, its doors swinging open to reveal a figure clad in a crisp police uniform. It was a tall, strikingly attractive female officer. Her sharp gaze scanned the crowd surrounding Lu Han, as if searching for something. She was none other than Officer Lin Shui, dispatched to investigate the strange occurrences in the community. Lin Shui keenly noted that the name most frequently mentioned among the residents was Lu Han. A frown creased her brow as she mused. Who exactly is this Lu Han? Could he be connected to the bizarre events here? With purposeful strides, she made her way towards Lu Han, her eyes fixated on him amidst the throng. She resolved to personally pay a visit to this enigmatic figure to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Chapter 7. The beautiful officer arrives. Monetary powers called into question. The black sedan came to a halt at the periphery of the crowd. The door opened, revealing a gleaming black shoe that stepped onto the ground, followed by a poised officer descending from the vehicle. Her uniform was impeccably tailored, accentuating her athletic figure, and the sunlight glinted off her shoulder insignia, reflecting a chilling brilliance. Her brow bore an air of determination, her gaze sharp as a drawn sword, brimming with intensity. It was Lin Shui. She approached Lu Han directly, her eyes lingering on him for a moment before sweeping over the curious residents surrounding them. Which one of you is Lu Han? Lin Shui's voice was cool and crisp, imbued with an undeniable authority. The residents instinctively parted, creating a pathway, their collective gaze converging on Lu Han, feeling slightly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Lu Han instinctively wanted to retreat, but stepped forward instead, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, I am Lu Han, officer. How can I assist you? Lin Shui stood before him, her piercing gaze seeming to penetrate his very being. Hello, I am Lin Shui from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit. She presented her identification succinctly, foregoing any pleasantries that we received a report about the bizarre incidents occurring here and wished to gather some information from you. Bizarre incidents? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Lu Han, though he maintained an impassive exterior, projecting an air of aloofness and indifference. You must be mistaken, officer. Everything here seems perfectly normal to me. There are no bizarre incidents. Lin Shui's eyes narrowed, her penetrating gaze as sharp as a knife, seemingly poised to dismantle Lu Han's facade. Normal? Then how do you explain the elevator incident? The residents claim you resolved the elevator's malfunction. Malfunction? Lu Han feigned surprise, arching an eyebrow and adopting a nonchalant tone. Was the elevator broken? I hadn't noticed. That I merely passed by. Perhaps it just fixed itself. His demeanor was casual, brushing off the situation as if oblivious to the events that transpired. Lin Shui's lips curled slightly, a hint of derision creeping into her smile. It fixed itself. You say, Mr. Lu, do you truly believe I would accept such a claim? Her tone shifted, becoming icy and commanding, laced with an undeniable pressure. Some have suggested that you employed some special tools to resolve the bizarre phenomenon with the elevator. That I prefer to get straight to the point. What method did you use? Special tools. The mention of monetary powers and the influence of spirit money sounded absurd to Lu Han, who sighed internally, feeling helpless. Yet he maintained his aloof demeanor. Officer, I merely had a stroke of luck. It was likely just coincidence that I asked for any special tools. I do not subscribe to superstitions. Superstitions? Lin Shui echoed, her eyes sharpening further, akin to ice blades in the dead of winter. Mr. Lu, we are in the 21st century. I trust in science, not in supernatural forces. She paused, her tone bearing an air of unyielding insistence. I hope you will cooperate with this investigation and provide an honest account of the situation. It is in everyone's best interest. Just as their verbal sparring escalated, the tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered by a piercing alarm. The shrill sound reverberated throughout the community like a banshee's wail, chilling the hearts of all who heard it. The community's broadcast system erupted with a cold, mechanical voice, devoid of any human emotion. Warning! Warning! Community rules have been upgraded. The newly issued community rules are as follows. All residents must comply. First, outdoor activity is prohibited at night. Violators will be considered intruders and will bear the consequences. Second, the use of any open flames is forbidden, including but not limited to lighters, candles, and gas stoves. Third, any form of shouting is strictly prohibited. Maintaining silence is essential for survival. Fourth, no groups of 2 or more may move together. Only solitary individuals may seek a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Violators of these rules will face doubled penalties. The chilling voice echoed ominously above the community, each word striking like a hammer against the hearts of the residents. The declaration of upgraded rules and doubled penalties left everyone in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Fear surged through the crowd like a tidal wave. Lin Shue's complexion paled, her eyes flickering with concern as a trained officer. Her instinct for danger was heightened, and this sudden alarm and eerie broadcast made her acutely aware that the situation was far more complex and precarious than she had anticipated. What is happening? Lin Shue's brows knitted tightly. She abruptly turned to Lu Han, her tone urgent and serious. What is that sound? What rules are these? Lu Han remained silent, his expression growing grave. The upgraded rules signified an amplification of the bizarre forces at play, heralding an even more perilous situation on the horizon. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Shui swiftly resolved to exit the community. This place is too dangerous. I must leave immediately. She turned decisively, striding towards the exit. However, upon reaching the community's entrance, she was taken aback to find an invisible barrier had materialized, blocking her path like a transparent wall of glass. Instinctively, she reached out, her fingertips grazing the icy, impenetrable surface, feeling an unyielding hardness akin to steel. How is this possible? Lin Shue's expression shifted dramatically. She pounded on the invisible barrier, her palms growing numb, yet the barrier remained steadfast, seemingly fused with the entire community. Utterly indestructible, I'm trapped. The residents soon realized the exit was obstructed, plunging the community into chaos. The panic-stricken cries erupted in a cacophony. The exit is blocked? How can this be? We're trapped. What is this cursed place? Someone help us! The atmosphere was rife with fear, rapidly spreading like a plague. Standing before the invisible barrier, Lin Shue's face turned ashen, her expression a portrait of disbelief. As a well-trained officer, she had encountered countless dangerous situations. Yet this supernatural phenomenon shattered her comprehension of reality. The bizarre rules truly possessed such formidable power. The science she had always trusted now seemed inadequate in the face of such extraordinary events. Her gaze involuntarily shifted back to Lu Han, who stood calmly amidst the crowd, his eyes tranquil as water, as if he had anticipated all that was unfolding. Could it be that he truly possessed some special ability? Lin Shui took a deep breath, striving to suppress her shock and confusion. She forced herself to regain composure, shedding her pride and aloofness as an officer. She stepped closer to Lu Han. Mr. Lu, her tone softened, no longer bearing the weight of authority and skepticism, but rather tinged with a note of pleading. You see the situation for yourself that I need your assistance. You mentioned before that you have special tools capable of resolving bizarre incidents. Is that true? Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Han, awaiting his response as the crisis within the community escalated. The policewoman found herself ensnared in a dire predicament. She had to concede that perhaps this seemingly ordinary, socially anxious young man before her was her sole glimmer of hope. She required his unique abilities, or rather, his financial prowess, to aid her in extricating herself from this perilous situation and confronting the escalating bizarre crisis together. Chapter 8. The policewoman's surrender. Initial collaboration with Mr. Lu. Lin Shui spoke once more, her tone softened, lacking the previous scrutiny and coldness, infused now with a measure of earnestness, even tinged with an imperceptible hint of vulnerability. You see the current situation, she stated, gesturing towards the invisible barrier sealing off the community's exit, while subtly indicating the surrounding residents' expressions of panic. I need your assistance. Her gaze, akin to the sole beacon of light in the enveloping darkness, fixated intently on Lu Han. You mentioned you possess special tools that can resolve these bizarre incidents. Is that true? The community's exit had been barricaded, an unseen wall severing all hope. The alarm heralding the upgraded rules reverberated ominously in the air. Reminiscent of a death knell, the capable and composed policewoman, Lin Shui, who was renowned for her calm demeanor and professionalism, ultimately laid aside her pride in the face of reality. She relinquished the reserve that accompanied her role as an officer and turned to the very individual she had initially doubted and even somewhat underestimated. Seeking his help, Lu Han regarded Lin Shui, her earnestness striking him like a lifeline in the shadows. The sharpness in her eyes, usually as keen as a hawk's, now revealed a hint of uncharacteristic disarray. Stirring something within him, he was not a cold-hearted individual. Despite his socially anxious tendencies and inclination to maintain distance from others, a deep-seated yearning resided within him, the desire for recognition, for being needed. He longed for the opportunity to stand up and protect others at a critical moment. Furthermore, Lin Shui was a strikingly beautiful policewoman, even under the cloak of night and amid the tension. Her allure was undeniable. The fact that a beautiful woman sought his assistance was a matter he could not overlook. "I can assist you," Lu Han finally declared, his voice remaining composed, devoid of emotional upheaval. Yet, beneath this calm exterior lay an undeniable confidence, rooted in the system, in the currency of the underworld, and in the burgeoning mastery of his financial abilities. Lin Shui's eyes brightened. The tension that had previously gripped her countenance began to melt away. Akin to snow thawing in the warmth of spring, her previously taut body relaxed slightly. "Really? That's wonderful," she exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement and a touch of urgency. "What do you need me to do?" "Follow my lead," Lu Han replied, his tone measured but imbued with a subtle authority that contrasted starkly with his earlier socially anxious demeanor. Lin Shui paused, perceptively noting the shift in Lu Han's demeanor. Yet, the gravity of their circumstances left no room for contemplation. She nodded decisively. "Understood. The situation is critical. I will heed your directions." For the sake of escape and survival, she temporarily set aside her identity and pride as a police officer, choosing to collaborate with Lu Han and fully comply with his guidance. "Excellent," Lu Han acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction, mentally reciting, "System, purchase night vision goggles and sound-dampening masks, 2 of each." The chilling voice of the system echoed in response, confirming the purchase and deducting 60 underworld coins, leaving a current balance of 40.2. Faint glimmers flickered before Lu Han, and 4 items materialized in his hands. 2 pairs of stylish night vision goggles, their lenses aglow with an eerie green light, and 2 black sound-dampening masks, their texture unknown and chilling to the touch. "Put these on," Lu Han instructed, handing Lin Shui a pair of night vision goggles and a sound-dampening mask. "What are these?" she asked, a hint of confusion in her gaze as she received the items. She struggled to comprehend how night vision goggles and masks could be of any use in such a bizarre situation. "The night vision goggles will allow us to see clearly in the dark," Lu Han explained succinctly, gesturing to the goggles and then to the sound-dampening mask. "The masks will minimize sound to the greatest extent possible. Remember, during our next actions, we must maintain absolute silence." He reiterated this directive with a serious tone, adding, "And we must avoid everyone." "Everyone?" Lin Shui faltered, uncertain of whom Lu Han referred to. "Including people," Lu Han added, his gaze deepening, his tone laden with significance. Lin Shui, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the implication. Her expression shifted subtly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. "Are you suggesting that besides us, there are other things in the community?" "It is highly probable," Lu Han replied, his tone sufficiently affirmative. The rules of the community had escalated, and the bizarre forces had intensified. Aside from the patrollers, there likely existed other, more dangerous and enigmatic entities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shui endeavored to quell her unease before decisively donning the night vision goggles and sound-dampening mask. As she activated the night vision goggles, the world before her transformed into an eerie green landscape. The darkness that had enveloped her moments ago dissipated entirely, revealing a clarity akin to daylight. Yet, the sights that unfolded were all the more unsettling. The community appeared twisted and ominous under the night vision. Familiar surroundings cloaked in a ghostly green shadow. The streetlights flickered weakly, resembling ghostly flames, casting elongated, distorted shadows upon the ground in the distance. Indistinct shadows moved languidly throughout the community, their outlines humanoid, yet their movements stiff and sluggish. Akin to phantoms wandering the earth, devoid of vitality. That is, Lin Shui's pupils constricted, her voice trembling as she pointed towards the drifting shadows. "Hush," Lu Han immediately gestured for silence. signaling Lin Shui to refrain from speaking lest they attract the attention of the unknown entities. Clad in night vision goggles and sound-dampening masks, they navigated the community like specters lurking in the shadows. The newly imposed rules prohibited outdoor activity at night, making their current venture a perilous exploration of the boundaries of these regulations. Each step demanded utmost caution, as if treading upon fragile ice. A single misstep could trigger dire consequences. The community was far more eerie and terrifying than during the day. A thick, uncanny atmosphere permeated the air, akin to a viscous substance that sent shivers down one's spine. Whispers of the wind emanated from unseen corners, raising the hair on their necks and leaving them chilled to the bone. From within some houses came the faint sounds of rustling, reminiscent of rats gnawing or someone weeping softly, high-pitched and piercing, enough to make one's skin crawl. "Over there, something is moving," Lin Shui whispered. Gesturing towards the shadow of a nearby building, Lu Han followed her gaze, spotting several indistinct figures gradually emerging from the shadows of the structure. Their movements were mechanical, reminiscent of marionettes, as they made their way towards the center of the community. "Those are the patrollers," Lu Han murmured, his tone grave and his expression alert. "We must be cautious and avoid being detected by them." They held their breath, pressing against the cold wall, treading lightly as they maneuvered around the patrollers. The darkness served as their greatest disguise. The night vision goggles illuminated their path, while the sound-dampening masks muffled any noise they might produce. However, just as they were about to circumvent the patrollers, an invisible barrier appeared on the ground, obstructing their path like a transparent wall. "Be careful. A rule trap." Lu Han's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly pulled Lin Shui back, and they quickly concealed themselves in the shadows. Using the night vision goggles, they scrutinized the barrier before them. Colorless and formless, it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet under the eerie green light of the goggles, it emitted a faint red glow, akin to flickering flames, exuding an aura of danger. "This is a no passage rule," Lu Han remarked, furrowing his brow. "Attempting to breach it could result in punishment." "What do we do then?" "Take a detour," Lin Shui inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of disturbing anything. "A detour would take too long," Lu Han replied, shaking his head as he scanned their surroundings. In the darkness, peril lurked at every corner, with traps imposed by the rules everywhere. Uncertainty loomed over what other hazards lay ahead. Again shaking his head, his gaze ultimately fell upon the system shop. It seemed he would have to employ his financial abilities once more to forge a path forward. "System, purchase a rule exemption talisman and an invisibility cloak, one of each." The cold voice of the system resonated again, confirming the purchase while deducting 90 underworld coins, leaving a current balance of -50. Two faint glimmers flashed, and the exemption talisman and invisibility cloak materialized in Lu Han's hands. The talisman, a mysterious charm, radiated a soft glow, while the invisibility cloak, black as the darkest night, reflected no light whatsoever. "The rule exemption talisman can temporarily exempt us from rule penalties," Lu Han explained swiftly, handing Lin Shui one of the talismans while keeping one for himself. "The cloak of invisibility grants us the ability to vanish from sight." He once again grasped the black cloak, using the rule exemption talisman to forge a path, the cloak serving as a means to evade unforeseen circumstances. He affixed the talisman upon himself and Lin Shui, then unfurled the dark cloak, enveloping both of them within its folds. The cloak activated, and a chilling aura instantaneously enveloped them. Their figures became translucent, as if they had melded into the night, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. "Let us proceed," Lu Han urged, taking Lin Shui's hand as they stepped toward the ethereal barrier radiating a crimson glow. Under the influence of the rule exemption talisman, the red barrier seemed to be of no consequence. Offering no obstruction to their passage, they traversed through with ease. The effect of the invisibility cloak was remarkably pronounced. The wandering patrollers appeared oblivious, as if blind to the two who were so close, completely unaware of their presence. The power of currency paved their way, indeed allowing for unimpeded progress. Within this bizarre community, the strength of ghostly currency served as the most formidable of passes. Lin Shui bore witness to the formidable nature of Lu Han's currency ability, her eyes widening in astonishment, but a wave of admiration surged within her heart, akin to a tide. She finally comprehended that Lu Han was not merely engaged in fanciful deceit. His extraordinary tools truly possessed the might to counteract the strange rules. Her attitude toward Lu Han underwent a profound transformation, shifting from initial skepticism and scrutiny to trust and reliance. Even harboring a burgeoning curiosity, to uncover more of Lu Han's secrets. The two continued onward, the currency ability clearing their path, bravely navigating through the treacherous community. As they ventured deeper, the eerie atmosphere intensified, the air growing stifling, as though it had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. It felt as if some terrifying entity awaited them ahead. At last, they arrived at the heart of the community. The sight before them caused both to halt abruptly, their pupils constricting sharply, their breaths quickening. At the center stood a dilapidated old building, crumbling and battered, its walls marred by cracks and the passage of time. The shattered windows gaped like hollow eye sockets, gazing into the night sky. Vines, withered and grotesque, clung to the structure like desiccated veins, giving it a sinister appearance. The entire edifice resembled a forsaken haunted house, standing silently in the night, exuding an aura of dread and terror. Surrounding the old building was a thick shroud of black mist, roiling and swirling like boiling water, akin to black magma oozing from the depths of hell, emanating a disquieting and eerie vibration. Merely observing from afar induced waves of anxiety and unease. That at the source of the strangeness. Lin Shue's voice trembled as she pointed to the old building cloaked in black mist, incredulity evident in her tone. Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with fear. Lu Han's expression grew solemn as he nodded. I fear so. Intuition warned him that within this abandoned structure lay greater secrets and dangers, with more potent bizarre forces lying in wait. Chapter 9. The Source of the Uncanny. The whisper of the mysterious elder. The black mist, thick as viscous ink, engulfed the derelict building, leaving only a vague silhouette. Resembling a monstrous beast lurking in the night, Lu Han and Lin Shue stood before the old building, their night vision goggles revealing the black fog more clearly, akin to countless vengeful spirits writhing and howling within. Radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. This aura is terrifying. Lin Shue's voice quivered as she gripped her baton tightly, prepared for confrontation. Lu Han's brow furrowed. He sensed the surrounding rule power was in utter disarray. Various strange rules intertwining to form a terrifying vortex, and a moment's negligence could lead to their irreversible demise. Be cautious. This is a vortex of rules, Lu Han whispered, activating the system's analytical function in an attempt to decipher the rules before them. Analyzing rule vortex. The system prompt sounded, yet this time the analysis progressed alarmingly slowly, as if hindered by some unseen force. Analysis progress. 1.5.10. The progress bar crawled along like a tortoise, while the peculiar atmosphere thickened. And the rule power grew increasingly violent. The ground began to tremble slightly. A sound akin to countless steel needles scraping against one another pierced the air, causing their eardrums to ache. Crack. A fissure suddenly appeared beneath their feet, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, encircling them within mere moments. Retreat. Lu Han's expression shifted drastically as he yanked Lin Shue back, hastily moving away. Just as they did, the ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a pitch-black chasm that seemed to plunge into the depths of hell, exuding a chilling and bone-chilling aura. This stopped the ground collapse rule. Lin Shue gasped, her face pale with terror. Not just that, Lu Han replied gravely. Through his night vision goggles, he observed the surrounding rule power resembling countless clawed tentacles thrashing violently, intertwining into an impenetrable net. There were also the mist rule, the silence rule, the slowing rule. Lu Han hastily analyzed the surrounding rules, his expression growing increasingly grim. The rule vortex was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The bizarre rules layered upon one another, influencing each other, their potency multiplying geometrically. With a moment's carelessness, they could trigger a chain reaction that would bring about fatal retribution. We cannot remain here. We will be trapped, Lin Shue exclaimed anxiously, sensing the rule power intensifying, the oppressive feeling escalating as if an invisible hand was tightening around their throats. Lu Han clenched his jaw, desperately operating the system to analyze the rules and seek a solution. Analysis progress. 30.50.70. Yet the complexity of the rule vortex exceeded his expectations, with the analysis still sluggish, while the surrounding danger loomed ever closer. Just as they neared their breaking point, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in their ears, ethereal yet distinctly audible. Young ones, have you lost your way in the maze of rules? Lu Han and Lin Shue jolted, turning sharply, only to find emptiness behind them, save for the swirling black mist and the crumbling old building. Who was speaking? Lin Shue asked, her vigilance heightened as she scanned the surroundings, her baton at the ready for any sudden threats. No need to search. I am right here. The voice resonated again, this time clearer, as if whispering directly beside them. The black mist swirled, and a shadowy figure emerged slowly from the building's gloom. The figure was hunched, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, draped in a tattered black cloak that concealed its features, save for a pair of deep-set eyes that glimmered with an otherworldly light beneath the night vision goggles. The mysterious elder. Lu Han's pupils contracted sharply as recognition dawned upon him. It was the same elder who had guided him at the subway station. Elder? Lu Han ventured, his tone laced with curiosity and caution. The elder's lips curled into a knowing smile, his voice gravelly and low. Young man, we meet again. You find yourselves in trouble, do you not? The elder's gaze swept over the chaotic rule vortex, as if everything lay within his control. Elder, do you know the situation here? Lu Han inquired urgently, grasping at the lifeline of hope. Indeed, the elder nodded calmly. This is the source of the rules, the most chaotic of places, where various rules intertwine, forming the vortex you see before you. Then what shall we do? Lin Shui asked anxiously, sensing the elder's profound understanding of the rules here, hoping he could truly assist them in escaping. The elder's gaze fell upon Lu Han, a hint of inscrutable meaning in his eyes. Young man, you possess a special power, the power of ghostly currency, yet it seems you have not fully mastered its application. The elder paused before continuing. To unravel the predicament before you, you must use a more formidable force to disrupt the operation of the rules. Disrupt the rules. Lu Han furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp the elder's meaning. Precisely, the elder affirmed, gesturing towards the core of the rule vortex. The heart of the vortex is an energy node. By disrupting the energy of that node, you can temporarily shatter the balance of the rules, creating a glimmer of hope for yourselves. However, the energy of that node is incredibly potent. Ordinary tools cannot affect it. The elder's tone shifted as he regarded Lu Han. You will require a more advanced tool to accomplish this. A more advanced tool? Lu Han's mind raced, and he promptly accessed the system shop to search for items. Rule Disruptor, 100 Ghostly Currency Advanced Tool, capable of temporarily disrupting the operation of rules within a certain range. Highly effective against rule vortices. The Rule Disruptor. The price was a staggering 100 ghostly currency. Lu Han inhaled sharply. His current balance was in the negative, rendering him unable to afford I not have enough ghostly currency. He replied bitterly. The elder seemed to have anticipated this, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Young man, sometimes one must pay a price to seize a chance for survival. Go and try. Perhaps your ghostly currency holds hidden powers yet undiscovered. With that, the elder's figure slowly dissipated, as though he had never been there, merging into the black mist. Elder? Lu Han gasped in astonishment, eager to inquire further, only to discover that the elderly man had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the swirling black mist and the still rampant force of the rules. Had he departed? Lin Shui stared blankly at the spot where the old man had disappeared, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Lu Han nodded, yet within him, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. The enigmatic elder had reappeared, once again providing him with crucial guidance. The Rule Disruptor might be his sole hope. However, with a cost of 100 Ming coins, he found himself utterly lacking. It was now or never. At this critical juncture, hesitation was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Lu Han inwardly chanted, System, purchase the Rule Disruptor. Ding! Insufficient Ming coin balance detected. Would you like to overdraw for the purchase? Overdraw? Lu Han was taken aback. Was such a maneuver even possible? Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for the overdraw. Ding! Purchase successful. 100 Ming coins deducted. Current balance, minus 150 Ming coins. The Rule Disruptor has been placed in the system backpack. Please check. A dazzling golden light, radiant as the sun, materialized in Lu Han's hand, revealing the Rule Disruptor. The device resembled an exquisite compass, entirely golden, its surface adorned with intricate runes, emanating powerful energy waves. Use the Rule Disruptor. Lu Han activated it without a moment's delay. The golden compass erupted in a blinding radiance, its light spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire vortex of rules in an instant. Buzz. The rule vortex emitted a mournful wail. As if struck by a sledgehammer, the violent force of the rules began to dissipate swiftly, and the interwoven net of rules started to show signs of fracture. The ground ceased its tremors. The sounds of friction in the air vanished, and the oppressive atmosphere lightened significantly, while the surrounding danger quickly evaporated. The rule vortex had been momentarily disrupted. Lu Han and Lin Shui felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders. A sense of relief flooding their hearts. "We did it!" Lin Shui exclaimed with delight, a long-lost smile gracing her face. Lu Han exhaled deeply, the tension in his nerves finally easing, yet his mind remained filled with questions. Who was the mysterious elder? How did he possess such profound knowledge of the bizarre rules? What hidden power did he refer to concerning the Ming coins? Lu Han's gaze sharpened as he looked in the direction the elder had vanished. A mix of confusion and anticipation swirling within him. The last words left by the enigmatic elder echoed in his mind once more. The true power of the Ming coins extends far beyond this. Seek the truth, young man. Taking a deep breath, Lu Han's resolve solidified. For survival, for strength, and to uncover the truth behind the bizarre occurrences, he must press onward, exploring this strange world and uncovering the true power of the Ming coins. A new journey was about to commence. Chapter 10. Fragments of Truth. A new journey. The black mist gradually dissipated, gentle yet resolute like the retreating tide. The dilapidated outline of the abandoned building became increasingly discernible in the night. The invisible barrier that had shrouded the community also vanished without a trace. The oppressive atmosphere lifted abruptly, and the air turned fresh, infused with the scents of earth and grass. Lin Shui sighed deeply, her tense body finally relaxing, a sense of relief washing over her. The joy of surviving the ordeal filled her gaze with genuine gratitude as she looked at Lu Han. "Thank you, Lu Han." Her voice softened considerably, no longer sharp and scrutinizing, but imbued with heartfelt sincerity. "Truly, this time, it was thanks to you." Lu Han waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary, his expression calm and indifferent. "No need for gratitude. It was merely a small effort on my part." Though he appeared composed on the surface, internally, he couldn't help but feel fortunate to have once again resolved the crisis through his monetary prowess. The Ming coins truly were the most reliable currency in this strange world. "What do you plan to do next?" Lin Shui inquired, her eyes holding a hint of curiosity. Having experienced life-threatening danger and witnessed Lu Han's incredible monetary abilities firsthand, she had completely acknowledged his capabilities, subtly regarding him as a key figure in resolving the bizarre phenomena to me. Lu Han pondered for a moment, his deep gaze directed toward the gradually calming community. "I believe I should ascertain the nature of this bizarre event." He was no longer merely surviving for self-preservation. He sought to proactively uncover the truths concealed in darkness. The words of the mysterious elder in the tasks issued by the system had made him realize that the bizarre occurrences were no mere coincidences. The Ming coins were far more than just tools for survival. "You wish to investigate the bizarre events?" Lin Shui gazed at Lu Han in surprise, quickly grasping his intentions. "Very well, perhaps some intelligence that we possess at the police can assist you." She proposed collaboration, clearly having recognized Lu Han as a trustworthy ally. In fact, similar bizarre phenomena have been reported across various locations recently. Lin Shui began to divulge the classified information held by the police. "Not only in our community, but other cities have also experienced comparable incidents, albeit on varying scales. The government has secretly begun to establish a special department dedicated to addressing these bizarre occurrences. However, progress has been slow, and our understanding of these phenomena remains limited." Global bizarre events? Lu Han's heart raced as he grasped the severity of the situation, far beyond his initial imagination. This was no mere individual crisis. It was a colossal disaster threatening the entire human world. That moment, the familiar notification sound of the system echoed in Lu Han's mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. Exploring the truth behind the bizarre occurrences, Phase 1. Task reward, 200 Ming coins. God level status upgraded to Ming coin wealthy. System mall updated that a surge of Ming coins flooded into his account, and his status elevated accordingly." Lu Han felt a warm current coursing through his body. His physical attributes once again enhanced. His mind became sharper, his senses more acute, as if new perceptions had been unlocked. Eagerly, he opened the system mall, finding the interface transformed dramatically. The previously dim mall now shone brightly. A dazzling array of products overwhelming his senses. Rule Analysis Advancement Card. 50 Ming coins allows for in-depth analysis of bizarre rules, uncovering deeper layers of information. Physical Enhancement Potion. 80 Ming coins significantly boosts physical attributes, enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes. Bizarre Detection Device. 120 Ming coins capable of detecting bizarre energy fluctuations within a certain range, providing early warnings of danger. These advanced items, while costly, promised even greater effectiveness, stirring Lu Han's desire. Gazing at the plethora of products, an unprecedented motivation surged within him. To survive in this bizarre world and uncover the truth behind the anomalies, he must continually grow stronger and upgrade himself. It seems we have a new goal. Lu Han turned to Lin Shui, a confident smile gracing his lips. Shall we enjoy a fruitful collaboration? Lin Shui smiled back, her sharp gaze softened, imbued with a hint of anticipation. A delightful collaboration indeed. The two exchanged a smile, establishing a preliminary cooperative intent. Their trust in one another solidified. Just then, Lu Han's phone vibrated suddenly. Shattering the brief tranquility, a mysterious text message appeared on the screen, causing Lu Han's heart to race. The sender was unknown, and the content consisted of a mere line, yet it exuded an air of mystery. 7 days later, abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Bizarre gathering, fragments of truth. Signed, the mysterious elder. Lu Han's pupils constricted sharply, his heartbeat quickening, as if foretelling the imminent danger at a bizarre gathering. Fragments of truth. The mysterious elder had once again provided him with new clues, compelling him to continue moving forward. The second volume, more perilous and thrilling, was about to unfold, awaiting his arrival. Chapter 11. Abandoned Factory. Bizarre gathering. The abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The howling wind echoed ominously, as if vengeful spirits were wailing in agony. The wind carried a sharp, piercing sound, relentlessly battering the dilapidated structure. Dust and withered leaves were swept up by the tempest, rolling helplessly across the ground. They resembled lost souls, devoid of purpose, despairingly weaving through the ruined factory. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, an odor so potent it felt as if countless forgotten corpses had piled up and begun to rot in this very place. Lu Han stood alone outside the abandoned factory. The dense night enveloped him like the deepest ink, thick enough to threaten to swallow him whole. Looking up, the oppressive darkness loomed ominously, suffocating in its intensity. On his phone screen, the message from the mysterious elder continued to blink with an eerie glow. Each word of that succinct message felt like a blade, carving itself into his consciousness. 7 days later. Abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, bizarre gathering, fragments of truth. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the rising unease within. Having arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. The factory's rusted door stood ajar, creaking ominously as it swung open, reminiscent of a dying beast's mournful cry. The half-open door resembled the gaping maw of a terrifying creature, silently beckoning, waiting for its prey to unwittingly step into the abyss of death. Lu Han cautiously stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the factory. The interior was even more sinister and terrifying than the exterior. Dim light flickered like ghostly flames, casting ethereal shadows from unknown sources. The feeble illumination barely outlined the vast and crumbling contours of the factory's interior. The colossal machinery, long rusted and corroded, has lost the thunderous roar of its former glory. They stand like silent steel behemoths, encrusted with dust, quietly looming in the endless abyss of darkness. Scattered haphazardly across the ground are various discarded debris, dilapidated components, shattered glass, and some inscrutable black stains, all pervasive. These black stains resemble desiccated, congealed blood, appearing all the more shocking under the dim light. The air is thick with a suffocating sense of oppression and deathly silence. This stillness is as heavy as a tomb, as if time has come to a complete standstill. With even the essence of life having withered away, faintly, Lu Han perceives vague silhouettes moving in the depths of the factory. Yet, these figures emit no sound, hauntingly silent like specters. The deathly quiet sends shivers down his spine, heightening his sense of unease. Lu Han treads lightly, holding his breath, resembling a ghost as he cautiously makes his way toward the swaying shadows. The further he ventures into the factory, the more palpable the icy atmosphere becomes, almost solidifying around him. It feels as if he has entered a vast ice cellar, the bone-chilling cold ruthlessly penetrating his marrow, freezing his very blood. Finally, Lu Han arrives at the central area of the factory. The sight that suddenly unfolds before him causes his pupils to constrict sharply, as if a frigid hand has gripped his heart tightly. An exceedingly bizarre gathering is taking place in this eerie locale. Yet the participants are not human. Instead, they are strange entities of grotesque forms, impossible to describe. Some resemble decaying corpses, dragging their tattered bodies across the cold ground in a slow, writhing motion wherever they traverse. They leave behind nauseating slime, exuding a suffocating stench. Others float like phantoms, their shapes nebulous and ever-changing, akin to smoke that could dissipate at any moment, silently drifting through the air. They possess no corporeal form, only indistinct outlines, as if they hail from another realm. Some appear as nightmarish abominations, their limbs contorted in a grotesque manner, their visages horrifyingly twisted. They emit chilling whispers, sounds that resonate like curses from the depths of hell. Echoing within the vast factory space, these bizarre entities gather in droves, yet there is no communication or interaction among them. They remain motionless, akin to lifeless sculptures, silently standing there. The atmosphere of the entire assembly is strange and oppressive, evoking profound unease and dread. Just then, a cold system notification abruptly resonates in Lu Han's mind. Warning, new venue rules detected. Abandoned factory assembly rules. Rules have been generated. The host must adhere strictly. Rule contents. First, do not make any sound. Second, do not touch any objects, including other participants. Third, do not gaze at the bizarre entities for more than 3 seconds. The frigid, mechanical tone sends a shiver down Lu Han's spine. As if a bucket of ice water has been poured over him, the new rules are more stringent and perilous than any before. The consequences of violating them remain unspecified by the system. Yet merely observing these spine-chilling entities instills a profound sense of oppression that IT feels, as if a moment's carelessness could plunge him into an irrevocable abyss, eternally lost in this uncanny world. To better observe the specifics of the gathering, Lu Han swiftly retrieves night vision goggles and soundproof earplugs from his system backpack. He quickly dons the night vision goggles, and the dimly lit factory interior becomes instantly illuminated. The previously indistinct outlines of the bizarre entities sharpen, revealing horrifying details that send chills down his spine. He then promptly puts on the soundproof earplugs. In an instant, all surrounding sounds are completely muffled. The world seems to plunge into an eerie silence, leaving only the faint, rapid rhythm of his own breath. He scrutinizes the uncanny assembly with heightened caution. Before long, Lu Han discovers subtle clues hidden beneath the bizarre spectacle. At the center of the gathering, he spots an exceedingly rudimentary trading platform. Rather than a trading table, it resembles a dilapidated wooden plank carelessly placed on the ground. Upon this makeshift platform lie various items emanating a disquieting aura. Some appear to be the severed, twitching limbs of some creature, while others resemble unknown black crystals, their surfaces flickering with a sinister glow, evoking dread. A haphazard assortment of these grotesque items exudes an overwhelming stench. Some of the bizarre entities gradually approach the trading platform, extending their malformed claws to engage in some form of transaction with the seemingly puppet-like vendor behind the table. Astonishingly, the currency employed by these entities for trade is none other than ghost money. Upon witnessing the ghost money, Lu Han's pupils dilate in shock, as if a tempest has surged within him. This eerie currency, upon which his survival hinges, serves as the common medium of exchange among these strange entities. He observes as a grotesque entity resembling a rotting corpse trembles, extending its decayed hand to retrieve several crumpled ghost bills from its garment. Using these bills, it purchases an item radiating an intensely eerie aura from the vendor. The item appears to be an irregular black stone, its surface marred by twisted patterns reminiscent of veins, subtly emanating an unsettling presence. The entity carefully stows away the black stone, treating it as a cherished treasure. It then retreats back into the crowd, resuming its statue-like immobility. The entire transaction transpires in complete silence, an oppressive stillness that is almost suffocating, threatening to overwhelm Lu Han. His heart races as he feels he has glimpsed merely the tip of the iceberg of this uncanny world. The significance of the ghost money is far greater and more enigmatic than he had previously imagined. While Lu Han is engulfed in shock and contemplation, a familiar figure suddenly catches his peripheral vision. The silhouette, clad in a crisp police uniform, stands tall and competent, an incongruity amidst the bizarre gathering. It bears a striking resemblance to Lin Shui, who has accompanied him through numerous crises. Lu Han's heart skips a beat, as if struck by an electric jolt, compelling him to focus intently. That policewoman stands motionless at the edge of the throng of bizarre entities, as if she were a discarded mannequin, devoid of all vitality. Yet, the familiar uniform is vividly etched in Lu Han's mind. Could it truly be Lin Shui? How could she possibly appear at this eerie assembly? Upon closer inspection, however, the figure exudes an indescribable strangeness and rigidity. She resembles a meticulously crafted doll, a soulless shell radiating an unsettling aura. Chapter 12. The True and False Policewoman. The mirror of rules. Lu Han's gaze remains fixated on the figure clad in the police uniform. Has he erred in his recognition? Impossible. That uniform is too familiar. The upright posture is deeply ingrained in his memory. That it is undoubtedly Lin Shui. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the figure emanates an unsettling presence. Like a soulless puppet, Lu Han's heart races wildly. He strives to recall Lin Shue's features, every detail flashing through his mind. Indeed, it is her. He would never mistake her. But why is she here? This bizarre gathering is thick with an ominous atmosphere. Moreover, the surrounding bizarre entities seem to disregard her entirely, as if she does not exist. Confusion washes over him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. Lu Han resolves to approach closer. He must unveil the truth. He moves with utmost caution, akin to a cat lurking in the shadows of the night. Each step is deliberate and quiet, wary of breaking the eerie silence. The air around him feels as if it has solidified. Suffocatingly oppressive as he draws nearer, the policewoman's figure becomes increasingly distinct. Lu Han finally discerns her face in the dim light. Her features remain exquisite, sharply defined, and identical to Lin Shue's, beautiful to the point of perfection. Yet, she possesses no vitality. She resembles a finely crafted wax figure, devoid of all vibrant color. Her eyes are hollow, an abyss of silence, like two bottomless black holes. There is no glimmer of light, no trace of emotion, cold to the core. "Officer, is that truly you?" Lu Han cannot help but whisper, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. He is astonished that he has even spoken. Breaking the rules could invite unknown peril. Yet, he cannot suppress the unease and confusion brewing within him. However, the policewoman remains unresponsive, standing there like a frozen statue, forgotten in a corner, merging seamlessly with the surrounding eeriness. The chill envelopes Lu Han, rising from his feet and swiftly spreading throughout his body. Something is amiss. Everything feels profoundly wrong. Just then, the cold system notification abruptly sounds in his mind. Warning. Mirror rule detected. Rule contents. What you see in the eerie assembly may not be real. The mirror will distort your perception, enticing you to violate the rules. The act of touching a mirror entity might unleash unknown perils. The rules of the mirror? Lu Han's heart jolted, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. And he instantaneously comprehended the truth. The policewoman before him was not Lin Shue herself, but rather a mere reflection, an illusion crafted by bizarre rules, indistinguishable from reality. He forcefully suppressed the shock within him. Striving to maintain his composure, swiftly, he exchanged for a rule detector from the system marketplace. Now was not the time to lament over the loss of EAN coins. Survival was paramount. The detector activated. Emitting a faint buzzing sound, an invisible wave, akin to ripples on water, silently swept over the policewoman. Beep, beep, beep. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly shattered the surrounding silence. The detector vibrated violently, and the display flickered with glaring red characters. Extreme danger. Target. Mirror entity. Rule analysis. Mirrors mimic your most trusted individuals, yet they possess no emotions, only cold malice. Danger level. High. Recommendation. Keep your distance. Lu Han inhaled sharply, his back drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, this policewoman was a trap. A meticulously laid, lethal snare. Had he rashly approached moments ago, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He dared not contemplate the horrendous fate that would befall him upon contact with a mirror entity. He forced himself to regain his calm, rapidly engaging his mind to devise a strategy. If it was a mirror, was there any way to dispel it? Or at the very least, to see through the disguise of these reflections? He swiftly browsed the system marketplace, his fingers gliding rapidly as he sought possible items. Information on various tools cascaded before his eyes like a waterfall. Finally, his gaze settled upon the Eye of Delusion. Eye of Delusion, 50 EAN coins capable of piercing through illusions, gazing directly at the truth. The description was succinct yet imbued with immense power. This was it. Lu Han hesitated not for a moment. Immediately expending 50 EAN coins to purchase the Eye of Delusion. For him, EAN coins were now a means of survival. A flicker of light flashed, and a chilling sensation enveloped him. A pair of uniquely designed glasses materialized in his hands. The frame was metallic, adorned with peculiar patterns, while the lenses displayed a profound blue hue. As if harboring an infinite starry sky, he hastily donned the glasses, his movements urgent yet cautious, and looked again at the policewoman. The Eye of Delusion activated. The scene before him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once beautiful policewoman began to twist and distort, as though doused in ink, her delicate features blurred, her skin resembling decayed bark, riddled with grotesque festering sores that oozed foul pus. Where her eyes had once sparkled with beauty, Now were two gaping voids, as if something unknown writhed within, sending chills down his spine. Her mouth stretched to an unimaginable angle, nearly splitting to the roots of her ears, revealing a row of sharp, beast-like teeth. Dark red stains lingered between the gaps of her teeth, emitting a nauseating stench of blood. There was no trace left of the policewoman. She had become a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. The other figures around them also shed their disguises, revealing their true forms. One by one, they morphed into various terrifying and bizarre entities, each more grotesque than the last, inducing horror. And Ar's footsteps abruptly halted, as if nailed to the ground. That jade pendant, he recalled vividly that it was an item Lin Shui always carried with her. He had seen Lin Shui caress that pendant countless times, her expression soft and nostalgic that it was her most treasured possession. Now, this jade pendant had inexplicably appeared at this eerie gathering. Could it be that Lin Shui had also been here? Where was she now? Was she safe? Or an overwhelming tide of questions surged in his mind like a tangled mess that a profound unease washed over him, as cold as a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him. Lu Han's heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap from his chest. He had to uncover the truth behind this. Chapter 14. The disappearance of the police flower. Clues from the rural hospital. The jade pendant lay quietly on the stall, its emerald glow particularly striking in the dimly lit factory. Lu Han's heart sank. He would never mistake this pendant. It belonged to Lin Shui. She had always kept it close, never parting with it. How could it have ended up here? A wave of intense anxiety gripped Lu Han's heart. He quickly took out his phone and unlocked it with haste. His long fingers glided across the screen, locating that familiar number. It was Lin Shui's. Without hesitation, he dialed. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for an eternity, echoing with a mechanical and chilling tone. Yet, no one answered. Once, twice, Lu Han hung up in frustration and redialed. The result was the same, no answer. His heart sank further, as if plummeting into an abyss. Furrowing his brow, his eyes brimmed with concern. He knew Lin Shui's phone was almost always on. Unless something extraordinary had occurred, he suppressed the unease swelling within him and attempted to contact a friend at the police station. The call connected, and a familiar voice greeted him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Han subtly inquired about Lin Shui's situation. Lin Shui, she took a sick day today, said she wasn't feeling well. His friend's voice sounded normal, albeit tinged with fatigue. Oh, I see. Lu Han replied nonchalantly, though his confusion deepened. Has she been particularly busy lately? Stressed? He probed. Absolutely. The city has been quite chaotic recently. She's been working overtime every day, utterly exhausted, his friend complained. By the way, why are you asking about her? Is something wrong? His friend inquired curiously. Nothing. Just wanted to see how she's doing. Lu Han deflected vaguely. After hanging up, Lu Han's brow furrowed even tighter. Lin Shui was not the type to take leave without reason. She was incredibly responsible, meticulous in her work. Moreover, this was a critical period. The police station needed all hands on deck. How could she suddenly take a day off? Furthermore, if it was merely a matter of feeling unwell, why was she unreachable? A harrowing thought slithered into Lu Han's mind like a venomous serpent. He recalled the faux police flower he had seen at the bazaar gathering. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Shui, yet exuded an eerie stiffness and hollowness. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the jade pendant and the unresponsive phone, all signs pointed to a distressing possibility. Lin Shui might be in peril. She could have encountered some misfortune. He had to find her. Lu Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He quickly pondered what clues he could utilize, what methods he could employ to locate Lin Shui. Right. His friend at the police station had mentioned that an old hospital, abandoned for years, had recently become the subject of ghostly rumors. The central hospital. It was said that someone had spotted a police flower there. A police flower? Again with the police flower. Instantly, Lu Han's mind connected the dots. The jade pendant, the faux police flower, the central hospital. It felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, glimpsing a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Lin Shui was trapped in the central hospital? Perhaps there existed some bizarre force related to the rules of the mirror. The eerie gathering at the abandoned factory was already perilous, rife with threats. What horrifying sights awaited him at the central hospital? The rules of the bazaar, the haunted hospital. Just the thought sent chills down his spine, leaving him trembling. Yet, for Lin Shui's sake, he must go. He could not stand idly by while Lin Shui was in danger. The look in her eyes when she had sought help was still vividly etched in his mind. It was a gaze filled with trust, a plea for assistance, and a reflection of despair. He was not a cold-hearted person, unable to turn a blind eye to a friend's plight. Moreover, Lin Shui had ventured into peril to investigate the bizarre occurrences. By all accounts, he could not remain a passive observer. The Central Hospital, Lu Han murmured, his voice low yet resolute. Determination filled his eyes, as if a fierce fire burned within. He had no idea what dangers and challenges awaited him. Yet, he was prepared. No matter what lay ahead, he would not falter. For the sake of his friend, for the truth, and for survival in this bizarre world, he must head to the Central Hospital to rescue Lin Shui. To unveil the deeper secrets lurking beneath the rules of the bazaar. Was the Central Hospital more perilous than the abandoned factory? Lu Han did not know, nor did he have time to contemplate. But he found himself with no retreat. He must advance without hesitation. Chapter 15. The Rules of the Central Hospital. Central Hospital. These 4 words weighed heavily on Lu Han's heart. He stood before the hospital's entrance. The night was as thick as ink, swallowing the last remnants of light. The gates of the Central Hospital were tightly shut. The cold iron doors, rusted and mottled, seemed to silently narrate the ravages of time. Whispering forgotten fates, sinister, terrifying. That was Lu Han's first impression of the Central Hospital. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, mingled with the musty odor of decay, creating a nauseatingly bizarre atmosphere. Inhaling it felt like a rush to the head, instinctively inducing discomfort. Inside the hospital, an eerie silence reigned. Only the night wind, weaving through broken windows, emitted a mournful wail. That sound, akin to a ghostly lament, heightened the spectral ambience. The atmosphere pressed heavily, suffocating him. Lu Han took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the rising tide of unease. For Lin Shui's sake, he had to enter. He lifted his foot, slowly approaching the hospital's entrance. The heavy iron door creaked as his fingertips brushed against it, producing a harsh, grating sound. The door opened silently, revealing a dark abyss, like the gaping maw of a beast, seemingly welcoming him while mocking his trepidation. Lu Han's heart raced, almost lodged in his throat. He cautiously pushed open the heavy door, his steps deliberate as he entered the hospital. The instant he crossed the threshold, a chilling mechanical notification echoed abruptly. Warning. New location rules detected. Central Hospital location rules. The rules have been established. The host must comply. Rule content. 1.do not run in the corridors. 2.do not enter the operating rooms. 3.do not call out anyone's name. 4.do not accept help from medical staff. The cold, mechanical voice reverberated through the empty hospital lobby, sending a shiver down Lu Han's spine. It felt as though he had been struck by an electric shock, freezing him in place. Indeed, the Central Hospital had its rules, and they were immediate and 4 in number. The sheer number of rules was overwhelming, dizzying, and a palpable sense of oppression weighed upon him. Lu Han's brow furrowed, his gaze serious. He quickly surveyed the hospital's interior. The lobby was in disarray, a desolate sight as if ravaged by a tempest. Fragments of shattered glass and various unknown debris littered the floor. Large patches of wall plaster had fallen away, exposing the rough, cold concrete beneath. The walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, crisscrossing like grotesque scars. An old chandelier hung precariously from the ceiling, flickering erratically, emitting creaks and groans, as if ready to plummet to the ground. The air was saturated with the pungent odor of disinfectant, a stinging presence that lingered, refusing to dissipate. Combined with the musty scent of decay, it formed a suffocating atmosphere. Taking a breath felt like a struggle, as if he were gasping for air. The corridors stretched long and dim, fading into darkness. The doors to the rooms on either side stood ajar, as if waiting silently for prey to enter. Like lurking beasts poised to devour everything. Strange sounds occasionally emanated from the depths of the corridor, squeaked at a faint, sharp noise, reminiscent of mice gnawing on wood, sent chills down his spine, moaned out a low, oppressive sound, akin to the whisper of the wind. But upon closer inspection, it resembled a stifled sob. That sound carried a hint of despair, a touch of sorrow, and an inexplicable eeriness, sending shivers down his spine. Lu Han treaded cautiously, each step on the cold, hard floor of the hospital felt like walking on thin ice, delicate and slow. He feared making any noise that might violate the omnipresent rules. The traps of the rules were everywhere, insidious and inescapable. He could feel it clearly. This Central Hospital was far more dangerous and bizarre than the abandoned factory. Here, the rules were stricter, more lethal. To better understand the rules and effectively confront the challenges ahead. Lu Han, with unwavering resolve, retrieved the Advanced Rule Analysis card from his system backpack. Now was not the time to be frugal with his soul coins. Understanding the rules was the key to survival. System. Apply the advanced rule analysis card to decipher the central hospital venue rules. Lu Han intoned in his mind, his tone firm and decisive. Ding. The application was successful. The analysis of the rules commenced. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. A warm current surged into Lu Han's mind instantaneously. The effects of the advanced rule analysis card were remarkable and immediate. His brain functioned rapidly, akin to a finely tuned precision instrument, beginning to dissect and interpret the regulations of the central hospital. Soon, the system's notification chimed once more. Rule analysis complete. The essence of the central hospital venue rules. Order and tranquility. An eerie force within the hospital maintained a pathological order, and any actions that disrupted this order would be met with punishment. Order and tranquility? Lu Han pondered, his brow furrowed. He softly repeated the core of the rules, meticulously contemplating their implications. No wonder the regulations explicitly forbade running and loud noises. It was all to preserve this pathological order. To survive within this central hospital, one must abide by the rules and integrate into this sickly order. The tranquility and order here must not be disturbed. System, purchase silent step shoes and mute talisman. One of each, Lu Han silently commanded, swiftly issuing his directive. Purchase successful. 45 soul coins deducted. Current balance minus 195 soul coins. The system's notification sounded. Simultaneously deducting the corresponding soul coins. 2 glimmers appeared. The silent step shoes and mute talisman materialized in Lu Han's hands. Silent step shoes, when worn, significantly reduces walking sounds. Mute talisman, when equipped, reduces sounds emitted by the wearer and provides a degree of silence. The information about the items unfolded before Lu Han's eyes. For the sake of safety, Lu Han promptly donned the silent step shoes. The shoes were lightweight and soft, almost imperceptible on his feet. He took a few cautious steps, and indeed, his footsteps were considerably muted. Nearly inaudible, he swiftly retrieved the mute talisman from its packaging. The talisman bore an ancient, pale yellow hue, adorned with twisted runes drawn in red cinnabar, emanating a faint energy fluctuation. Lu Han carefully affixed the mute talisman to his chest. The moment the talisman made contact with his body, a chilling sensation spread through him, invigorating his senses. With the items equipped, Lu Han felt a measure of reassurance, although his soul coin balance was perilously low. He recognized that this investment was worthwhile. Safety first. Survival was paramount. He resumed his cautious exploration down the dimly lit corridor. The room numbers flanking the corridor were obscured and indistinct. The ravages of time had rendered those digits nearly indecipherable. The walls were marred with various stains and scratches, some resembling dried blood, exuding a nauseating metallic scent. Several doors were ajar, revealing darkened interiors. The darkness loomed like viscous ink, swallowing all light, resembling bottomless pits leading to the unknown. Lu Han slowed his pace. Growing increasingly vigilant, he meticulously scrutinized each room, attempting to glean a useful clue from the shadows. Suddenly, at the corridor's end, a vague figure flitted by. The figure was clad in a crisp police uniform. In the dim surroundings, it stood out sharply. The posture was upright and competent, exuding an air of authority. It resembled Lin Shui. Lu Han's heart jolted, as if struck by an electric current, halting him in his tracks. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. Was it Lin Shui? Was she truly here? Had she encountered danger? A multitude of questions surged in his mind. Lin Shui. He could not help but whisper, his voice barely audible. In compliance with the rules, he strived to control his volume. Yet, the figure at the corridor's end offered no response. It seemed oblivious to his presence, as if it were nothing more than an apparition. Standing silently and motionless before gradually fading into the darkness, that moment, the surrounding air grew abruptly frigid, a bone-chilling cold that felt akin to being thrust into an ice cellar. The doors lining the corridor creaked ominously. The sound grew closer, increasingly dense and louder, as though something was awakening, or perhaps a slumbering beast was on the verge of breaking free. The system's alert chimed once more. This time, the voice carried an ominous warning. Colder and more mechanical. Warning. Unknown rule fluctuations detected. Suspected violation of central hospital venue rules. Please exercise caution. Lu Han's complexion shifted dramatically. He instantly realized that his urgent outcry had likely triggered some unknown rule. Danger was approaching. Chapter 16. Rule Care, Silent Patience Creak. The sound was subtle, yet unmistakably clear. It was the lament of aging wooden door hinges, burdened beyond their capacity. The doors along the corridor seemed to be slowly pushed inward by an invisible hand. creaking softly in this deathly silent hospital corridor. The sound was particularly jarring, akin to sharp nails scraping against glass, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Han's heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid hand. Rising to his throat, he abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing towards the source of the noise like a razor, his eyes fixated on the slightly ajar doors. Through the narrow cracks, darkness receded like a tide, revealing pale hands slowly, silently reaching out. These hands, devoid of color, resembled corpses preserved in formaldehyde, exuding an unsettling stillness. Their fingers were elongated and twisted, blue veins protruding grotesquely. The nails were sharp, glinting with an eerie cold light, reminiscent of a beast's claws, emanating a chilling aura. Their intent was unmistakable, directly aimed at Lu Han. Warning: violation of do not call out others' names rule. Punishment initiated. The system's frigid notification erupted suddenly, its tone akin to the whisper of death. Cold, mechanical, devoid of emotion, echoing in Lu Han's ears like a death knell. The lights at the corridor's end began to flicker violently, the frequency increasing, the illumination wavering, resembling ghostly flames dancing, distorting everything in sight. In the strobing light, shadows on the walls seemed to come alive, clawing and shifting unpredictably. The temperature plummeted suddenly. The biting cold rushed in like a bursting dam, enveloping Lu Han from head to toe. He could not help but shiver, his teeth chattering involuntarily. The eerie atmosphere around him intensified, becoming denser and more viscous, like invisible shackles binding his body, constricting his nerves, making each breath a laborious effort. At the corridor's end, amidst the endless darkness, vague figures slowly emerged. They stepped forth from the shadows, akin to malevolent spirits crawling from the depths of hell, their numbers swelling, becoming a dense throng, clad in tattered white coats. Those garments had lost their original luster, now dull and soiled. The coats bore indiscernible stains, dark as dried blood, exuding an unbearable stench. The acrid scent of disinfectant intensified, nearly overwhelming one's senses. Medical personnel? Lu Han's heart sank like a stone. A wave of chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Yet, these medical staff were far from ordinary. They could not even be classified as human. Their faces were ashen, devoid of any color, as though coated in a thick layer of lime, utterly lifeless. Their gazes were vacant and hollow, resembling stagnant pools of water, devoid of any glimmer. They moved like automatons, their motions stiff and sluggish, dragging their heavy feet closer to Lu Han step by step. Each step felt as though it were treading upon a heart, instilling a sense of dread. They murmured indistinctly, their voices hoarse and low, akin to a worn-out bellows, fragmented and incoherent. Upon closer inspection, one could discern broken phrases: quiet, treatment, maintain silence, accept treatment. Those fragmented words echoed like a curse in the desolate corridor, carrying a bone-chilling aura: rule care. An epiphany struck Lu Han, and he instantly recognized the true identity of these entities. Rule care. These medical personnel were not human at all, but rather a manifestation of the central hospital venue rules. Embodiments of the regulations, they were the bizarre entities birthed from the central hospital's rules to uphold the so-called order and tranquility. Confronting these embodiments of rules head-on would be unwise. Strength alone would not suffice. Only wit could prevail. In this life-and-death situation, Lu Han's mind raced, seeking an escape strategy. His hand instinctively reached for his system backpack, unhesitatingly retrieving a talisman. Shock talisman. In this moment, it was his only means of extricating himself from peril. System, deploy shock talisman. Lu Han silently urged, his tone urgent yet resolute. Ding. 40 soul coins deducted. Shock talisman activated. The system's notification sounded, concurrently deducting the corresponding soul coins. A dazzling golden light erupted from the shock talisman. The radiant light, as dazzling as the blazing sun, instantaneously illuminated the entire dim corridor, banishing the surrounding gloom. Those slowly advancing rule-bound medical staff, akin to vampires exposed to a blinding glare, emitted anguished howls. The sound was sharp and jarring, saturated with pain and terror. Their movements abruptly froze, as if the play button had been pressed. They raised their pallid hands to shield their eyes, their bodies trembling violently like chaff in the wind. Emitting pitiful whimpers, no longer daring to approach even a fraction closer, the deterrent talisman proved effective against these regulated entities. A surge of joy welled up within Lu Han, secretly rejoicing in his decisiveness. Seizing the precious moment of their incapacitation, he hesitated not a moment longer and fled. He dared not glance back at the terrifying monstrosities behind him, nor could he contemplate how long the talisman's effect would endure. One singular thought consumed him: escape. Flee from this place. He dashed to the corridor's corner, Halting abruptly, his gaze rapidly scanning his surroundings, he casually pushed open the nearest patient room's door, slipping inside without a moment's hesitation. Bang! He forcefully shut the door behind him, producing a dull thud. Leaning against the cold door, Lu Han's body trembled slightly as he gasped for breath. His heart continued to pound violently within his chest, resonating like a drum, deafening in its intensity. The exhilaration of having survived the ordeal surged like a tide, rendering him dizzy. Inside the patient room, darkness enveloped him, with the faint light from the corridor. He could barely discern the room's outline. The space was small, devoid of any occupants, furnished simply yet dilapidated, containing only a single bed, a bedside table, and a rusted iron cabinet. The air was thick with a faint mustiness, damp and chilling, evoking discomfort. The walls were mottled and peeling, large swathes of plaster flaking away to reveal the rough, cold gray concrete beneath. The bed was in disarray, the yellowed bedding crumpled and piled together, exuding a damp and decayed odor. Yet, what captured his attention most were the walls, the bed, and even the ceiling, all covered in densely packed, twisted, scrawled writings. The handwriting was chaotic and erratic, resembling a child's scribble or perhaps the ravings of a madman. The ink, dark red and somewhat faded, was unmistakably composed of blood. It appeared to have been etched deeply into the walls, the bed, and even the ceiling, as if with fingernails or some sharp object. Do not speak. Remain silent. Forever quiet. Leave this place. Save me. I do not wish to die. These phrases, disjointed and nonsensical, brimmed with despair, fear, and helpless wails. Were these the last words of a patient? A chill coursed through Lu Han's heart as he pondered the implications. These inscriptions seemed to be the remnants of those who had once inhabited this room. What had they endured? What horrifying sights had they beheld? Why such terror? Why such desperation? What secrets lay hidden within the walls of this long-abandoned central hospital? Just as Lu Han's thoughts spiraled, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bedside table. There, an old medical record card lay quietly. The paper had yellowed, its edges slightly curled, bearing the marks of time. The writing was also somewhat blurred. Yet he could still discern two elegant Chinese characters in the name section, Lin Shui. The name struck Lu Han like a bolt from the blue, echoing in his mind with startling intensity. He swiftly reached out, grasping the medical record card with trembling fingers. Could it be? Lin Shui was truly trapped here. Moreover, had she become a patient? Chapter 17, The Secret of the Medical Record Card. The call of the operating room. Lu Han clutched the medical record card tightly, his fingertips whitening from the pressure. His heart thundered like a drum, deafening in its rhythm. The name Lin Shui seemed to be imprinted in his vision. Impossible to erase. Was this truly Lin Shui's medical record? The rough, yellowed paper felt cold against his fingertips. How could she possibly be here? Why had she become a patient? An avalanche of questions surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. He forced himself to regain composure. To find Lin Shui, he must first unravel these clues. Lu Han suppressed his anxiety and began to scrutinize the contents of the medical record card. The paper, yellowed with age, exuded a musty odor. An ancient scent wafted towards him, as if recounting a story long forgotten by time. The handwriting was illegible, appearing as though it had been soaked in water or eroded by some force. Twisted and deformed, ink had bled across the paper, forming bizarre splotches reminiscent of deep, watchful eyes peering into unknown secrets. Only a few medical terms and haphazard Chinese annotations remained decipherable. Lu Han strained to interpret the distorted letters. Cause unknown. The 4 words abruptly caught his eye, sending a chill through him. What did this signify? It implied that Lin Shui's condition might transcend the boundaries of modern medical understanding. Or perhaps it was not an ordinary illness at all. A wave of inexplicable unease began to spread within him. He continued to read on in the medical records. The phrases auditory hallucinations, amnesia, and abnormal behavior recurred repeatedly. They loomed like an inescapable shadow over Lin Shui's name. Each term pierced Lu Han's nerves like a needle. Auditory hallucinations, amnesia, abnormal behavior. How could these symptoms manifest in Lin Shui, the courageous and resolute police officer he knew? How could she have deteriorated to this state? Lu Han could not fathom the suffering Lin Shui must have endured. The content of the medical records was chaotic and contradictory. The timeline jumbled and incoherent. One moment, it recorded Lin Shui as delirious and rambling incoherently. The next, it claimed she was lucid and articulate. One moment described her as being in a state of extreme fear, resisting treatment. The next, she was compliant and actively undergoing examinations. The disarray of information resembled a labyrinth, leaving him utterly lost. This record, rather than documenting a medical condition, resembled a cacophony of incoherent ramblings, filled with the bizarre and the disjointed, evoking waves of anxiety. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Cold sweat beating on his back. A chilling sensation crept up his spine, reaching his scalp. Just as he endeavored to untangle the clues within the medical record, a faint voice echoed through the silent patient room. Ethereal and elusive. Lu Han. The voice was soft, frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Yet Lu Han felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body jolting. He was certain he had not misheard. Someone was calling his name. Moreover, that voice familiar and heart-wrenching. He abruptly lifted his head, scanning the empty room with heightened vigilance. The patient room was desolate, the cold air flowing silently, devoid of any presence. Darkness loomed like an unfathomable abyss, consuming all light and sound. Lu Han. Save me. The voice resonated again. This time, it was clearer yet even more frail, tinged with a note of painful tremor, as if enduring immense torment. Lu Han's breath quickened instantaneously. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. He recognized it. That was Lin Shue's voice. Though weak and wavering, he could not be mistaken. It was the voice he knew so well. Lin Shue calling out to him. The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the corridor, in the direction of the operating room. The words operating room struck Lu Han like a hammer, resonating painfully in his heart. His gaze, drawn like iron to a magnet, fixated on the closed door at the corridor's end. The door to the operating room was tightly shut. The cold metal door reflected the dim light of the corridor. Resembling the frigid scales of a beast, a faint yet unsettling metallic odor seeped from the door's crack. That scent was thick and nauseating, evoking a sense of dread. It felt as if some horrific entity lurked behind the door, waiting for its prey. System notification. Operating room area rules activated. A chilling electronic voice abruptly echoed in his mind, akin to the whisper of death, pronouncing the end of life without a trace of emotion. Operating room area rules. Entry to the operating room is prohibited. Responding to calls is forbidden. Prohibitions. The system's message abruptly ceased. The subsequent prohibitions seemed to have been forcibly severed by some unseen force. Unable to be displayed. It was as if an invisible hand had silenced the system, preventing it from divulging more dreadful secrets. Yet, the mere prohibitions against entering the operating room and responding to calls were sufficient to envelop Lu Han in a suffocating sense of oppression. The rules governing the operating room area were indeed more stringent and lethal. Lin Shue's voice resonated from within the operating room, frail and helpless, unmistakably in grave danger. The bizarre information on the medical record, the call from the operating room, and the system's icy rule notifications, all clues pointed toward a despairing truth. Lin Shue was trapped within the operating room. Moreover, her situation was exceedingly dire. She could be. Lu Han dared not continue that thought. Aware of the myriad dangers lurking within the operating room, cognizant of the unknown rules and peculiarities ahead, he felt Lin Shue's call pierce his heart like a dagger. He could not remain passive. He could not stand idly by while his friend was ensnared in peril. Rescuing Lin Shue became his singular focus. For her, for himself, and to shatter this bizarre predicament. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, even if he must confront the most terrifying of rules and enigmas, he shall brave the operating room, to rescue her, to unveil the deepest secrets concealed within this central hospital and the operating room. Lu Han tightly clutched the medical record card in his hand, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. His gaze brimmed with determination and resolve. He inhaled deeply, burying all fear and anxiety deep within his heart. Resolutely, he strode towards the operating room. His steps were steady and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. The door to the operating room loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, silently awaiting his arrival. What nightmarish sight awaited him beyond that door? Unseen dangers lurked in the darkness, poised for his entrance. Chapter 18. Braving the operating room. The surgical blade of rules. Lu Han's heart thundered within his chest like a war drum. He was acutely aware that beyond the tightly shut door of the operating room lay bizarre dangers exceeding his imagination. Yet, for Lin Shue, he harbored no doubts or retreat. He must venture forth. Lu Han resolutely advanced towards the ominous operating room. The door remained firmly closed. The cold metal door panel stood like a colossal gravestone, mercilessly obstructing the living's progress. From the narrow gap of the closed door seeped an unsettling, metallic scent of blood, quietly infiltrating his nostrils. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, suffocatingly oppressive. Lu Han took a deep breath of the frigid air, tightly clenching his fist. He cautiously raised his hand, moving towards the cold metal doorknob of the operating room. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, the system's cold notification echoed abruptly in his mind. Warning: items detected in the operating room area. Touching items in the operating room area will trigger unknown penalties. Upon hearing the warning, Luhan abruptly halted, his gaze darting to the ground. Scattered haphazardly across the cold floor at the operating room entrance were various chilling surgical instruments, gleaming surgical blades, cold hemostatic clamps, sharp syringes, and metal trays. These frigid metal tools reflected a foreboding gleam under the dim light of the operating room. They lay silently, resembling voiceless traps, waiting for prey to approach. Luhan treaded carefully, avoiding the instruments on the floor as if navigating a minefield, each step taken with utmost caution. At last, he reached the threshold of the operating room and scathed. He extended his hand once more. This time his gaze filled with determination, devoid of hesitation, as he forcefully pulled open the heavy metal door of the operating room. Creak. The heavy metal door's hinges emitted a grating sound that set his teeth on edge. The door groaned, akin to some monstrous roar, slowly swinging inward. The interior of the operating room was instantly revealed to Luhan. A pallid, icy light cascaded from the shadowless lamp above, illuminating the vast emptiness of the space. Cold, deathly silence enveloped the room. Strangely, the operating table was adorned with various gleaming surgical blades, eerily suspended in midair, their tips quivering slightly as they floated. The blades pointed directly at Luhan's position. The chilling gleam, under the stark white light, became even more menacing, saturating the entire operating room with a suffocating aura of death. The surgical blades of rules. Luhan's pupils dilated in shock. His heart plummeted. Engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis, he sensed distinctly that these suspended surgical blades were anything but ordinary medical instruments. They embodied a terrifying existence steeped in some arcane rules, should he be touched by these blades. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying threat posed by the surgical blades of rules, Luhan did not waver in the slightest. He understood clearly that charging forward was his only option. System, purchase rule immunity shield. Luhan silently urged himself, his tone urgent yet resolute. Ding. 80 soul coins deducted. Rule immunity shield purchased successfully. The system's notification chimed in timely fashion. In an instant, an invisible energy shield erupted, centering around Luhan's body, enveloping him entirely. The surface of the shield emanated a faint golden glow, resembling a transparent eggshell that completely isolated him from the external world. Luhan inhaled deeply and stepped forward once again, resolutely plunging into the depths of the operating room. The suspended surgical blades seemed provoked, their edges vibrating in unison, producing a low hum. The next moment, countless gleaming blades descended upon Luhan like a torrential downpour. Slicing through the air, the sharp metallic clang echoed throughout the operating room. The blade struck the invisible energy shield with ferocity, producing a clear ringing sound and scattering sparks. The rule immunity shield staunchly withstood the frenzied assault of the surgical blades, showing no signs of damage. The power of currency indeed proved formidable. Ignoring the chaotic onslaught of blades around him, Luhan's gaze swiftly scanned the interior of the operating room. It remained utterly vacant. Yet, a pungent scent of anesthetic saturated the air, nauseating and overwhelming. Disarrayed on the operating table were various medical instruments stained with dark crimson blood. A gruesome sight to behold. On the cold walls of the operating room, blood was used to scrawl twisted, hasty inscriptions. The vivid red stains glimmered disturbingly under the harsh white light, evoking a sense of dread. Do not awaken. Forever sleep. These blood-written words felt like a malevolent curse, indelibly etched on the cold walls and deeply imprinted in Luhan's heart. Do not awaken. Forever sleep. Whose blood was used to inscribe these words, and what sinister implications did they harbor? Luhan's heart surged with confusion and unease. He continued to search the desolate operating room, yearning to find Lin Shue's figure. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a corner beside the operating table. There lay a silver police badge, quietly resting on the cold floor. A police badge. The silver metal glinted coldly under the harsh light. The badge was smeared with dried dark red blood, exuding a faint yet unsettling aura. That was Lin Shue's badge. Luhan's breath hitched abruptly. His heart sank once more, as if plummeting into an icy abyss. Why was Lin Shue's badge here? What dreadful events did this bloodstained badge signify? Where was Lin Shui? What was her current predicament? What other unsettling secrets lay hidden within this empty operating room? An influx of questions surged like a tide in Luhan's mind that a more perilous and terrifying truth seemed imminent. Chapter 19. The Badge's Guidance. The nightmare of rules. Luhan trembled. His fingertips finally brushed against the badge. The cold metallic texture sent a shiver through him. Yet, in that instant of contact, it felt oddly warm. The moment he tightened his grip on the badge, an unexpected transformation occurred. The badge suddenly emitted a faint glow. This light was not blinding, but possessed a peculiar guiding power, akin to a lighthouse illuminating the path ahead in the darkness. The light coalesced slowly, forming a beam pointing deeper into the operating room. There stood a tightly shut door. System notification. Nightmare rules activated. The cold electronic voice echoed like a tolling alarm in Luhan's mind. This voice bore an undeniable authority, heralding the arrival of an unknown crisis. You will be drawn into the realm of dreams, where dreams and reality intertwine. Please remain alert, or you may become eternally lost in the nightmare. Nightmare rules, dream realm. Luhan's heart jolted violently. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, akin to a tsunami crashing down. His body felt devoid of balance, swaying precariously. Everything around him began to warp and distort. The stark white lights of the operating room blurred and flickered, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The cold metallic instruments morphed into grotesque shapes, resembling monstrous entities with outstretched claws. The blood-written words on the walls appeared to come alive, writhing and contorting. Those vivid red inscriptions ultimately morphed into a chaotic crimson, blurring before his eyes like a pool of blood. Luhan felt as though an invisible force was violently tugging at him. His consciousness began to dissipate, akin to plummeting into an abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. The scenes before him fragmented, constantly reassembling and shifting unpredictably. At times, he found himself on familiar urban streets, bustling with traffic and noise. As if returned to the tranquil life of the city. He could even hear the honking of cars, the chatter of pedestrians, and the cries of vendors. Everything felt so real. At other times, the scene would abruptly shift to a chilling, eerie hospital. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent. As if trapped in a ghostly realm, shadows flickered in the mist, occasionally revealing ghostly figures that emitted chilling moans, sending shivers down his spine. At times, he found himself inexplicably ensnared within the eerie gatherings of an abandoned factory. Countless bizarre entities, each more grotesque than the last, surged forth like a frenzied tide from all directions. Their visages were twisted and menacing, shrieking and howling, exuding an oppressive aura that threatened to engulf him entirely. Reality blurred with illusion, rendering everything indistinguishable. The dreamlike realm, a kaleidoscope of the fantastical, brimmed with endless confusion, as though it sought to utterly devour one's sanity. A tinkling laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, suddenly echoed in his ears. The sound was sweetly seductive, akin to the most lethal of poisons, piercing deep into his soul. Luhan started, abruptly lifting his gaze. A familiar silhouette came into view. "Officer," he tentatively called out, his voice laced with uncertainty and a hint of tremor. The figure, clad in a sharply tailored police uniform, exuded grace and allure, her features exquisitely picturesque, indeed. It was the false policewoman he had previously encountered amidst the bizarre assembly. In this moment, her smile was enchanting, her eyes sparkling with life. Gone was the earlier stiffness and eeriness. Each subtle expression she wore brimmed with vitality, making her appear more captivating than any real woman. "You have come," the false policewoman murmured, her lips parting with a voice that was both beguiling and tender, akin to the whispers of the gentlest lover, seemingly imbued with magic that ensnared the heart. "I knew you would come." She approached with a lightness in her step, exhaling a fragrance that intoxicated the senses, steeped in lethal allure. "Stay here, remain forever. This is your true sanctuary. Forget the pains of reality. Abandon all worries, for here, you may attain everything your heart desires." Her voice resonated like an incantation, echoing in Luhan's ears, each utterance tempting his spirit, eroding his resolve. Stay, forever. Luhan's consciousness began to waver. The beauty of the dream realm, the illusory tenderness, threatened to pull him deep into its embrace, rendering him helpless. Yet, just as he was on the brink of total surrender, a fragile and pained call from the depths of his mind pierced through. "Luhan. Save me." The voice struck him like a thunderclap, abruptly awakening him from his stupor. No. He could not succumb. Lin Shui was still trapped in the depths of her nightmare, suffering and awaiting his rescue. He bit down hard on his own tongue. The sharp pain shot through his body like electricity, fiercely jolting his scattered consciousness back to clarity. The metallic taste of blood quickly spread within his mouth, the agony providing just enough lucidity to keep him grounded. System. Purchase awakening potion. Ding. 60 soul coins deducted. Awakening potion purchased successfully. A chilling vial appeared in his hand in an instant. without hesitation. Luhan uncorked it and downed its contents in one swift motion. The moment the potion entered his system, a wave of icy cold surged through him, akin to being drenched in glacial water, instantly dispelling the dream's enchantment and restoring his muddled thoughts to clarity. The false policewoman's smile froze abruptly. Her once beguiling voice turned sharp and grating, akin to the terrifying screech of an owl, sending shivers down his spine. The dream realm began to crumble. The surroundings shattered like a fractured mirror, pieces peeling away, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Amidst the chaotic interplay of light and shadow, Luhan faintly discerned a figure bound by heavy chains. That silhouette, clad in a familiar police uniform, bore the unmistakable outline of Lin Shui. She was ensnared within a colossal cocoon-like entity, akin to a pupa tightly wrapped in countless silken threads, struggling in agony. Lin Shui. Luhan's heart clenched painfully, as though pierced by a dagger that he yearned to rush forward and free her, but found his body rooted in place, immobile as if nailed to the ground. The dream realm receded like a receding tide. Consciousness detached, returning to the frigid grip of reality. The surroundings sharpened into focus once more. The stark white of the operating room, the cold metallic instruments, the ghastly bloodstains on the walls. Everything mirrored the moment just before the dreams collapsed. It was as if all he had just experienced was merely an illusory dream. A farcical spectacle. Yet the silver badge he clutched tightly in his hand continued to emit a faint glow, silently reminding him. What had transpired was not a mere figment. The nightmare world truly existed. Though the nightmare realm had crumbled, he needed to swiftly discover a means to re-enter its depths and rescue Lin Xue. An even more terrifying force seemed to lurk behind the nightmare. What, then, was the truth behind it all? Chapter 20. Awakening to New Clues. The dream realm suddenly collapsed. Consciousness surged like a tide, withdrawing from his body. Luhan abruptly opened his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Gasping for breath as if he had been resurrected from drowning, cold sweat had long since soaked through his garments, the clammy sensation-inducing waves of discomfort. He had returned, back to the real world. Back to that cold, stark operating room. Everything around him remained unchanged, as if frozen in the moment before the dream's shattering. The pale light still glared with an icy intensity. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Mingling with a nauseating hint of blood, the cold medical instruments lay silently on the operating table, reflecting a chilling gleam. Everything was precisely as it had been before, but it was as if what he had just experienced in the dream world was merely a fleeting illusion. A ludicrous farce. However, as he glanced down at his palm, he found the silver badge firmly grasped within his hand. The cold metallic feel was so real, so vivid. The point of contact still radiated a peculiar warmth. As if imbued with some mysterious power, this badge silently reminded him that everything that had just transpired was not a dream. It had truly occurred. The nightmare world existed in reality. Slowly, Luhan rose to his feet. Surveying his surroundings, the operating room remained desolate and silent, an oppressive stillness enveloping the space. Only the lingering scent of disinfectant and the faint trace of blood continued to assault his senses. A reminder that he was in the heart of the uncanny central hospital. He gazed down once more at the badge in his hand. The silver surface, under the harsh glare of the pale lights, shimmered with a chilling luster. Within that gleam lay the essence of some enigmatic force, some unknown secret. What connection existed between the nightmare world and the real world? Why had the badge become the key to entering the nightmare realm? What ties did it share with the nightmare world? Countless questions surged through Luhan's mind like a relentless tide, enveloping him in a shroud of bewilderment and unease. He approached the inner depths of the operating room. Standing before the tightly shut door, his expression grave, he pondered deeply. In the dream world, the badge's radiance had pointed directly to this very spot. What secrets lay concealed behind this door? Was it a passage to the depths of the nightmare? Or did it conceal even greater mysteries? Luhan inhaled deeply, striving to quell the unease within. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to push open the enigmatic door and unveil its secrets. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a line of blood-red characters scrawled upon the wall. The inscription, freshly written beside the operating table, stood out starkly. The crimson letters seemed to pulse with life, as though inscribed only moments before. The still wet blood exuded a faint, nauseating odor. The mirror world, the true reflection. 8 characters shimmered before Luhan's eyes. Each letter appeared as if inscribed by bloodied fingers, contorted and struggling to form. The strokes twisted yet bore an unsettling rhythm, a disquieting cadence. The mirror world, the true reflection. Luhan furrowed his brow, his expression solemn. He mulled over these 8 characters, attempting to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. The mirror world. The rules of reflection. Could it be that the nightmare realm is connected to the rules of reflection? The false policewoman he encountered at the bazaar gathering was indeed a product of the reflection rules. Moreover, within the nightmare world, he had once again glimpsed the false policewoman and nearly fell prey to her allure. This was no mere coincidence. The reflection rules, the nightmare world, the badge, the central hospital, all the clues, like pearls severed from a string, began to intertwine in his mind, forming a faintly discernible thread. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully exploring the central hospital anomalies. Your godly wealth level has increased. Current godly wealth level. Pulse Soul Coin Affluence. System rewards. Soul Coins 500. Rule Analysis Advancement Card 1. Dream Detection Function unlocked. The system's chime resounded abruptly, akin to a heavenly melody, interrupting Lu Han's train of thought. His godly wealth level had risen. Additionally, a new system function, Dream Detection, had been unlocked. A surge of indescribable excitement washed over him. He immediately reviewed the newly unlocked Dream Detection feature. Dream Detection. Consume soul coins to probe the rules and information of the dream world. Probing the rules and information of the dream world. This function was precisely what he needed. Perhaps, through the Dream Detection feature, he could uncover a way to delve into the depths of the nightmare and rescue Lin Shui. Lu Han took a deep breath, striving to suppress his excitement. He organized his thoughts and began contemplating his next course of action. The central hospital anomalies had reached a temporary conclusion. Yet, the true challenge was only just beginning. Lin Shui remained ensnared within the nightmare world, her fate uncertain. He had to swiftly discover a means to enter the depths of the nightmare and bring her back. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated, drawing his attention to a message that appeared before his eyes. The message was from a mysterious elder. In the depths of the nightmare, the secret lies within the mirror. To save your companion is to save yourself. The content of the message remained enigmatic, yet it brimmed with profound significance. What secrets lurked in the depths of the nightmare, and what did it mean to save oneself? The elder's words left Lu Han in a state of bewilderment. Countless questions tangled in his mind like a convoluted knot, impossible to untangle. He felt a wave of confusion and powerlessness wash over him. Yet, he understood that regardless of what awaited him ahead, he must forge on, undeterred, for Lin Shui, for the truth, and to survive in this bizarre world. The gateway to the nightmare realm was slowly creaking open, and he was on the brink of stepping into an even more perilous and surreal world. One teeming with the unknown and challenges. Chapter 21. The Door to Dreams. Revisiting the operating room. The harsh, sterile light of the operating room remained glaring. Lu Han's gaze, however, was fixated on the blood-red characters scrawled upon the wall. The world within the mirror, the true reflection. These 8 words echoed in his mind like an incantation. The mirror world. The nightmare realm. Did a connection truly exist between the two? He recalled the shattered images he had witnessed in his dreams. Along with the eerie false policewoman. A vague suspicion began to surface within him. Perhaps, deep within this operating room, the tightly shut door was not an ordinary chamber but rather an entrance to the nightmare realm. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly within Lu Han's heart like a rampant weed. He must explore, for Lin Shui, and to unravel the mysteries of this strange world. He had to re-enter the operating room and delve deeper. System, activate Dream Detection function. Lu Han silently commanded. He summoned the newly unlocked feature. An invisible wave emanated from him, expanding outward. The system's prompt soon followed. Warning. Enhanced dream connection detected in the operating room area. Rules are unstable. Please proceed with caution. The system's alert corroborated Lu Han's suspicions. Indeed, the dream connection in the operating room had intensified. Furthermore, the rules had become increasingly unstable. The level of danger was evident. Yet, with an arrow on the string, he had no choice but to release it. Lu Han inhaled deeply and continued to utilize the dream detection function, locking his target onto the tightly shut door deep within the operating room. Commencing analysis of the rules and characteristics of the dream door. A blurry image began to materialize in his mind. The space surrounding the door appeared distorted, as if the tranquil surface of water had been disturbed by a stone, creating ripples. Countless tiny points of light flickered within the ripples, fluctuating unpredictably. The system's prompt sounded again. Analysis of the dream door's rules and characteristics complete. Rule characteristics. The boundary between reality and illusion is blurred. What is seen is not always obtained. What is heard is not always true. These 12 words were akin to a riddle, obscure and difficult to comprehend, yet they seemed to harbor significant meaning. Lu Han furrowed his brow, pondering the characteristics of the rules the system had provided. The blurring of the boundary between reality and illusion implied that everything he observed beyond the dream door might not be real. It could be mere illusions, traps, or the temptations of nightmares. The notion that what is seen may not be obtained, and what is heard may not be true, further heightened this uncertainty. He could not trust his own eyes, nor his ears. Every perception might be distorted by the power of the nightmare. To survive beyond the dream door, he must remain ever vigilant, not to be deceived by appearances. It appeared that this adventure was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Lu Han mused to himself. To prepare for the unknown risks, he resolved to be thoroughly equipped. System: purchase Dream Stabilizer and Elixir of True Sight. Purchase Dream Stabilizer, 80 Dream Coins. Elixir of True Sight, 50 Dream Coins. Confirm. Purchase successful. 130 Dream Coins deducted. Current balance: minus 325 Dream Coins. 2 glimmers of light flickered, and 2 small items materialized in Lu Han's hands. Dream Stabilizer can stabilize the surrounding dream rules, reducing interference from dream powers. Elixir of True Sight, upon consumption, allows one to see through illusions and discern reality for a short time. Both items were designed specifically for the characteristics of the dream world, effectively enhancing Lu Han's perception and resistance within the dream. Without hesitation, he grasped the Elixir of True Sight, uncorked the vial, and drank it down in one swift motion. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, as if a clear film had been laid over his eyes. Next, he took out the Dream Stabilizer and activated the device. Once initiated, the Dream Stabilizer emitted a soft glow that enveloped Lu Han, making him feel as though the surrounding dream rules had stabilized somewhat. The unsettling pressure he felt also diminished. With preparations complete, Lu Han approached the tightly shut door deep within the operating room once more. Taking a deep breath, he slowly reached out and grasped the doorknob. A bone-chilling coldness radiated from the knob, as if he were gripping a piece of ancient ice, numbing his fingertips. Something was amiss with this doorknob. A sense of urgency gripped Lu Han. He activated the power of the Elixir of True Sight. His eyes flashing with golden light, the scenery before him abruptly transformed. The once ordinary metal doorknob now appeared distorted, its surface revealing countless tiny black threads that twisted and writhed like veins. Emanating a chilling aura of darkness, these black threads seemed alive, squirming on the doorknob and resisting his touch. A manifestation of the nightmare's power. Lu Han instantly understood. The rules governing the operating room had grown even more formidable. This door appeared to be tainted by the power of nightmares, rendering it more difficult to open. Yet he did not relent. He knew he must open this door. Dream Stabilizer, activate at maximum power. Lu Han roared internally. He cranked the Dream Stabilizer to its highest setting. The device buzzed with a vibrating hum, radiating an intense light like a miniature energy source, forcefully stabilizing the surrounding dream rules. Under the Dream Stabilizer's influence, the black threads on the doorknob seemed to be suppressed, their writhing slowing. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Han exerted all his strength and twisted the doorknob. With a crisp click, the lock disengaged. The heavy door began to open inward. Behind it lay not the cold operating room, but a deep, dark vortex. The swirling mass displayed a strange blackness, akin to a colossal black hole, devouring all light. At the vortex's center, a faint red glow flickered, exuding a disquieting aura. This aura was frigid, malevolent, and fraught with unknown peril. The gateway to the nightmare realm had officially swung open. Lu Han stood before the vortex, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from its depths. A surge of inexplicable trepidation welled up within him. He knew that ahead lay unprecedented, bizarre challenges. Yet, with no retreat possible, he had to plunge into this unknown abyss. Taking a deep breath, Lu Han's gaze hardened with resolve as he stepped forward toward the vortex's center. In an instant, he was swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 22. Entering the Nightmare. The mirror-mazed the dark vortex resembled the gaping maw of a bottomless beast. It opened wide, mercilessly engulfing Lu Han's form. A powerful sensation of weightlessness surged through him, akin to a tumultuous tide crashing upon the shore. This force violently tugged at his consciousness, as if attempting to extract his very soul from its shell. Everything around him blurred instantaneously. Colors twisted, lines warped, and ultimately coalesced into a chaotic whirlpool. Lu Han felt as though he had plunged into an abyss with no bottom, his consciousness splintering into fragments. The concept of time seemed to vanish in that moment. He could not discern whether he had been submerged in darkness for an instant or an eternity. When he finally regained a semblance of direction, the chaotic scenery began to dissipate, revealing a dazzlingly bizarre world beyond his imagination. Here, there was no sky, no earth. Everywhere he looked was an expanse of endless mirrors. The mirrors, towering like labyrinthine walls, were densely packed, layered and interwoven. They reflected a kaleidoscope of strange lights, intertwining into a dazzling spectacle that rendered it nearly impossible to discern direction. The images reflected within the mirrors were even more enigmatic, radiating an unsettling aura. At times, the mirrors would reveal the eerie, haunting corridors of the central hospital, dilapidated and crumbling, with walls peeling away and the air thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, mingled with an inescapable stench of decay. Shadows writhed in the depths of the corridor, as if countless unknown phantoms lay in wait. At other moments, the mirrors would abruptly shift to the dim, oppressive scenes of an abandoned factory gathering, where grotesque entities drifted like specters, their forms distorted and indistinct, whispering chilling words that sent shivers down one's spine. Those whispers resembled countless tiny insects crawling beside one's ear, evoking a chilling sensation. In some mirrors, Luhan even glimpsed familiar urban streets. The thoroughfares bustled with traffic, ablaze with lights, resonating with the cacophony of bustling voices, while neon signs flickered with enchanting brilliance. Everything appeared as tranquil and prosperous as it was before the eerie descent. As if the preceding horrors were merely a haunting dream, reality and illusion intertwined, rendering everything before him indistinguishable. Luhan felt his perception twisting, nearly unable to discern the authentic world from the ephemeral realm of dreams. Ding! The core rule of the nightmare world has been generated. Reflection in the mirror. Just as confusion and bewilderment enveloped him, the cold system notification echoed at the opportune moment. It shone like a beacon in the darkness, guiding Luhan and unraveling the enigma before him. The core rule of the nightmare world. Reflection in the mirror. The mirror's reflection is not reality, but rather the temptations and traps of nightmares. Do not trust what you see in the mirror. Do not touch the surface. Do not lose yourself. The system's admonition struck Luhan like a thunderclap, jolting his mind awake. His previously bewildered gaze sharpened. The reflection in the mirror is not real. The temptations and traps of nightmares. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down, striving to tame the tumultuous emotions within. He began to scrutinize his surroundings, searching for a glimmer of insight amidst this bizarre mirrored world. The mirror maze exuded an eerie aura. Each mirror stood as an independent portal, seemingly leading to different spaces, dimensions, and timelines. The scenes within the mirrors shifted continuously, a kaleidoscope of images flashing before his eyes, dazzling and overwhelming. He stepped forward, cautiously exploring this mirror maze. Each step was taken with utmost care, as though traversing a tightrope on the edge of a precipice. Walking on thin ice. He feared that any misstep might lead him to touch the icy surface or become ensnared by the illusory sights within, plunging him into an irretrievable abyss. Luhan. Help! Suddenly, from within one of the mirrors, a weak and pained cry for help echoed. The voice was achingly familiar, striking Luhan's heart with a profound sorrow. In the mirror, Lin Shui appeared, her delicate face pale as parchment, her once bright eyes now dimmed with terror and despair. She seemed bound by invisible chains, her frail form struggling in torment, emitting heart-wrenching whimpers. Lin Shui. Luhan's heart jolted violently, as though struck by a heavy hammer. He could no longer contain his emotions and instinctively surged toward the mirror reflecting Lin Shui's silhouette. He longed to shatter the surface and rescue her from that illusory prison. However, just as he was about to make contact with the mirror, the system's admonition resonated in his mind, like a thunderous explosion, abruptly halting his advance. The mirror's reflection is not real. The chilling electronic voice extinguished the flames of his fervor, bringing him back to a state of clarity. He compelled himself to regain composure, suppressing the surging anxiety and restlessness within, and once more scrutinized Lin Shui in the mirror. Lin Shui continued to cry out in agony, her voice piercing and despairing, each word seemingly drenched in blood and tears, evoking tears and heartbreak. Yet, this time, Luhan keenly discerned something amiss. The pain in Lin Shui's eyes, though filled with anguish, appeared hollow, as though her soul had vanished. Moreover, the corners of her mouth bore an eerie, barely perceptible smile. That smile was rigid and cold, starkly contrasting with her expression of suffering, enhancing the unsettling aura surrounding her. Fake. This is an illusion. It must be the temptation of nightmares. Luhan clenched his teeth, his fists tightening, nails digging into his palms. Using the pain to maintain his lucidity, he stifled the worry and urgency within, forcing himself to disregard Lin Shui's heart-rending pleas from the mirror. He turned away and continued onward, seeking a way out of this labyrinthine mirrored world. Gold, treasure, endless wealth. Suddenly, another mirror revealed a starkly different scene. It showcased a towering mountain of gold and jewels, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Countless coins cascaded like a golden waterfall, gems sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating a spectrum of colors, and antique treasures lay in abundance, a veritable trove. The wealth piled high exuded an irresistible allure. As if acquiring it would grant one dominion over the world. Just a gentle touch upon the mirror's surface, and all this treasure would belong to you. A voice laden with temptation, akin to a demon's whisper, resonated in Lu Han's ears. The voice was magnetic and enticing, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that struck at the very core of human desire. The allure of wealth was immense, nearly impossible to resist. For an ordinary person confronted with such staggering riches, reason would likely dissolve, compelling them to rush forward and seize the glittering bounty. Yet, Lu Han remained unmoved. He possessed the godly wealth system, wielding near-infinite monetary power. The ephemeral allure of wealth was hardly enough to sway him. Illusory, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he silently reaffirmed. He continued to ignore the tempting spectacle within the mirror, his footsteps unwavering as he strode past it. The exit. The true exit lies here. Immediately, the third mirror displayed yet another, entirely different scene. It revealed a grand door radiating a gentle glow, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, exuding a sense of the sacred and the solemn. Beyond the door, familiar urban scenery could be faintly discerned, sunshine bright, the sky a vivid blue, trees lush and green, and the air alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Everything brimming with vitality and hope. It seemed as if the genuine exit lay just beyond, and crossing this threshold would enable him to escape the perilous nightmare world and return to the joys of reality, leaving the maze. Returning to reality was within reach. Do not hesitate, do not waver, boldly push open this door. The enticing voice resounded once more, now more vivid and deceptively persuasive. This voice seemed imbued with magic, echoing in his ears, luring him toward that illusory exit. The temptation of the exit, for one ensnared in despair, is lethal and the most difficult to resist, especially in this perilous realm, rife with uncertainty and fear. Anyone would yearn to escape swiftly and bask in the light once more. However, Lu Han remained acutely alert, not allowing himself to be beguiled by the illusion before him. He understood that the traps of nightmares often masquerade as hope, catching one off guard, should vigilance wane. One might plunge into an irretrievable abyss. The true exit would never appear so readily. If the nightmare truly sought to release him, why go to such lengths to set these treacherous traps? He silently reminded himself, do not trust what you see in the mirror. He slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, attempting to shield himself from the seductive illusions within the mirror. Yet, the images persisted like a relentless parasite, haunting his mind, cycling through his thoughts, ceaselessly tempting him toward the wrong path. The maze's pathways were intricate, and the illusions within proliferated, each temptation bombarding him in succession. Lu Han felt as if he had lost his way, akin to a headless fly, aimlessly wandering through the labyrinth, unable to discern any path forward. This cannot continue. If I remain ensnared by these illusions, I may never escape. I must swiftly uncover the loopholes in this maze's rules. Lu Han mused anxiously within. He compelled himself to halt, no longer wandering aimlessly, but instead began to think calmly and analyze the current situation meticulously. He once again activated the system's function, dream detection. This was his only hope. Perhaps through the system's power, he could unearth the key to unraveling the maze and escaping the nightmare world. System, activate dream detection, analyze the loopholes in the mirror maze's rules. Lu Han intently recited the command in his mind, initiating the dream detection feature. Ding! Dream detection activated, commencing analysis of the mirror maze's rule loopholes. An invisible wave of energy emanated from Lu Han's body, radiating outward to the surrounding mirrored space. This force was silent yet immensely powerful, capable of penetrating all illusions, reaching the very essence of the rules. The system began scanning the surrounding mirrors, dissecting the composition of the mirror maze and the hidden loopholes deep within. Seconds ticked by, yet the mirrors continued their unpredictable transformations, and the seductive voices never ceased. Lu Han remained as steadfast as a rock, motionless, patiently awaiting the system's analysis results. Finally, after a protracted wait, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Dream detection complete. Loopholes in the mirror maze's rules analyzed. Break the mirror image to perceive the truth. Break the mirror image to perceive the truth. 8 simple words, yet akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, instantaneously illuminated Lu Han's path ahead, rendering him enlightened. So it is. The loophole in the rules of the mirror maze is astonishingly straightforward and brutally effective, given that the mirror reflects not the truth. Perhaps to uncover the genuine path, one merely needs to shatter these illusory reflections to reveal the reality concealed behind them. No longer hesitating, Lu Han swiftly retrieved the sharp dagger he had previously purchased from his system backpack. Gripping it tightly in his hand, he approached a mirror reflecting the scene of an abandoned factory gathering, took a deep breath, and adjusted his breathing, allowing his heartbeat to gradually steady. Then, with a mighty swing of the dagger, he concentrated all his strength and thrust it fiercely towards the cold mirror. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed abruptly in the silent mirror space, reminiscent of breaking glass. The mirror, fragile as crystal, shattered instantaneously. Countless tiny fragments scattering like glistening raindrops across the ground. In that moment of destruction, the bizarre scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally intricate and dizzying mirror maze unraveled swiftly, vanishing from sight. And instead emerged a straight and profound passageway, leading deeper into the labyrinth. On either side of the passage, the cold and illusory mirrors were replaced by walls of an unknown material. These walls, a profound black, were as smooth as glass yet emanated a faint ethereal glow, akin to stars in the night, mysterious and tranquil. Success. A faint smile of relief finally graced Lu Han's face, and the tension within him began to ease. He had successfully exploited the loophole in the rules and uncovered the correct path, effectively breaking free from the mirror maze's entrapment. Sheathing the dagger, he strode forward, resolutely continuing deeper down the shadowy passage. The passage was deep and elongated, silent and still, as if leading to the far reaches of an unknown world. Only the sound of his own footsteps echoed in this vast, silent space, resonating with clarity and an acute sense of solitude. Time passed in uncertainty, and at last, a faint glimmer of light appeared at the distant end of the passage. This light, like a spark in the darkness, though faint, was sufficient to guide his way and instill hope. The glow drew nearer, becoming increasingly vivid. Upon reaching the end of the passage, the scene before Lu Han altered once more. He found himself once again enveloped in a mirror space. However, this mirror realm was starkly different from the previous maze. Here, the mirrors hung loosely in the air like exquisite ornaments, or were embedded in the walls, each varying in shape and size, some as radiant as the full moon, others twinkling like stars, and some glistening like droplets of water. The reflections within the mirrors morphed into even more bizarre and distorted images, steeped in an unsettling air of mystery. In the central area of the mirror space, a faint sound of muffled sobbing resonated. This weeping came and went, weak and frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, yet imbued with a haunting emptiness. The sound felt eerily familiar, as if he had heard it before, yet it carried an unsettling strangeness that made its source indistinguishable. Woot woo. The sobs wove like invisible threads, entwining Lu Han's heart, as if beckoning him deeper into this eerie mirror space. Lu Han furrowed his brow, the sense of unease within him intensifying. Who could be producing this mysterious weeping? Could it be Lin Shui? Chapter 23. The true and false Lin Shui. Whispers of nightmares. The sobbing grew nearer, sharper. Following the intermittent, elusive sound, Lu Han cautiously navigated through the various mirrors suspended in the air. These mirrors, diverse in size and shape, shone brightly like the full moon, twinkled like stars, or sparkled like droplets of water. The bizarre reflections danced before him like a kaleidoscope, ever-shifting. Tempting images, akin to sweet poison, lured one into indulgence. Terrifying scenes, reminiscent of midnight nightmares, sent shivers down the spine. Glimmers of hope shone like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding the way forward. Despair's abyss loomed like a bottomless pit, consuming all vitality. A myriad of scenes flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Yet he remained vigilant, adhering to the system's rules. Do not trust what is seen in the mirror. Do not touch any of the surfaces. He persevered as a steadfast traveler, navigating the treacherous line between illusion and reality. At last, he reached the heart of the mirror space. There, a colossal mirror prison abruptly caught his eye. This cage, composed of numerous mirrors of varying sizes and shapes, glimmered with an otherworldly light, reflecting the surroundings with a cold, eerie sheen. The confined space within could barely accommodate a single person curled up inside. Within that cramped enclosure, a familiar figure huddled helplessly. It was Lin Shui. She was imprisoned within this frigid mirror cage, like an injured creature, alone and despairing. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were desperately suppressing her inner terror. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls, dampening her clothing. Lu Han, help me. Her voice, weak and trembling, reached out to Lu Han in a plea. Each word pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Laden with anguish and hopelessness, I am so scared, she continued, her voice filled with helplessness and dread. Take me away from here. Her voice dwindled, as if it might be swallowed by this merciless nightmare world at any moment. Lin Xue's delicate face was as pale as paper, her once bright and spirited gaze now dimmed. Her eyes were filled with fear and vulnerability, resembling a child lost in the dark. This pitiful sight stirred Lu Han's compassion, igniting an overwhelming urge to protect her that he yearned to rush forward, shattering the icy cage to liberate her from this endless nightmare. Lin Xue. Lu Han's heart jolted violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer. He could no longer contain his emotions. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Instinctively, he moved to break through the mirror prison binding Lin Xue. However, just as he was about to touch the mirror cage, a vivid image flashed through his mind. It was the moment he had encountered the false police flower at the bazaar gathering. That uncanny illusion was so vivid, so deceptive, it had nearly ensnared him. Was the Lin Xue before him also a trick of the nightmare? Could she be a mere illusion donning Lin Xue's guise, waiting for him to fall into its trap? He forced himself to regain composure, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within. Instead of acting impulsively, he drew a deep breath. Centering himself, he retrieved the Eye of Truth potion from his system backpack, and without hesitation, directed it towards Lin Xue within the mirror cage. Carefully, he uncorked the potion, fearful of producing any sound that might disturb her. He then gently sprayed the potion towards the mirror prison. The potion dispersed like mist in the air, releasing a faint, pleasant fragrance. As the potion evaporated, a golden light suddenly blossomed in Lu Han's eyes. This golden radiance pierced through the delusion, illuminating the truth. The image of Lin Xue in the mirror became clearer and more authentic. Lu Han held his breath, eyes wide, scrutinizing every detail of Lin Xue's reflection. Her features, her form, her attire, even the subtle expressions on her face, were identical to the real Lin Xue, without a single flaw. Even her expression of pain and her gaze of despair appeared so genuine, as if she were truly enduring immense suffering. Had he not personally experienced the illusions of the bazaar gathering? Had he not been alerted by the system's rules, he might have been deceived, rushing forward without hesitation. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Lin Xue's eyes in the mirror, he acutely sensed something amiss. Her eyes, though brimming with tears, fear, and despair, seemed hollow and devoid of spirit, as if they had lost their soul, lacking any semblance of vitality. Within her gaze lay no true emotion, no yearning for life. Only a vast emptiness. She resembled a beautifully crafted puppet, manipulated to display anguish and utter despair. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noticed an imperceptible, sinister smile curling at the corners of Lin Xue's mouth in the mirror. This smile, cold and rigid, starkly contrasted with her expression of suffering, creating a dissonance that was deeply unsettling. It was akin to a chilling breeze in the heart of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. Indeed, it is a deception. A chill coursed through Lu Han's being, as if doused in icy water, awakening him to reality. He was now absolutely certain that the Lin Xue before him was no living being, but rather an embodiment of the nightmare. This nightmare was cunning and adept at disguise, nearly ensnaring him in its trap. Just as he discerned the nightmare's scheme, the Lin Xue in the mirror abruptly ceased her weeping. She slowly raised her head, her once vacant and expressionless gaze now fixated intently on Lu Han. The eerie smile at the corners of her mouth became more pronounced, more sinister, as if a demon were grinning. "Stay, Lu Han," the reflection of Lin Xue spoke. Her voice, no longer sharp and despairing, transformed into an alluring whisper, imbued with an intoxicating magnetism, reminiscent of a lover's soft murmur. "Here is your true sanctuary." Her words flowed like silk, laden with temptation, evoking an irresistible desire to succumb. Is it not preferable to remain with me forever? Her tone was gentle yet filled with expectation, as if inviting him to partake in an eternal feast. No more pain, no more fear, only endless joy. Her voice was laced with seduction, painting a false paradise devoid of suffering and dread. "Stay." Her words grew softer, more tender, akin to a gentle dream wishing to ensnare him eternally. "Stay." Her voice echoed in Lu Han's mind like an enchanting melody, a swarm of tiny insects gnawing at his will. The power of the nightmare sought to erode his spirit, to dismantle his defenses, trapping him forever in this illusory realm, rendering him its puppet. Yet Lu Han was no longer the naive urban youth he once was. He had encountered bizarre gatherings, faced strange tales of rules, and battled various eerie entities. He had matured, become more resolute, and far stronger. He understood well that succumbing to the allure of nightmares, believing in their false promises, would lead to eternal damnation, forever lost in an unending nightmare. For Lin Xue, for himself, and to shatter this surreal epic, He must not yield to the power of nightmares. Your deceitful words shall not beguile me. Lu Han thundered, his voice resonating like thunder within the mirrored realm. Intimidating the forces of the nightmare, without hesitation, he expended his soul currency, activating the divine ability of wealth. System, purchase a mental defense talisman. He silently recited the command, decisively sending a purchase request to the system. Ding! 60 soul coins deducted, mental defense talisman purchased successfully. The cold system notification sounded, and a golden talisman instantly appeared in his hand. Intricate and arcane runes adorned the talisman, emanating a soft glow, brimming with mysterious power. Lu Han crushed the talisman without a moment's hesitation in an instant. The talisman transformed into a beam of golden light, akin to warm sunlight, merging with his being that moment. A wave of warmth and strength coursed through him. He felt his mind sharpen, becoming resolute and unwavering, akin to tempered steel, unbreakable. The whispers of the nightmare receded like a tide, unable to shake his will or confound his mind any longer. The allure of the false Lin Shui in the mirror grew pale and impotent. Akin to a clown's clumsy performance, utterly meaningless. With cold eyes, Lu Han gazed once more at the false Lin Shui trapped within the mirror. His gaze was steadfast and piercing, as if it could penetrate all illusions and reach the essence of truth. Nightmare, your schemes end here. He spoke coldly, his tone filled with conviction and confidence, unwavering in resolve. Having seen through the nightmare's ploys and resisted the false Lin Shui's seduction, Lu Han exhibited formidable willpower and trust in Lin Shui. Yet he knew this was merely the beginning. He had yet to locate the true Lin Shui, to rescue her from this interminable nightmare. Where, indeed, lay the real Lin Shui? What secrets lurked behind the mirror prison? What was the true purpose of the nightmare? A series of questions loomed over him like heavy stones, awaiting resolution, and the nightmare's challenge had only just begun. Far more perilous trials awaited him. Chapter 24. Shattering the mirror prison. Fragments of memory. Lu Han's gaze suddenly turned frigid. He had seen through the nightmare's ruse. The Lin Shui before him was but a deceptive illusion. The seductive whispers still echoed in his ears. Yet at this moment, they were akin to the incessant buzzing of flies, unable to sway his resolve any longer. His sole purpose was to rescue the real Lin Shui. He disregarded the false Lin Shui's insincere affection. Lu Han refocused his attention on the mirrored prison that confined Lin Shui. His eyes were as calm as ice, yet as sharp as a blade. He needed to find a way to shatter the prison. With steady and deliberate steps, Lu Han approached once more. He scrutinized the mirrored prison with heightened diligence. The walls of the cage were crystal clear, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold sheen in the dim light. At first glance, it appeared seamless, without flaw, but as Lu Han concentrated, he discerned that the mirror was not as simple as it seemed. It was not a single piece of glass. Rather, it was composed of countless tiny shards, intricately assembled. Each shard was no larger than a fingernail, with irregular serrated edges, resembling shattered glass. Yet they were tightly fitted together, forming a seemingly complete mirror. Light refracted through the gaps between the shards, casting fragmented halos. More astonishingly, each shard flickered with an extremely faint glow, akin to fireflies, subtly twinkling. The light was so faint it was nearly indistinguishable from the mirror's surface. One would hardly notice without close inspection. Lu Han held his breath, scrutinizing intently. Amidst the faint glow, he vaguely captured some blurred images, fleeting like a revolving lantern, elusive and hard to grasp. Those images were fragmented, akin to scattered shards of memory swept away by the wind. Memory fragments? A thought struck Lu Han like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that this mirrored prison was constructed from fragments of memories? To verify his suspicion, Lu Han slowly extended his hand. His fingertips, filled with a hint of trepidation, gently grazed one of the mirror's shards. That a chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips, akin to touching smooth, icy glass, imbued with a biting coldness. The moment his fingertip made contact with the shard, an unexpected change occurred. A strange energy wave surged forth from the shard, like an invisible current, instantaneously flowing into Lu Han's mind. Countless blurred images erupted in his consciousness like a dam bursting. Chaotic and fragmented, resembling a disjointed film reel haphazardly pieced together. Disjointed snippets of scenes flashed before his eyes. A hospital corridor came into view, the pallid lights casting a grave ambience, reminiscent of a tomb. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, inducing a wave of oppression. Lin Shui lay weakly upon a hospital bed, her complexion ashen, devoid of color, fragile like a candle flickering in the wind. She writhed in agony, her body convulsing slightly, her forehead dotted with beads of sweat. The perspiration clung to her hair, sticking to her pallid cheeks. Her gaze was hollow and lost, lacking the vibrancy of yesteryears. Her lips moved faintly, like a fish out of water, struggling to breathe. Dai seemed she was murmuring something, yet her voice was weak, barely audible, consumed by the surrounding darkness. Don't leave me. Help me. Save me. It hurts. I feel so unwell. The disjointed murmurs echoed in Lu Han's mind, each word laden with despair and anguish, shattering the heart of the listener. Although the images were blurred and the sounds intermittent, Lu Han could palpably feel the pain and despair that Lin Shui endured within the scenes, so vivid and intense. Those were the genuine memories of Lin Shui. Lu Han abruptly retracted his finger as if electrocuted. His eyes brimmed with astonishment and gravity, a storm of emotion surging within. His suspicions had been confirmed. This mirrored prison was indeed composed of Lin Shui's memory fragments. Moreover, these memory fragments seemed to harbor some mysterious, rule-bound power. The secret of the mirrored prison perhaps lay hidden within these very memory fragments. He must decipher the rules governing the mirrored prison. Without delay, Lu Han resolved to act. He immediately expended his soul coins to purchase a precious rule analysis advancement card from the system's shop. System, use the rule analysis advancement card to decipher the rules of the mirrored prison. He silently recited the command, his tone resolute and urgent. Ding! The rule analysis advancement card was successfully utilized. Analysis of the mirrored prison's rules commenced. A chilling system notification resonated. An invisible force was instantly released from the system, enveloping the entire mirrored prison like a vast transparent shield. An intangible energy wave weaved through the shards, analyzing the composition and rules of the mirrored prison. The system began to operate at high speed, meticulously dissecting every detail. Time ticked by. The surrounding mirrored space was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the system's analysis echoing in Lu Han's mind. Moments later, the long-anticipated system notification chimed once more. Ding! Analysis of the mirrored prison's rules completed. Mirrored prison rules. Memory cage. Composed of the captive's memories. Only by reclaiming the true memories can one shatter the cage. A memory cage. It was indeed a memory cage, constructed from the captive's memories. Only by recovering the true memories could one break free from the prison. The system's rule analysis had thoroughly unveiled the secret of the mirrored prison and illuminated Lu Han's path. To rescue Lin Shui, he must gather the authentic fragments of her memories, shatter this cage forged from memories. Having discovered the method, Lu Han promptly began to contemplate. How can one effectively gather fragments of memory? Is it sufficient to simply touch the fragments with one's hands? The previous attempt merely allowed him to glimpse the memory shards, without truly collecting any. It appears that leveraging the power of tools is essential for achieving greater results with less effort. In the system's marketplace, there must be relevant items available. Lu Han promptly accessed the system's shop, swiftly searching through the dazzling array of items. His gaze swept across various icons, seeking a tool capable of extracting memories. Soon, he discovered an item that met his requirements. Memory extractor. Effect: can extract memory fragments from target objects. Price: 70 soul coins. The memory extractor. This is exactly what he needs. A device that can effectively extract memory fragments. Without hesitation, Lu Han spent his soul coins to purchase the memory extractor. Time was of the essence. Every moment was crucial, leaving no room for indecision. System, purchase the memory extractor. He silently reiterated the command in his mind to confirm the purchase. Ding! 70 soul coins deducted. Purchase of the memory extractor successful. Current balance: minus 395 soul coins. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. A fleeting glimmer appeared before Lu Han's eyes. An oddly shaped instrument materialized in his hand. The memory extractor resembled a small vacuum cleaner, its overall hue a sleek silver gray, exuding a futuristic aura. The front featured a transparent suction nozzle, akin to a delicate glass dome, while the rear was connected to an energy storage device, reminiscent of a miniature battery. The surface of the device emanated a faint blue glow, akin to ethereal flames dancing. Grasping the memory extractor, Lu Han approached the mirror prison once more. He took a deep breath, adjusting his posture to steady his breathing. Then, he aimed the extractor's nozzle at a piece of mirror fragment. He focused on a relatively larger shard, ensuring he could extract a significant amount of memory in one go. The activation button for the device was located on the side of the extractor. Lu Han extended his finger and gently pressed the button. Buzz! The extractor sprang to life, emitting a soft, vibrating sound. Within the transparent glass dome of the suction nozzle, a ghostly blue light began to glow. A powerful suction force emerged from the nozzle, resembling an invisible whirlpool. The visible piece of mirror fragment began to tremble slightly, as if being drawn by an unseen force, slowly detaching from the prison. The surface of the fragment shimmered with a faint halo, reminiscent of a dreamlike radiance. Ultimately, the mirror fragment completely liberated itself from the prison, but it transformed into a streak of flowing light, akin to a firefly, dancing gracefully. Then, it was firmly grasped by the extractor's suction and drawn inside. Simultaneously, a fine crack appeared on the surface of the mirror prison where the fragment had fallen. The crack resembled a spider's web. Delicate yet visible, foretelling the impending disintegration of the mirror prison. Effective, the memory extractor truly works. A surge of excitement, long suppressed, surged within Lu Han. He saw hope. A glimmer of dawn in the quest to rescue Lin Shui. He immediately accelerated the extraction process, unwilling to allow even a moment of complacency. Holding the extractor, he continuously moved over the mirror prison. The nozzle danced like a deft brush, swiftly and effectively extracting one memory fragment after another. As the memory fragments dwindled, the cracks on the mirror prison grew larger and more numerous. The initial tiny fissures gradually widened, spreading like a web across the entire surface of the mirror. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering began to echo in the silent mirror space, reminiscent of glass breaking, one after another, incessantly. The mirror prison was gradually disintegrating. It could no longer maintain its complete form. Beginning to crumble and shatter, that a smile of relief finally graced Lu Han's face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming a relaxed arc through calm analysis and the aid of the tool. He had discovered the key to rescuing Lin Shui. He was actively taking action, demonstrating his wisdom and ability to solve problems. He believed that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly shatter the mirror prison and rescue the true Lin Shui. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed the surrounding aura of nightmares intensifying, becoming more frenzied, like a calm sea concealing dark currents, brewing a tremendous storm. The mirror space began to tremble violently. The ground quaked slightly, and the mirror shook accordingly, emitting a humming sound that it felt as if some terrifying presence was awakening, breaking free from slumber, about to descend. The counterattack of the nightmares had commenced. A chill ran down Lu Han's spine, and his smile froze instantly. He abruptly lifted his head, warily scanning his surroundings. The cracks in the mirror prison were growing larger, the rate of disintegration accelerating. Yet, the power of nightmares also intensified, becoming increasingly fearsome. The oppressive atmosphere in the air surged, making it difficult to breathe and quickening his heartbeat. What means would the nightmares employ to thwart him? More potent rules? Even more horrifying entities? Or perhaps more cunning illusory traps? A greater crisis was silently approaching. Like the calm before a storm, it heralded an even fiercer tempest about to sweep in. Chapter 25, The Nightmare Counterattack. Rule beings crack. Another sharp sound echoed, and the cracks on the mirror prison spread like a spider's web. Lu Han, wielding the memory extractor, focused intently on absorbing the memory fragments, feeling a slight vibration in his fingertips, the hum of the device operating at high speed. However, just as the cracks were about to completely penetrate the mirror prison, an overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly descended. The surrounding mirrors began to distort violently, the bizarre reflections within becoming blurred, akin to a palette of disturbed paints. The ground quaked, not a gentle tremor, but a violent shaking, reminiscent of an earthquake. Standing became a challenge. The air felt as if it had solidified, heavy and stifling, making each breath laborious. Warning. Anomaly detected in nightmare power fluctuations. Rule disorder intensifying. Please ensure the host's safety. The system's alarm blared urgently, like an air raid siren, signaling the approach of danger. Lu Han's expression changed dramatically as he quickly scanned his surroundings. Crack, crack. The sound of more mirrors shattering rang out in rapid succession. It was not the collapse of the mirror prison, but the surrounding mirrors. Each hanging mirror began to show cracks on their surfaces, which rapidly expanded, spreading like a spider's web. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of mirrors exploding echoed continuously. Fragments flew about like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Amidst the chaotic interplay of light and shadow, some eerie figures slowly emerged from the shattered mirrors. These figures, with their varied and grotesque forms, appeared distorted. Some resembled humanoids, yet their limbs were elongated, joints deformed, like stretched putty, with reverse bends at the joints, their gazes cold and hollow, devoid of any human emotion. Others resembled beasts, their bodies covered in mirror shards, reflecting a chilling light, with claws as sharp as knives and exposed fangs, their roars akin to the screeching of metal, jarring to the ears. They seemed to have been birthed from the shattered mirrors, carrying the cold and sharpness of the broken glass. Ding! Warning! Detection of nightmare rule beings. Mirror Guardians. Mirror Guardians. Embodiments of nightmare power, tasked with guarding the memory prison and eliminating intruders. The system's voice confirmed Lu Han's suspicions. These bizarre creatures were indeed the counterattack of the nightmares. They were rule beings formed from the condensation of nightmare power, aimed at preventing him from destroying the mirror prison and rescuing Lin Shui. Roar! A mirror beast took the lead, launching an attack, leaping forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward Lu Han. Its claws tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Danger! Lu Han's pupils dilated, his body instinctively leaning back, narrowly evading the claws of the mirror beast. The sharp wind from its claws grazed his cheek, bringing a stinging sensation. Had he been struck head-on, he would have likely been torn to shreds instantly. Missing its target, the mirror beast landed and charged at him once more with a roar. Simultaneously, the other mirror guardians also began their assault. The twisted humanoids moved with eerie steps, floating as if they were phantoms, conjuring mirror shards in their hands and hurling them like flying daggers, their speed astonishing, the sound of the projectiles slicing through the air sharp and piercing. The mirror beasts, leveraging their immense strength and speed, barreled through, their claws and fangs serving as lethal weapons. Attacks came from all directions. Lu Han found himself instantly besieged by the mirror guardians. Damn, they are serious, he muttered a curse, his heart racing with anxiety. The number of mirror guardians exceeded his imagination, flooding in like a tidal wave, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. Moreover, the methods of attack employed by these guardians were exceedingly bizarre. Some reflected blinding light from their surfaces, making it impossible to look directly at them, causing his eyes to sting and briefly blinding him. Others emitted sharp shrieks, their sounds akin to maddening whispers, disorienting him and clouding his mind. Even more unsettling, some of the mirror guardians could phase through objects, as if they were ghosts, rendering physical attacks nearly ineffective against them. Exorcism Talisman. In a moment of desperation, Lu Han unhesitatingly spent soul coins to purchase an exorcism talisman. Grasping the talisman, it shimmered with golden light. He hurled the exorcism talisman toward a mirror guardian that was casting illusions. The talisman soared through the air, instantly transforming into a beam of golden light, striking the mirror guardian. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and the golden light exploded. The mirror guardians of illusions were released, their bodies akin to ice and snow scorched by the blazing sun, dissolving instantaneously into countless fragments that scattered upon the ground. The exorcism talisman proved effective against the illusions. Lu Han's heart soared with joy, yet the crisis had not abated. The other mirror guardians continued their frenzied assault. He swiftly retrieved the rule disruptor and activated its device. The hum resonated as the disruptor emitted a peculiar frequency wave that enveloped the surroundings. The movements of the mirror guardians noticeably slowed, their attack rhythm devolving into chaos, losing the previous coordination. The rule disruptor could indeed disturb the attack cadence of the mirror guardians. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Han evaded their strikes, increasing the distance with the speed-enhancing boots. A gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him forward. Like a phantom, he darted between the mirror guardians, nimbly avoiding their attacks. Various ghostly currency tools were deployed in succession, temporarily staving off the fierce onslaught of the mirror guardians. Yet the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and their attack patterns were bizarre and ever-changing, rendering defense nearly futile. Lu Han found himself embroiled in a bitter struggle, wounds beginning to mar his body, his clothing torn by sharp claws, leaving him in a wretched state. This predicament could not persist. Anxiety clawed at him. He needed to find a breakthrough quickly, lest both he and Lin Shui perish here. Amidst the battle and under pressure, Lu Han's combat skills were rapidly honing. Time and again, he faced perilous situations, narrowly escaping death, his reaction speed quickening and his movements becoming increasingly agile. His understanding of the dream rules deepened. He gradually adapted to the attack patterns of the mirror guardians, even beginning to predict their trajectories. These creatures might not be as terrifying as they seemed. In a brief lull during the battle, a flash of insight struck Lu Han. Despite the mirror guardians' multitude and their peculiar attacks, they were not invulnerable. He discerned that while their attacks were diverse, their core strength appeared to emanate from the mirror fragments adorning them. These mirror shards served as both their weapons and their weaknesses. If he concentrated on assaulting the core, the mirror fragments, he might effectively vanquish them. With this thought, Lu Han's gaze sharpened, a surge of combat spirit igniting within him. If that's the case, let me demonstrate the true power of my monetary prowess. He inhaled deeply, abandoning passive defense for an active offensive. In a flash, he dashed towards one of the mirror figures. The mirror figure swung its arms, unleashing a barrage of mirror shards like rain. Lu Han did not flinch or evade, braving the shard attacks, his speed maximized by the boots, closing the distance with astonishing rapidity. Engaging up close, he swung his fist with ferocious intent, channeling immense power into the blow. Bang! His fist struck the mirror figure's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! An echoing shatter reverberated. The mirror fragments at the chest of the mirror figure instantly splintered. Spreading like a spider's web, the mirror figure's movements abruptly halted. The icy hostility in its gaze dissipated swiftly, replaced by a hollow confusion, as though it had lost its very soul. Subsequently, the mirror figure's form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless shards scattered across the ground. A decisive strike, effective, concentrating on the core mirror fragments, indeed proved to be the Mirror Guardian's Achilles heel. Lu Han's heart brimmed with elation, his confidence soaring no longer hesitating. He darted like lightning among the Mirror Guardians, employing both fists and feet, targeting the core mirror fragments with relentless precision. Bang! 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 The resounding impacts echoed continuously, point one after another. The Mirror Guardians fell to Lu Han's strikes upon their course, their bodies disintegrating into shards. The numbers of the Mirror Guardians were rapidly dwindling. The tide of battle began to turn. Lu Han's resolve intensified, his combat techniques growing more refined, and his understanding of the dream rules deepening. He transformed into a reaper on the battlefield, an unstoppable force. The roars of the Mirror Guardians grew weaker and more feeble, ultimately, as the last mirror beast shattered under Lu Han's fist aimed at its core. The entire mirror realm fell into complete silence. The ground lay strewn with myriad broken mirror fragments, reflecting a ghostly pallor reminiscent of a battlefield post-conflict. Lu Han stood amidst the debris, breathing heavily, his body marred by wounds. Yet his eyes shone with an unmistakable brilliance, filled with the joy of victory. He had successfully repelled the Mirror Guardians. Through the crucible of battle, he had evolved, transitioning from passive defense to proactive counterattack, showcasing formidable combat potential and adaptability. Feud at its done, he exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, a smile of survival blossoming on his face. However, before the smile could fully manifest, Lu Han's brow furrowed once more. Although he had driven back the Mirror Guardians, the surrounding aura of nightmares had not diminished. Instead, it had thickened, becoming more oppressive. The mirror realm continued to tremble, and the magnitude of the vibrations seemed to increase. An unsettling atmosphere pervaded the air, akin to the calm before a storm, heralding a more dreadful crisis poised to descend. The nightmare's counterattack had not ceased. A mightier force was brewing. What more terrifying means would the nightmare employ next? Lu Han's heart raced again, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings, refusing to allow even a moment of relaxation. Chapter 26. Deep in the dream, the river of memories, the mirror prison finally succumbed to the weight of its burden. Shattering completely, the fragments cascaded like dust deprived of support, fluttering down. Their brilliance dimmed and ultimately vanished. The true Lin Shui appeared before Lu Han. She stood there silently, motionless, like a delicate yet fragile porcelain doll. Stripped of all vibrant hues, her gaze was hollow and bewildered, devoid of focus, as if her soul had been entirely extracted, leaving only an empty shell behind. Her expression was dazed and rigid, unresponsive to her surroundings. Akin to a lifeless, exquisite puppet, Lin Shui, Lu Han softly called her name, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. His words echoed in the silent space, yet they sank like stones into the sea. Receiving no response, Lin Shui remained unresponsive, frozen in time, like a statue, utterly still. Ding! The cold sound of the system's prompt resonated in Lu Han's mind once more. That IT detected that Lin Shui's consciousness had suffered severe damage. Deeply consumed by the powers of nightmares, her awareness sinking into the river of memories, the system's voice served as a glimmer of light in the darkness, guiding Lu Han forward. The river of memories? Lu Han gazed curiously at the area surrounding Lin Shui. The previously barren ground began to gradually reveal a flowing river. It was a river formed by countless tiny points of light converging together. These points flickered like fireflies on a summer night, radiating a gentle and warm glow. They slowly coalesced, resembling a trickling stream that ultimately formed a winding river, flowing quietly at Lin Shui's feet. The river emitted a peculiar warmth, dispelling the surrounding coldness and darkness, offering a faint breath of hope. This was the river of memories, the key to awakening Lin Shui, as the system had described. Without a moment's hesitation, time was of the essence, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Han carefully extended his arm, lifting Lin Shue's icy body into his embrace. He held her tightly against him, feeling the heart-wrenching chill emanating from her. Lu Han's heart brimmed with concern, yet more so with determination. For Lin Shui, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even in the face of the unknown dangers ahead. That he inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, with a leap. Lu Han, cradling Lin Shui, unhesitatingly plunged into the radiant river of memories. Instantly, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, akin to plunging into the depths of a frigid sea. Completely submerged by the cold waters, it was as if he had suddenly found himself amidst an infinite expanse of starlit skies. Surrounded by the glow of myriad stars, Lu Han felt himself cocooned by countless points of light. These points twinkled like stars in the night sky, erratic and abundant, seemingly endless. Each point emitted a faint glow, akin to dancing musical notes, silently composing a mysterious melody. These were fragments of memory, disparate shards belonging to Lin Shui. They flickered before Lu Han's eyes like old film reels, rapidly unfolding. That he saw a young Lin Shui, her playful pigtails bouncing as she joyfully ran under the bright sunlight, her laughter ringing like silver bells, clear and melodious, as if it could penetrate the heart. During her adolescence, Lin Shui stood tall and poised, her spirit radiant, her eyes filled with determination and light as she raised her right hand to the solemn police badge, pledging to become a guardian of the people. After becoming a police officer, Lin Shui donned a crisp uniform, her actions swift and decisive, standing shoulder to shoulder with her colleagues, repeatedly diffusing urban crises and safeguarding the tranquility and harmony of the city. In the central hospital, Lin Shui's complexion was as pale as parchment, her brow tightly knitted. As she lay in agony upon the cold hospital bed, her gaze filled with despair and helplessness, as if utterly engulfed by darkness. Countless memory fragments surged forth like a relentless tide, crashing against Lu Han's senses, allowing him to viscerally experience the trajectory of Lin Shui's life. He witnessed her joyful childhood, felt her indomitable spirit, and empathized with the pain and despair she endured in the central hospital. These memory fragments gradually began to delineate a vivid Lin Shui, a being of flesh and blood, imbued with emotion and warmth. A genuine Lin Shui, Lu Han navigated the vast river of memories with great difficulty, his gaze swiftly and meticulously scanning the surrounding floating points of light. He had to find Lin Shui's shards of consciousness as quickly as possible. The system had previously stated that shards of consciousness were fundamentally different from ordinary memory fragments. What, then, might these shards of consciousness be like? He slowed his pace, observing each point of light with greater scrutiny. At last, he discovered that amidst the countless flickering ordinary points of light, some emitted a particularly brilliant radiance. These points shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, dazzling and exceptional, standing out distinctly against the backdrop of the dimmer lights. Moreover, these luminous points carried a faint yet genuine emotional resonance. Joy, sorrow, anger, tenderness, various emotions flowed from these points like subtle currents, gently touching Lu Han's heartstrings. Those were the shards of consciousness, the true shards belonging to Lin Shui. Lu Han's heart surged with a jolt, akin to discovering a guiding light in the darkness. Filled with exhilaration. To awaken Lin Shui, he was willing to take immense risks, resolutely plunging into this unknown river of memories. The river of memories was boundless, with shards of consciousness scattered throughout its depths. Would he be able to find enough shards of consciousness within the limited time to successfully awaken Lin Shui? What unknown dangers lay hidden in the depths of the river of memories, waiting for him? Chapter 27, The Labyrinth of Consciousness, Resonance of Emotions. The shards of consciousness were not aimlessly floating about. Lu Han quickly discerned that they were arranged in a manner akin to stars, seemingly chaotic, yet inherently governed by a hidden order. These shards of consciousness were, in fact, aligned along certain trajectories, forming a vast labyrinth. The walls of the labyrinth were comprised of points of light, winding and twisting like a colossal dragon entwined in the galaxy. Ding! The core rules of the nightmare world have been updated. The Labyrinth of Consciousness. The Labyrinth of Consciousness, constructed from the emotions and subconscious of the trapped. The pathways of the labyrinth would shift with emotional fluctuations. Only sincere emotions could illuminate the way. The system's alert echoed once more in his mind. The Labyrinth of Consciousness. Emotional fluctuations, sincere emotions. Lu Han's thoughts raced, and he instantly comprehended the secret of the labyrinth. To unravel this labyrinth of consciousness, brute force would not suffice. Instead, the power of emotion was paramount. He took a deep breath, attempting to forge an emotional connection with the surrounding shards of consciousness. Memories of Lin Shui flooded his mind, their first encounter, the peculiar gathering, fighting side by side. Each moment played out vividly before him like frames of a film. He endeavored to recall the joyous times shared with Lin Shui. During their first meeting, she was striking and spirited, her eyes bright. The police uniform she wore seemed to radiate the light of justice. After saving her, they shared a late-night meal at a small shop, her smile blooming like a flower, devoid of the seriousness expected of a police officer. The warm, bustling atmosphere of the shop enveloped him, fostering a sense of relaxation. Strolling together under the sunset, she spoke softly, sharing her dreams. The golden rays of the setting sun caressed her profile, gentle and serene as he immersed himself in these beautiful recollections. The scene before him began to shift. The pathways of the labyrinth appeared to be guided by an invisible force, becoming clear and distinct. The once blurry points of light now sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the way ahead like guiding beacons. It truly worked. Emotional resonance was indeed the key to unlocking the labyrinth. Lu Han's heart leaped with joy, and he focused even more intently on recalling the joyful moments shared with Lin Shui. He felt as though he were immersed in the wonderful times they had experienced together, savoring the genuine joy and warmth. The labyrinth's pathways extended further under the guidance of his emotions. Leading him onward, he traversed through corridors formed by points of light, as if moving through a time tunnel. Retracing Lin Shui's life trajectory, he beheld Lin Shui in her childhood, swinging carefree in a sunlit park. Her face radiant with innocent joy, the wind played with her hair, and sunlight danced in her eyes. He felt the essence of Lin Shui as a young woman, steadfastly receiving her police badge in the solemn hall of the police academy. Filled with aspirations for the future and a yearning for justice, the cold badge in her hand seemed to warm under her grip. He experienced Lin Shui as a police officer, calmly directing her colleagues at a crisis-laden crime scene. Her gaze brimming with confidence and professionalism. Her composed voice had a calming effect on those around her. Together with her colleagues, they fought side by side, unafraid of life and death, trusting one another, safeguarding the tranquility of the city. Amidst the hail of bullets, they were each other's most reliable support. That camaraderie, that passion for protection, blazed like a fierce and brilliant flame. The pathways of the labyrinth, too, widened and straightened alongside these fervent memories, resembling a broad avenue leading to hope. However, as the memories shifted to the central hospital, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed. Pale, harsh lights, the scent of disinfectant, cold hospital rooms, and the sounds of despair filled the air. The stench of medicine permeated the atmosphere, inducing nausea. Those painful shards of memory, like black ink spots, instantly tarnished the surrounding light. The labyrinth's pathways became twisted and dark, the points of light dimming, shrouding the way ahead in mist. Images of Lin Shui struggling in pain on the hospital bed flashed repeatedly in Lu Han's mind. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, face pale, as if enduring immense suffering. Sweat drenched her hair, and she emitted helpless groans. Helplessness, despair, fear, various negative emotions surged like a tide, battering Lu Han's spirit, leaving him feeling overwhelmingly oppressed and heavy. The pathways of the labyrinth grew treacherous, as though he were mired in quicksand, each step becoming exceedingly arduous. The points of light beneath his feet thickened, as if attempting to engulf him. Lu Han gritted his teeth, enduring the pain within, striving to recall Lin Shui's resilient side, her indomitable will, her unwavering spirit, her determination to struggle even in the face of adversity. Even in darkness, her eyes never lost their light. He resolved to dispel this dark haze with positive emotions. As he recalled Lin Shui's strength and bravery, the surroundings began to shift once more. The darkness gradually receded, and light reemerged. Although the labyrinth's pathways remained winding, they were no longer shrouded in darkness. Instead, they became illuminated. The points of light ahead sparkled anew, guiding his direction. He continued to weave through the maze of memories, with emotions serving as a compass, directing his path. At times, he immersed himself in joyful memories, experiencing the smoothness of the labyrinth's pathways. His steps were light, as if he were gliding on the wind. At other times, he confronted painful memories, feeling the difficulties of the winding road. His pace grew heavy, as though bearing an immense burden. The fluctuations of emotion were intricately tied to the pathways of the labyrinth, influencing one another. Ultimately, after traversing countless shards of memory and enduring numerous emotional upheavals, the end of the labyrinth finally appeared before him. There, it was not a passage formed by points of light, but rather a massive cocoon-like sphere of light. The sphere was milky white, resembling a colossal silkworm cocoon. Suspended at the heart of the labyrinth, it floated quietly, yet emanated an oppressive aura that rendered one breathless. A soft glow radiated from within, yet it also hinted at an unsettling nightmarish essence. The light was both alluring and cautionary. Powerful waves of energy pulsed from the core, inducing a sense of dread. It felt as if some terrifying entity lay dormant within, the core of the nightmare's power. Lu Han instantly realized that the cocoon-like sphere before him was no ordinary object. Were Lin Shui's shards of consciousness contained within that sphere? What greater crisis lay hidden behind it? A series of questions surged in his mind, causing Lu Han's heart to race once more. Chapter 28. The Nightmare Core. The final trial. The colossal cocoon-like sphere hung at the terminus of the labyrinth of consciousness. It was tranquil and soft, radiating a milky glow. Yet Lu Han felt an insistent sense of dread emanating from it. The system's cold voice echoed. The Nightmare Core, the source of the nightmare's power, consuming the consciousness and emotions of the trapped. To destroy the Nightmare Core is to fully awaken the trapped. To destroy the Nightmare Core. Lu Han's gaze sharpened. Realizing the final trial had arrived, he clenched his fists tightly, preparing to face the impending challenge. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, like the shattering of an eggshell. The surface of the cocoon-like sphere abruptly cracked open, a fissure widening swiftly, resembling a gaping mole revealing the profound darkness within. Immediately, countless black tendrils surged forth from the crevice, akin to venomous serpents in a frenzied dance. The sheer number of tendrils was staggering, densely packed, blotting out the sky and instantly filling the entire space. They writhed and coiled, exuding a nauseating stench, rushing towards Lu Han in overwhelming force. The Nightmare Core had launched its final assault. Hiss! The tips of the tendrils emitted a bone-chilling shriek, akin to the wailing of vengeful spirits, piercing the eardrums and shaking the soul. Lu Han's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately dodged. Yet the tendrils moved with lightning speed, sealing off all avenues of retreat in an instant. There was nowhere to hide. Bang! A tendril struck Lu Han's back with tremendous force. It felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train, an unstoppable force erupting in an instant. Lu Han spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the walls of the labyrinth. The walls trembled, and countless points of light swayed as if on the verge of collapse. Intense pain surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Lu Han's consciousness. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, his bones shattered, and the searing pain in his back rendered him nearly senseless. Before he could catch his breath, more tentacles, like maggots gnawing at bone, surged forth once again, devouring energy, corroding the mind, distorting space. The system's alert chime rang out urgently, akin to a countdown to death. The manner of the tentacles' assault was bizarre and unpredictable, far surpassing that of the previous mirrored sentinels. Lu Han dared not be complacent. He immediately retrieved various ghostly currency items, using them with reckless abandon. Exorcism talismans, mental defense charms, rule disruptors. He flung out talismans as if they were free, activating every item at full force. Golden light flickered, runes danced, and energy surged violently. However, in the face of the tentacles from the Nightmare Core, these previously unfailing ghostly currency items proved to be almost ineffective. The golden light of the exorcism talisman, upon contact with a tentacle, was instantly devoured by darkness, vanishing without a trace like a cow sinking into the sea. The power of the mental defense charm teetered precariously under the onslaught of spiritual corrosion from the tentacles, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The fluctuations of the rule disruptor had virtually no effect on the tentacles, which continued to writhe madly, their rhythm of assault undisturbed. They were utterly unyielding. All of the ghostly currency items appeared so fragile and powerless before the might of the Nightmare Core. The power of the Nightmare Core far exceeded that of the previous rule-bound entities. This was the true essence of nightmare power. Despair surged over him like a tidal wave. Was this truly where it would end? Unwillingness. A fierce unwillingness roared within Lu Han's heart. He refused to accept failure. He could not bear the thought of being unable to save Lin Shui. He would not allow himself to be consumed by this mere nightmare, just as he was on the brink of despair. A phrase spoken by a mysterious elder flashed through his mind. The true power of ghostly currency is far beyond this. The true power of ghostly currency. Far beyond this. Like a sudden awakening, a bolt of lightning pierced the darkness, illuminating Lu Han's consciousness in an instant. Indeed, the true power of ghostly currency was not merely that of purchasing items. It was also the hard currency of the bizarre era. It was, in itself, an embodiment of rule power. It could be used to offset the cost of rule violations. It could be employed to procure special items. Even that it could directly counter the bizarre rules. Ghostly currency was not merely money. It was power, a transcendent force that surpassed rules, an unparalleled might. Realizing this, Lu Han felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, an endless wave of hope surging within him. He hesitated no longer, nor did he hold back. Ghostly currency was meant to be spent, especially at the critical juncture of life and death. System. I wish to use ghostly currency. Use all of it. Lu Han roared internally, like a gambler wagering all his chips. Ding. Host command detected. Shall all ghostly currency be consumed? Confirm. Consume all ghostly currency. Ding. Commencing consumption of ghostly currency. The system's prompt resonated like the beating of war drums, heralding an earth-shattering transformation that was about to unfold. In the next moment, an indescribable and terrifying power erupted within Lu Han, like a volcanic eruption, like a tsunami crashing, like an explosion of the cosmos. Unstoppable, it threatened to annihilate everything. A golden radiance, as brilliant as the sun, erupted from within Lu Han, illuminating the entire dream space. Wherever the golden light shone, darkness dissipated, shadows receded, and all negative energy was purified to nothingness. Lu Han felt as if his body was enveloped in golden flames, every cell rejoicing in exuberance, every pore greedily absorbing this immense power. Power, an inexhaustible well of strength, an unprecedented sensation of might coursed through him. He felt as if he had transformed into a deity, commanding all that existed, presiding over the workings of rules. His understanding of the dream rules reached an unparalleled height. The dream labyrinth, the mirrored prison. The nightmare core. Everything became astonishingly clear, laid out before his eyes like the lines on his palm. He comprehended the essence of the dream, saw through the loopholes in the rules, and grasped the true nature of power. At this moment, he underwent a metamorphosis. From an ignorant urban youth, he evolved into a master of rules, a god of wealth. Roar. The tentacles of the nightmare core continued their frenzied assault, like moths drawn to a flame. This time, Lu Han did not retreat, nor did he defend. He slowly raised his hand, his gaze icy, as if a deity looked down upon mere ants. In his palm, golden light gleamed brilliantly, coalescing into a dazzling blade of light. Begone, Lu Han commanded, swinging the golden blade with ferocity toward the oncoming tentacles. Sizzle. Like a hot knife through butter, wherever the golden blade passed, the tentacles instantly dissolved into nothingness, offering no resistance whatsoever. With an unstoppable force, the golden blade, akin to the scythe of death, reaped the lives of the tentacles, and no matter how numerous they were, they could not withstand the brilliance of the golden blade. In the blink of an eye, countless tentacles were severed, dissolved, and turned to nothingness. The assault of the nightmare core crumbled in an instant. Lu Han bathed in the golden radiance, akin to a war god descending upon the earth. Invincible, he strode forward, step by step, toward the cocoon-like light mass. With each step, it felt as if he were treading upon the heart of the nightmare core, causing the entire space to tremble. Finally, he stood before the cocoon-like light mass. Raising the golden blade and aiming it at the core of the mass, striking down with force. Be destroyed for me. Boom. The golden blade collided with the cocoon-like light mass, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the dream space. A violent shockwave of energy surged forth like a hurricane, tearing everything around into fragments. The cocoon-like light mass shattered under the strike of the golden blade, like a fragile soap bubble, instantly bursting. Light dissipated, energy collapsed. Everything returned to the void. The nightmare core was utterly annihilated. The labyrinth of consciousness began to crumble and disintegrate. Countless shards of memory fell like a meteor shower, ultimately vanishing into the formless void. The golden light gradually faded, merging into Lu Han's body. The power receded. The divine wealth faded away. Lu Han transformed back into an ordinary person, feeling utterly drained, exhausted as if he had endured a life-and-death battle. Yet, a contented smile graced his face. He had succeeded. He had destroyed the nightmare core. He had triumphed over the nightmare. At that moment, a soft glow emerged from the shattered remnants of the nightmare core. Within the light were tiny glimmers, flickering like fireflies. Those were shards of Lin Shui's consciousness. The shards of consciousness flew toward Lin Shui, who lay in Lu Han's arms, slowly merging into her body. Like parched earth welcoming the rain, Lin Shui's previously pale face gradually regained a hint of color. Her tightly shut eyes began to tremble slightly, slowly opening. Her gaze was vacant and dull, like a puppet bereft of a soul. She slowly turned her eyes toward Lu Han, her lips barely moving, emitting a faint sound, not to wake up, forever to sleep. The voice was hollow, cold, devoid of any emotion, like a whisper from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Did the awakening fail, or was this merely the beginning of a greater conspiracy? Chapter 29, The Moment of Awakening. The truth of the mirror world. Lin Shui opened her eyes. Her gaze slowly unfurled, yet it remained hollow and bewildered. There was not a hint of focus. She resembled a beautifully crafted marionette, her eyes opened by an unseen force, yet lacking a soul, not to wake up, forever to sleep. She repeated those words once more, her voice still cold and empty. Echoing from a distant void, devoid of any human emotion, Lu Han's heart plummeted. Had the awakening truly failed? After all his efforts and the exhaustion of all his ghostly currency, was it all in vain? Lin Shui, Lu Han softly called out again, his voice trembling with a hint of unwillingness. Lin Shui's eyes turned mechanically, looking back at Lu Han. Yet her gaze remained empty. Her lips moved slightly, seemingly on the verge of repeating that despairing phrase. Ding! Just then, the system's prompt rang out like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, piercing through Lu Han's despair. Detection indicates that Lin Shui's consciousness has not fully returned. The final core fragment of consciousness, hope, is missing. Only by recovering the hope fragment can she be completely awakened. A fragment of hope. A flicker of hope reignited within Lu Han's heart. So, there was just one final step. He immediately focused his mind, probing once more into the depths of Lin Shui's consciousness. Amidst the ruins of the collapsing consciousness labyrinth, in a dim light, he finally found that last piece of consciousness fragment. It was a gray crystal, devoid of luster, dull and lifeless, like a cold stone. It radiated no vitality, standing in stark contrast to the faint glow emitted by the other consciousness fragments. Was this truly the fragment of hope? Why was it so dim, so silent? Lu Han reached out, cautiously touching the hope fragment. His fingertips felt a chilling touch, as if he were caressing a block of ice. There was no warmth. He firmly grasped the hope fragment, closed his eyes, and began replaying the memories of his encounters with Lin Shui in his mind. Their first meeting at the bazaar gathering, her cool and cautious demeanor, like a rose with thorns. The battles fought side by side in the operating room of the central hospital, where she was brave and resolute. Unafraid of the bazaar, supporting each other in the mirrored labyrinth, her trust and reliance upon him as she entrusted her back to him. Together, they faced the bazaar, helping one another, growing together, through countless life and death crises. They forged a profound bond of trust and friendship. Lin Shui was his comrade, his partner, and the one he wished to protect. He cannot afford to lose her. Absolutely not. Lu Han's heart brimmed with a profound appreciation for Lin Shui. A fervent yearning to rescue her, and an unwavering belief in the future. He poured all his hopes, all his faith, and all his emotions into the fragments of hope he held in his hands. Like a gentle stream finding its way into a parched land. Lin Shui, awaken, he implored. I need you. This world needs you. His voice resonated deep within consciousness, infused with genuine emotion, indomitable will, and an unshakable conviction of victory. A miracle unfolded. The once dim fragments of hope began to quiver slightly, a faint glimmer of light blossoming from within, much like a slumbering seed finally breaking through the earth. The radiance intensified, growing ever brighter and more resplendent, until it illuminated the entirety of the conscious realm like a blazing sun. The fragments of hope pulsed with newfound vitality, overflowing with energy and promise. Suddenly, they shuddered violently, as though breaking free from their constraints, transforming into a streak of light that instantaneously merged with Lin Shui's consciousness. It was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, or a withered tree finding spring. Lin Shui's body jolted, her previously vacant gaze gradually regaining clarity. A spark of brilliance coalesced in the depths of her eyes. Her long lashes fluttered gently, resembling the delicate wings of a butterfly, light and beautiful. She turned to Lu Han once more, her eyes reflecting not the earlier emptiness and confusion, but a warmth filled with familiarity and tenderness. Lu Han. She called weakly, her voice soft yet brimming with genuine emotion. Devoid of the previous chill and void, Lin Shui. Lu Han grasped her hand with fervent excitement, his voice trembling with uncontainable joy. You have finally awakened. You are truly awake. The corners of Lin Shui's mouth curled into a faint, fragile smile. I think I had a very long dream. A dream. For Lin Shui, perhaps everything that had just transpired was indeed merely an extended nightmare. Yet for Lu Han, it was a perilous adventure. An indelible experience. How do you feel? Lu Han inquired with concern, meticulously observing Lin Shui's expression. She gently shook her head, signaling that she was fine. I feel much better. Just a bit weak. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze tinged with curiosity. Where is this? Lu Han briefly recounted their ordeal in the realm of nightmares, including the mirror maze, the mirrored prison, the core of the nightmare, and the battles they had faced. Lin Shui listened quietly, her eyes gradually deepening with gravity. When she learned that the core of the nightmare had been destroyed, a flicker of surprise and gratitude flashed in her eyes. Thank you. Lu Han, she said softly, her tone sincere. Once again, you have saved me. What foolishness, Lu Han chuckled, shaking his head. We are partners, are we not? Lin Shui nodded, her eyes filled with trust and reliance. Then, taking a deep breath as if to gather her thoughts, she slowly began, Lu Han, I saw many things in the nightmare realm, some truths about the world within the mirror. The truths of the world within the mirror? Lu Han's heart stirred, and he immediately pressed for more. What truths? Lin Shui's gaze turned profound and intricate, as if recalling the visions from the nightmare realm. The nightmare world is not a reflection of the real world. It is a collective manifestation of humanity's negative emotions and subconscious fears. All negative emotions that exist in the real world, fear, despair, anger, sorrow, are magnified and distorted in the mirror world, ultimately giving rise to various bizarre phenomena. In the central hospital, Lin Shui paused, her tone growing more serious. The central hospital is the nexus between the nightmare world and the real world, or rather, a passage. Lu Han's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The passage connecting the nightmare world and the real world? The source of the nightmare's power is indeed humanity's own negative emotions. The central hospital is the conduit connecting two worlds. This revelation far exceeded his expectations. What exactly is the nature of the nightmare's power? Lu Han could not restrain his curiosity, as questions burgeoned within him. Lin Shui shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. All I know is that the nightmare's power is incredibly potent and perilous. It seems to be incessantly eroding the real world, striving to drag the entire realm into darkness, and we must stop it. Lin Shui's gaze hardened, reigniting her sense of responsibility as a guardian. The nightmare crisis had been averted for the time being. Yet the truth of the mirror world left Lu Han feeling uneasy. What truly lay at the heart of the nightmare's power? Why had the central hospital become the connection point to the nightmare world? Did something more sinister lurk behind it all? The darkness seemed not to have receded, but rather lay in wait, biding its time for the next opportunity to erupt. A greater crisis was perhaps silently brewing. Chapter 30. Escape from the Forbidden Zone. Signs of new crisis. The operating room remained in its dilapidated state. The pallid walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if mercilessly eroded by time. The air was thick with the nauseating odor of disinfectant, lingering uncomfortably, inducing waves of unease. The fluorescent lights buzzed with a hissing current, casting a dim and frigid glow reminiscent of winter's frost upon the cold surgical table. The table itself was rigid and frigid, its metallic surface reflecting a bleak light that seemed to retain a disquieting chill, silently spreading through the stillness. Yet, unlike before, the eerie atmosphere that had enveloped the operating room had completely dissipated. As though swept away by a tempest, the oppressive sensation receded like a tide, the suffocating ambience vanished, replaced by an almost surreal emptiness of having survived a calamity. Lu Han carefully supported Lin Shui as they slowly exited the vortex door. The wooden door appeared unchanged, a mere ordinary barrier, as if the preceding passage had been a mere illusion. Glancing back, he saw the door had resumed its unremarkable wooden form, standing silently, the closed door resembling tightly pursed lips. Uttering not a word. It seemed a heartless observer, having witnessed the events that transpired, yet feigning ignorance as if nothing had occurred. The prior nightmare experience felt like a fleeting dream, akin to a fantastical illusion, vanishing without a trace upon awakening. Are we back? Lin Shui's voice remained somewhat feeble, laced with a hint of relief that came from surviving, tinged with incredulity. Her pale face bore signs of fatigue, and remnants of the nightmare lingered in her gaze. Her voice so soft it seemed it could dissipate into the air at any moment. Yes, we are back, Lu Han replied gently, his tone betraying a hint of fatigue and a sense of relief. He glanced down at the system interface, the familiar blue screen reappearing before him. Ding! The crisp, melodious system notification echoed like a clear spring in the valley, cleansing his weary spirit. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Rescue Lin Shui. Task rewards. In coins 5,000,000. Experience points 500. Congratulations, host. Your god-level status has been upgraded to In Coin Tycoon. The system mall has been upgraded. Unlocking higher-level items. A series of system notifications rang out like a rapid-fire barrage, invigorating Lu Han, a smile creeping onto his fatigued face. The 5 million In coins were instantly credited, the cold figures bringing a sense of reassuring warmth. the elevation of his god-level status signifying a further step forward. Along with the unlocking of more advanced items, heralding greater strength, this the sweet fruit of hardship. A wave of satisfaction washed over him, akin to finding an oasis in the desert, alleviating some of the weariness and heaviness, bringing a long-lost sense of lightness. Yet Lu Han's mood was not as light as he had imagined. Instead, it felt as though a colossal weight pressed down upon him. The experiences in the nightmare world were indelibly etched in his mind, vividly replaying like a haunting reminder that refused to fade. The enigma of the mirror maze, the formidable guardians of the mirror, the terrifying power of the nightmare core. Each recollection felt like salt on an open wound, eliciting sharp pangs of pain and alertness. Especially the truths Lin Shui had spoken of regarding the mirror world weighed heavily upon him, as if a great stone rested upon his chest. Stifling his breath, the nightmare world was a reflection of the real world, a collective manifestation of humanity's negative emotions, with the central hospital serving as the passage connecting the two realms. This truth was far more intricate and daunting than he had previously imagined, casting a vast shadow over everyone. The eerie era was not merely a simple tale of bizarre rules. It seemed to conceal even greater secrets and deeper crises, akin to an unfathomable black hole waiting to consume everything. What are you thinking about? Lin Shui's voice broke through the silence once more, like a gentle breeze brushing past, interrupting Lu Han's reverie. She sensed his silence, her brows knitting slightly with concern as she gazed at him with care. As Lu Han pondered, he paused for a moment, inhaling deeply before succinctly recounting the truth of the mirror world that Lin Shui had revealed to him, striving for clarity in his words. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's already pale countenance grew even more grave. She fell silent for a brief moment, her gaze deepening with an unmistakable sense of concern. It seemed that our previous speculations might merely scratch the surface. She spoke softly, her tone laced with an undeniable anxiety reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The source of the nightmare's power was far more intricate and formidable than we had anticipated, potentially exceeding the realms of our understanding. Furthermore, Lin Shui lowered her voice slightly, imbued with an air of mystery and an ineffable unease, as if divulging an undisclosed secret. In the world of nightmares, I faintly heard some peculiar sounds. What sounds? Lu Han inquired, his heart tightening as if a string had been plucked, sending a jolt of tension through his nerves. It was quite vague, fragmented, intermittent, like whispers, yet also akin to prophecies, imbued with an ominous essence, Lin Shui recalled, her brow furrowing slightly, her delicate features revealing confusion and disquiet. I only discerned a few words: strange origins, apocalypse, downfall. Beyond that, everything else was too chaotic, too indistinct. Strange origins, apocalypse, downfall. These words struck Lu Han's heart like a hammer, sending tremors through his very being and leaving him feeling a chilling numbness. An intense sense of unease surged within him, akin to a frigid tide, overwhelming him and inducing a suffocating sensation. Apocalyptic prophecies, Lu Han murmured, his voice dry, as if his throat were constricted, struggling to articulate a few words. Was the ultimate aim of the strange era truly the annihilation of the human world? Was this the genuine purpose behind the emergence of the anomalies? Once this thought took root, it proliferated in Lu Han's mind like wild grass, spreading swiftly like a virus, inescapable, instilling in him waves of terror and despair. At that moment, Lu Han's phone vibrated abruptly, its intrusion starkly jarring within the silent operating room. A message appeared unexpectedly on the screen, the cold glow illuminating his solemn visage. The sender was once again the enigmatic elder, a ghostly presence that always emerged at critical junctures. The secret of the mirror is merely the beginning. The true forbidden ground is far more perilous than the world of nightmares. Seek the source. Prevent the apocalypse. These few sentences resonated in Lu Han's mind like thunder, disorienting him, leaving him momentarily dazed and blank. The mysterious elder reappeared, akin to a beacon in the darkness, guiding the way and bearing astonishing revelations alongside a weightier mission. The true forbidden ground is far more dangerous than the world of nightmares? What could this possibly signify? Seek the source. Prevent the apocalypse. How could that be anything but daunting? The elder's words brimmed with an acute sense of crisis, akin to a final warning, foretelling an even graver challenge that threatened to sweep in like a tempest. The true forbidden ground, Lu Han murmured, echoing the key phrases from the elder's message, his gaze deepening like the stars flickering in the night sky, radiating a complex brilliance. The world of nightmares may indeed be only a prelude, a trivial overture. The truth of the strange era was far grander, more perilous, and more brutal than he had ever imagined. akin to a gaping abyss waiting to consume all, and he seemed to have been unwittingly drawn into a colossal vortex concerning the fate of humanity. Ensnared, unable to escape. What is it? Lin Shui sensed Lu Han's shift in demeanor once more, her keen perception catching the gravity and anxiety in his eyes. Concern etched on her face, she inquired. Lu Han lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes brimming with unprecedented resolve and a determination akin to a soldier poised for battle, fueled by a fervor that was both exhilarating and tinged with trepidation. Lin Shui, it appears our adventure has only just commenced. The true challenges lie ahead of us. He inhaled deeply, his tone infused with a blend of excitement, anticipation, and an unmistakable tremor, like a warrior readying himself for the fray, his blood surging with fervor yet shadowed by apprehension. The mysterious elder proclaimed that the secret of the mirror was merely the beginning, and that the true forbidden ground was far more hazardous than the nightmare realm. He urged us to seek the source and thwart the impending apocalypse. Perhaps this was indeed our true calling. Lin Shui paused, momentarily taken aback, before her gaze sharpened, akin to a drawn sword glinting with a cold light. Forbidden ground, source, apocalypse. She echoed these key terms thoughtfully, her exquisite features betraying a resolute expression. It seems we have a new objective, one far more arduous and treacherous than any we have previously encountered. The two exchanged glances once more, their eyes ablaze with determination and fervor, like twin flames roaring in the quiet operating room. They had already traversed the nightmare's forbidden realm together, surviving against insurmountable odds. What could be more daunting than the true forbidden ground? They were no longer the weaklings they once were. They now possessed the strength and resolve to confront the anomalies. For the sake of unveiling the truth of the strange era, to safeguard the human realm, and to avert the so-called apocalypse, they bore an unyielding duty, irrespective of the thorns that lay ahead. Regardless of the perils that awaited them, they would never waver, nor would they relinquish their mission. A new journey of adventure was about to commence, and this time, they would face even more unknown dangers, more formidable foes, and a more brutal truth. Chapter 31. Global anomalies, cities in ruin. A piercing alarm suddenly blared, its sound sharp and jarring, akin to the tearing of metal. It was not merely noise, but rather an invisible blade, violently slicing through the facade of the city's tranquility. The horn of the apocalypse resounded in their ears. No longer were there sporadic anomalies. This time, the strange phenomena surged forth like a torrent, utterly uncontrollable. It breached all defenses, erupting wildly across the globe. Television screens flickered in vain. The voice of the news anchor trembled through the airwaves, quaking with unprecedented fear, nearly breaking. The images were chaotic, suffused with an air of oppression and despair. Massive anomalous events have erupted in multiple locations. The city's infrastructure has completely collapsed. The military has intervened. Currently engaged in suppression, however, the situation remains dire, far from optimistic. Each word, each sentence, resonated as if from the depths of hell, suffused with stifling despair. Online forums and social media had succumbed entirely. Panic spread like a plague, despair inundating everything like a relentless tide. Countless posts and messages fluttered like snowflakes. Oh my God, I saw it. The cars on the street began to move on their own. They collided with one another like crazed beings, exploding. A veritable hell's cape. The sculpture at the entrance of my neighborhood, that angel statue, has started to weep blood. Red tears streaming down its face. It's horrifying. Who will save me? Who can tell me what is happening? Is this the end of the world? Someone, please reveal the truth. Once a bustling metropolis, it had now transformed into a hellish purgatory. The streets lay deserted, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. Only abandoned vehicles, scattered debris, and the lingering aura of strangeness bore witness to what had once been a thriving human city. Lu Han City was not spared from this calamity. The concentration of anomalies surged visibly, and he could feel the air thickening, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The familiar streets began to twist and contort in his perception, becoming grotesque. Traffic lights flickered erratically, red and green lights alternating like frenzied eyes. The words on the road signs blurred, as if drenched in ink, rendering them indecipherable. Even the air felt as though it had solidified, stifling and oppressive. He stood at the window, gazing intently at the apocalyptic scene outside. His heart raced within his chest, as if seeking to break free from its confines. An unprecedented sense of crisis engulfed him like a towering wave. This was no mere incident he could handle with ease. It transcended his previous understanding and experience. This was war. A war concerning the very survival of humanity had commenced. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the city center, shaking the earth and stirring the hearts of all who heard. A thunderous sound that felt as though the very heavens were collapsing. It was as if some terrifying entity had torn through the fabric of space, forcefully entering the world. Following this, an overwhelming, suffocating aura of strangeness surged forth, akin to a volcano erupting or a tsunami raging, enveloping everything in its path. The atmosphere was frigid, dark, and laden with the scent of destruction and despair. Lu Han's complexion paled as he dashed to the balcony's edge. His gaze fixed on the city center, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. There, a colossal black fissure had materialized out of thin air. This chasm resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, grotesque and fearsome. It devoured the surrounding light, plunging everything into darkness, exuding a chilling aura that felt as though it were a gaze from the abyss itself. Amidst the fissures, countless distorted silhouettes slowly emerged, revealing themselves as bizarre entities. Their numbers were so vast as to evoke despair, their forms so varied as to defy imagination, emanating a terrifying aura far beyond anything previously known, akin to a legion of malevolent spirits from the very depths of hell. They surged forth from the cracks like a ravenous tide of darkness. The cacophony of their howls and roars resembled the wails of lost souls, deafening in its intensity. They spread outwards in every direction across the city, as if intent on devouring all in their path, overwhelming the city's frail defenses, which crumbled instantaneously under the weight of this chaos. The firepower of the human army appeared feeble and impotent in the face of these inconceivably powerful entities. Akin to a menace attempting to stop a chariot, despair, like a plague, spread swiftly. From the heart of the city to its every corner, the air was thick with a palpable sense of hopelessness. Lu Han took a deep breath. Forcing himself to regain his composure, he understood that this was not the moment for panic or despair, that he had to take action. Inaction was not an option. For his own survival, for Lin Shui's safety, for this once familiar city, for perhaps the already precarious human world. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed into the room. He swiftly opened the interface of the system marketplace. The cold blue light flickering back to life before him. Strategic-grade items, weapons and equipment, special abilities. He would spare no expense, utilizing every last coin to acquire whatever could combat the bizarre forces. He must thwart this calamity. He must turn the tide. His fingers danced across the screen with the grace of a pianist, the vast quantity of coins flowing out like a torrent, the numbers flashing wildly, dazzling the eye. A city-level defensive mechanism, a strategic-grade item valued at 100,000 coins appeared before him. Its golden light shimmered on the item icon, resembling a beacon in the darkness, without a moment's hesitation. Without the slightest doubt. Purchase. Ding. 100,000 coins expended, successfully purchased, city-level rule defense device. The cold system notification resonated like a celestial melody in Lu Han's ears, with a single thought. He chose to activate it without delay. Buzz. An invisible force instantaneously radiated from him, warm and powerful, sweeping across his entire being like a gentle spring breeze. It spread outwards in ripples, enveloping the city at an astonishing speed. Above the city, a visible wave of energy suddenly manifested. This wave rippled like water, breathing with a mysterious and formidable power. Like a colossal transparent shield, it swiftly cloaked the entire city within its embrace. The chaotic rules seemed to be forcibly suppressed by an unseen hand. Stabilizing for the moment, the bizarre phenomena ravaging the streets began to slow, as if a pause button had been pressed, even coming to a halt. The wildly flashing traffic lights gradually returned to normalcy, and the distorted street signs became clear and legible. The oppressive atmosphere in the air began to dissipate slightly, allowing for a moment of respite. The defensive device had taken effect. A glimmer of hope flickered to life amidst the engulfing darkness of despair. Yet, Lu Han's brow remained furrowed, devoid of any relaxation, his expression growing more grave. He knew this was merely a temporary reprieve, a stopgap measure. The defensive device could only slow the pace of the bizarre invasion, granting humanity a fleeting moment to breathe. But it could not resolve the fundamental issue, nor could it eradicate the bizarre entities. Moreover, within the rift of the bizarre, an even more terrifying and malevolent presence was brewing. Growing stronger, akin to a slumbering beast on the verge of awakening, it felt as though something far more dreadful was about to tear through the fissure and truly descend. The city remained perilously precarious. Akin to a solitary boat tossed upon a stormy sea, could his coin ability truly turn the tide? Could he genuinely save this city, save the human world? His heart swelled with uncertainty and doubt. Yet, he understood he must make every effort, even if only a thread of hope remained. He would strive with all his might. Chapter 32. The Coin Legion. Firepower coverage. The glow of the city-level rule defense device flickered like a candle in a tempest, barely sustaining itself above the city. Its light was thin and fragile, as if it could be consumed by darkness at any moment. Yet it shone valiantly, offering a faint glimmer of hope to the despairing populace. Everyone understood this was merely a temporary respite. The howls of the bizarre entities echoed like whispers from the Grim Reaper, still distinctly audible. Their cries were sharp and piercing, filled with malice and madness. As if demons from the abyss of hell were roaring, Lu Han stood resolutely in the center of the empty room, his gaze as steadfast as iron. His eyes were sharp and focused. Resembling a drawn sword radiating cold light, he recognized that passive defense would ultimately be devoured. Like a caged beast struggling in vain, it would inevitably lead to destruction. To survive, to protect this city. He had no choice but to strike proactively. Offense is the best form of defense. This is an undeniable truth. System, open the marketplace. Lu Han silently commanded in his mind. His voice was deep and powerful. Imbued with an unwavering certainty, the familiar translucent interface unfolded instantly before him. The blue light illuminated the screen, cascading an array of items and information like a waterfall. The strategic item section could no longer meet the current demands. Though those large devices were formidable, their deployment was slow. Incapable of rapidly forming combat capability, Lu Han swiftly navigated to the weapons and equipment section. This was where he truly needed to be. The key to swiftly enhancing combat strength. Mass-produced anti-evil talismans, 10 coins each. The icon for the talismans was simple and unadorned, golden runes shimmering on the yellow paper. Energy weapon blueprints, 5,000 coins each. The blueprints radiated a technological brilliance. Complex lines and data dazzling to behold. Enhanced soldier serum, 10,000 coins per vial. The serum's bottle was crystal clear, the pale blue liquid flowing within. Seemingly infused with immense power. An array of items and technologies dazzled the eye. Their prices remarkably reasonable. In the presence of the system's wealth, any expensive item seemed trivial. As long as he desired, coins could acquire anything. Yet at this moment, Lu Han's focus was solely on efficiency and speed. Time is life. He must convert these resources into combat power in the shortest possible time. Purchase. Purchase everything. Purchase in maximum quantities. He was like a reckless gambler, pouring his coins into this high-stakes wager. His voice brimmed with madness and resolve, as if he intended to invest all his coins into this gamble. His fingers danced furiously across the screen. They moved rapidly and powerfully, like a pianist performing a stirring composition. The coins flowed out like a waterfall. The numbers in his account balance fluctuated wildly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, like water slipping through fingers. Ding. 1 million coins expended. Purchasing 100,000 mass-produced anti-evil talismans. The crisp and melodious system notification resonated, akin to a triumphant horn echoing through the empty room. Ding. 500,000 coins expended. Purchasing 100 energy weapon blueprints. The system notifications came in rapid succession, as if raindrops falling incessantly, announcing the swift acquisition of vast resources. Ding. 1 million coins expended. Purchasing 100 enhanced soldier serums. The system prompts rang out like jovial notes in the empty room. These sounds symbolized power, hope, and Lu Han's determination to combat the bizarre. In just a few minutes, millions of coins had been lavishly spent. The immense figures vanished instantaneously, yet Lu Han's face bore no trace of regret. Instead, it was illuminated with excitement. What he gained was enough to arm an entire army. These resources would become his formidable support in the battle against the bizarre, safeguarding the city. Lin Shui, Lu Han called out towards the door. His voice was robust and powerful, penetrating the room's confines and reaching outside clearly. Lin Shui entered swiftly, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly resolve. She stood tall, her gaze sharp, embodying the diligence and decisiveness of a police officer. The situation in the city was graver than anticipated. Her tone was somber. Her voice was low and serious, conveying the latest frontline reports, inducing a sense of oppression. I know. Lu Han nodded, a faint smile curving at his lips, revealing a glimmer of confidence. His smile was infectious, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness, dispelling the shadows in Lin Shui's heart. However, we have a new plan. His tone shifted to one of lightness and hope. As if everything lay within his grasp. The Coin Legion, the plan is initiated. His voice resonated like the beating of war drums, heralding the onset of a new conflict. Lin Shui paused momentarily, then her eyes sparkled with surprise. They brightened instantly, as if she glimpsed the dawn of victory. She understood Lu Han's coin ability and comprehended what the Coin Legion signified. It would be an army armed with wealth, a force brimming with limitless potential. We need manpower, a large number of absolutely loyal personnel. Lu Han spoke swiftly. His words were imbued with urgency, each syllable underscored by the pressing nature of time. We also require a base, training facilities, and equipment production lines. Each of these elements is essential for forming an army, each demanding significant resources and time. All must be implemented in the shortest time possible. He swiftly assigned tasks, like a general strategizing the movements of thousands of troops. "Leave it to me," Lin Shui replied without hesitation. Her voice was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation or doubt, showcasing formidable execution capabilities. The police department still retained a few surviving officers who could serve as the backbone of the Legion. These officers, all professionally trained, possessed a wealth of combat experience, forming the most reliable foundation for the Legion. Coupled with some retired veterans and a handful of desperate ordinary individuals, in the face of an apocalyptic crisis. Many had lost their homes and hope, yearning for strength and the will to survive. With sufficient remuneration, I am confident that there will be those willing to join. Money serves as the most enticing bait. And in the dire straits of existence, no one would refuse the opportunity to survive. As for remuneration, there is no need for concern. Lu Han waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of authority. His gestures were bold and self-assured, reflecting the confidence and resolve of a true benefactor. Hell money, in abundance. His voice resonated powerfully, akin to the striking of metal. Imbued with an undeniable force. In the ensuing moments, the entire city seemed to be propelled into overdrive. Everything became efficient and swift, like a high-speed machine characterized by productivity and strength. Fueled by financial prowess, the pace of progress accelerated dramatically. The power of money is boundless. It can compress time, create miracles, and alter the very fabric of reality. Abandoned factories were transformed into secret bases. Vast warehouses were revitalized. Various facilities and equipment rapidly installed, radiating a modern aura. Recruits surged in like a tide. Individuals from diverse professions converging here for survival, hope, and hell money. The energy weapon production lines were established at an astonishing pace. Advanced equipment and technology were swiftly introduced, with production lines springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Enhanced soldier serum was continuously injected into the soldiers' bodies, rapidly elevating their physical fitness, significantly augmenting their strength, speed, and reflexes. In just one day, a legion of hell money soldiers began to take shape. Miracles were birthed under the impetus of wealth. A force capable of altering the course of battle rose from the ruins. The legion's weaponry was nothing short of extravagant. The power of money was maximized, and the opulence of the armaments was astonishing. Mass-produced exorcism talismans, each soldier equipped with a stack, as if they were of no cost at all. The soldiers adorned themselves with talismans, resembling a moving repository of charms, ready to unleash powerful attacks at any moment. Energy rifles, energy hand cannons, energy machine guns. A plethora of high-tech weapons fused with mystical powers. They were armed to the teeth. The soldiers were well-equipped, their firepower formidable, sufficient to counter various bizarre entities. There were even some black technologies that Lu Han himself could not name. The marketplace was replete with an array of enticing goods, some of which surpassed his understanding of powerful weaponry. It was time to test the results. Lu Han stood at the center of the training grounds within the base. His gaze swept across the entire training area, filled with anticipation and scrutiny. Observing the neatly lined up hell money soldiers before him, his eyes sparkled with expectation. The soldiers donned standardized uniforms, wielding exquisite weapons. Their morale high, awaiting inspection. Target. Bizarre entity simulation targets. He waved his hand decisively, issuing commands. His voice boomed with authority, akin to a general issuing orders on the battlefield. Instantly, dozens of bizarre entity simulation targets rose in the training ground. The targets ascended from the ground, taking on various grotesque forms, menacing and terrifying, as if genuine bizarre entities had indeed descended. They were vividly lifelike, exuding an unsettling aura. Firepower unleashed. The test commenced. With Lu Han's command, a deafening roar erupted instantaneously. His voice rang out like the blast of a starting gun, heralding the official commencement of the test. Mass-produced exorcism talismans poured forth like a torrential downpour. Golden talismans swarmed like locusts, dense and overwhelming, obscuring the sky. They traced golden trajectories in the air, striking the simulation targets with pinpoint accuracy. The talismans sliced through the air, emitting sharp whistles, akin to the scythe of death in motion. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated continuously, radiating golden brilliance. The detonations roared like thunder as the golden light instantaneously engulfed the simulation targets. The targets were obliterated, shattered into dust. The overwhelming explosive force tore the targets into fragments, leaving no trace behind. Energy weapons showcased their terrifying might. The power of high-tech weaponry was astonishing, with energy surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Energy beams pierced the simulation target's forms, leaving behind charred voids. Exuding the acrid scent of scorched material, the edges of the voids were distorted and deformed by the intense heat, resembling skin seared by a branding iron. Energy projectiles, akin to miniature missiles, screamed through the air with a sharp whistling sound. As if summoned by death itself, that a single shot obliterated the simulation targets into smithereens. The immense explosions thoroughly annihilated the targets, fragments scattering like a display of black fireworks. Various weapons took turns in the fray. Unleashing their full firepower, the Helm Money Legion demonstrated formidable firepower, with the potency of their arsenal leaving onlookers awestruck. The entire training ground transformed into a colossal meat grinder under the relentless firepower. The simulation targets were mercilessly shredded, reduced to debris, reminiscent of flesh caught in a meat grinder. The bizarre entity simulation targets crumbled under the Helm Money Legion's overwhelming firepower, as fragile as paper. Easily dispatched, the formidable firepower effortlessly dismantled the targets, revealing that the Helm Money Legion's strength far exceeded expectations. Impressive. Lu Han couldn't help but clap in approval, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His expression radiated contentment. Thoroughly pleased with the performance of the Helm Money Legion, the power of wealth, indeed, remains the ultimate solution to all problems. The might of money was once again validated, capable of creating and solving everything. The Helm Money Legion's formidable firepower instilled him with renewed confidence. The overwhelming firepower filled him with assurance regarding future battles, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. However, just as he reveled in his joy, Lin Shui approached briskly, her expression grave. Lin Shui's demeanor was serious, shattering the jubilant atmosphere of the training ground and introducing a new wave of concern. Lu Han, the situation may not be as optimistic as we perceive. Her tone was somber and serious, delivering bad news that cast a shadow over Lu Han's heart. I have received feedback from the front lines. The evolution rate of the bizarre entities is extraordinary. Reports from the front lines are worrisome. The evolution rate of the bizarre entities far exceeds human expectations. Some advanced bizarre entities have begun to develop resistance to our talismans and energy weapons. The Helm Money Legion's weaponry is not omnipotent. The bizarre entities are adapting and evolving, seeking ways to counter. Moreover, Lin Shui paused, her tone becoming even graver. She hesitated, as if about to reveal even more unsettling news. The atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Deep within the bizarre rifts, it appears that some commanders have emerged. The emergence of commanders signifies that the bizarre entities are no longer a disorganized mob. They possess intelligence and organization. They are now capable of strategy, no longer merely mindless monsters charging forth. The display of intelligence among the bizarre entities is the most terrifying aspect, indicating that humanity is about to face a far more complex situation. Commanders, intelligence, strategy? Lu Han's smile froze instantly. His expression became rigid, like a statue, as joy was rapidly replaced by unease. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been doused over him, extinguishing his elation in an instant. A chilling sensation creeping from head to toe. The formidable firepower of the Helm Money Legion, while reassuring, felt somewhat inadequate in the face of a more intricate situation. But could they truly cope with the continuously evolving, intelligent bizarre entities? Regardless of how powerful the firepower is, it is challenging to contend with intelligence. An enemy possessing wisdom is the most formidable adversary. More importantly, what lies hidden deep within the bizarre rifts? The depths of the rifts conceal greater secrets, more powerful forces, and unknown dangers. A more complex situation is merely beginning. New challenges have only just commenced, and more arduous battles await them ahead. Chapter 33. Rule Weapons. Combating rules with rules. The resistance of advanced bizarre entities loomed like a shadow. This shadow cast a pall over the hearts of the Helm Money Legion. Ordinary exorcism talismans began to prove inadequate. The effectiveness of energy weapons was rapidly diminishing. They felt like scratching the surface through thick boots. It was difficult to inflict a lethal threat upon those powerful bizarre entities. The deafening roars in the training ground gradually subsided. The smoke slowly dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Lu Han's smile vanished along with it, replaced by a profound seriousness. He understood that mere firepower saturation could no longer address the fundamental issues. Combating the bizarre entities felt akin to rowing upstream. Failing to advance meant retreating, a harsh reality. To triumph over those continuously evolving foes, they must possess greater power. A power formidable enough to counter the very rules of the bizarre system. Open the marketplace. Lu Han silently recited in his mind once more. His gaze swiftly scanned the dazzling array of products. Strategic tools, weaponry, special items. His eyes flitted across the offerings. Ultimately, his attention settled upon a somewhat unique section. This area was marked as Rule Items Zone. The items displayed there were sparse, yet each radiated an enigmatic and potent aura, captivating one's attention. The prices were exorbitantly shocking. Yet, Lu Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Rule weapon development technology was priced at 100,000 dark coins. The technologically sophisticated title caught his attention. The Rule energy purification device was available for 50,000 dark coins. Another project with a hefty price tag. The Rule material refinement manual was offered at 30,000 dark coins. The cost remained steep. A series of technological names flashed before Lu Han's eyes, each more astonishing than the last, often reaching tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dark coins. However, Lu Han showed no hesitation. Instead, his gaze shimmered with exhilarating fervor. "This is it," he murmured to himself, as if he had discovered a beacon in the darkness, guiding his path forward. Purchase all of it. He activated his frenzied shopping mode once more, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, like an untiring sprite dancing upon the keyboard. Ding! 100,000 dark coins spent, successfully purchased. Rule weapon development technology. The crisp and melodious system notification chimed. Ding! 50,000 dark coins spent, successfully purchased. Rule energy purification device. Another system alert followed. Ding! 30,000 dark coins spent, successfully purchased. Rule material refinement manual. The notifications rang out like a jubilant symphony, echoing throughout the vast base. In just a few minutes, several 100,000 dark coins vanished like flowing water. But what was gained was the key to combating the peculiarities. That was the Rule weapon technology. Lin Shui summoned the scientists and mysticism experts in the base immediately. Lu Han turned, his tone urgent and commanding. Imbued with undeniable authority, that we need to develop new weapons. Weapons that can counteract the rules with rules. Lin Shui's expression grew solemn, and she promptly complied. She understood the urgency of the situation. Time was of the essence. Soon, the most elite researchers in the base gathered together. The scientists arrived first, clad in pristine white lab coats, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, their demeanor serious and focused, meticulous in their work. The mysticism experts followed, draped in robes embroidered with enigmatic patterns, brandishing archaic compasses. Their presence was shrouded in mystery and depth, elusive and unfathomable. Two distinctly different fields united for a common goal. Lu Han distributed the purchased Rule weapon development technology materials to the assembly. The documents were swiftly passed into the hands of each expert. "Our enemies are evolving," he stated gravely, scanning the faces of those present, his voice low yet powerful. "Ordinary weapons can no longer pose a threat to them." The experts listened intently, their expressions grave. "That we require more formidable weapons," Lu Han emphasized. "Weapons capable of countering the peculiar rules." The scientists took the materials and immediately immersed themselves in research, rapidly entering a state of productivity. Complex formulas flowed from their pens, while profound theories raced through their minds. The mysticism experts approached the essence of Rule power from another angle, striving to uncover methods to combat the peculiar rules through mystical perspectives. Time ticked away as the research progressed in a tense yet orderly fashion. Various experimental devices operated at high speed, sparks flying in the laboratory, energies surging. Countless failures followed in rapid succession, yet attempts never ceased. Finally, with substantial funding and resources channeled into the endeavor, the first batch of Rule weapons was born. The Rule concussion grenade emerged as the first showcased weapon. The Rule cutting blade followed as the second weapon presented to all. The Rule energy shield was the last to complete its assembly. 3 uniquely designed weapons lay before Lu Han on the experimental table. The Rule concussion grenade resembled a metallic sphere, its surface etched with intricate runes, emanating a faint energy fluctuation, shrouded in mystery. The Rule cutting blade manifested as a menacing dagger, its edge shimmering with a watery glow, razor-sharp and intimidating. The Rule energy shield was a portable device capable of generating a transparent energy barrier upon activation, effectively deflecting attacks. "Begin testing," Lu Han commanded impatiently, eager to witness the might of the Rule weapons. The training ground reactivated, this time with an upgraded simulation target, no longer an ordinary physical model, but a representation of advanced peculiar entities' Rule defenses. Rule concussion grenade. Test. Lu Han's voice boomed. A soldier grasped a Rule concussion grenade, inhaling deeply before launching it with force. The grenade traced an arc in the air, landing precisely near the simulation target. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated. There was no fire or smoke, yet an invisible force instantaneously spread outward, distorting the surrounding space as if struck by a heavy blow. The simulation target's Rule defenses crumbled and disintegrated. Utterly fragile. Effective. The Rule concussion grenade is effective, the testers exclaimed in excitement, their voices brimming with surprise and exhilaration. Rule cutting blade. Test. Luhan promptly issued the next directive. Another soldier wielded the rule cutting blade. His gaze sharp as he charged toward the simulation target. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum, effortlessly cleaving through the target's defenses as if they were mere tofu, utterly unimpeded. The formidable rule defenses crumbled before the rule-cutting blade as if they were non-existent, easily defeated. Rule energy shield. Test. Luhan continued his orders. Finally, the soldier activated the rule energy shield. A transparent energy barrier materialized instantly before him. The simulation target launched an attack, sending an energy shockwave crashing against the energy shield. The barrier remained steadfast, perfectly absorbing the assault, impervious and unyielding. Success. The rule energy shield has also succeeded. The testers erupted in jubilation once more. The entire testing ground alive with excitement. The results of the rule weapons tests were exhilarating. The rule concussion grenade could dismantle the peculiar rule defenses. The rule cutting blade could disregard rule defenses and inflict direct damage. The rule energy shield could withstand attacks from peculiar rules. The formidable power of the rule weapons elevated the combat capabilities of the Dark Coin Legion to a new echelon. A genuine smile finally graced Luhan's face. A reflection of heartfelt joy. Excellent. This is the power we need. He nodded in satisfaction. The emergence of the rule weapons instilled in him a glimmer of hope for turning the tide of battle. However, Lin Shui approached once more, her expression still somewhat grave, unable to fully relax. While the rule weapons were powerful, the difficulty and cost of manufacturing were exceedingly high. A hint of concern colored her tone. We cannot mass-produce them. They can only equip a select elite force. More importantly, Lin Shui paused, her voice growing more somber. I have received the latest intelligence. The advanced peculiar entities within the Bizarre Rift seem to be evolving as well. They are beginning to exhibit rule powers similar to ours. The peculiar entities are evolving too. They are also mastering rule powers. A shadow loomed over Luhan's heart once more. The emergence of the rule weapons was indeed uplifting. But the rapid evolution of the peculiar entities was far more unsettling. Can the rule weapons truly be the key to turning the tide of battle? Or is this merely the beginning of a new round of evolution? Even more formidable challenges await them ahead. Chapter 34. Allies assemble to combat the peculiar, uniting existing forces to collectively resist the peculiar. This thought struck Luhan like the first bolt of lightning piercing the night, instantly igniting a fire within his heart. That he understood that relying solely on the Dark Coin Legion ultimately meant their strength was limited, like a solitary boat adrift on a vast ocean. The Dark Coin Legion appeared formidable but was, in reality, isolated and vulnerable, struggling against the tide of the times. The global crisis of the peculiar was akin to an endless black tide, sweeping in with a consuming force. To turn the tide in this apocalyptic disaster, they must gather every possible force. He needed to establish an unprecedented alliance, an alliance built upon his unparalleled financial prowess, armed with the most advanced rule weapons. Formidable enough to confront the entire world of the peculiar. Once his resolve solidified, Luhan's actions surged forth with the swiftness of a tempest. Lin Shui, he called out firmly, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. Immediately contact all surviving cities, all organizations still resisting in dire straits. Inform them that the Dark Coin Legion is willing to fight alongside them, to collectively combat this apocalyptic wave of the peculiar. Lin Shui's eyes sharpened. She understood the immense significance of this decision and promptly took her leave. She recognized that this would be a critically important step, one that could determine the fate of humanity. Hinging on the success or failure of this endeavor, the communication channels were swiftly activated, countless lines spreading out like a spider's web, the buzzing sound resonating throughout the command center. Messages flew out like bolts of lightning piercing the tranquil night sky. Radiating with the light of hope, responses flooded in like snowflakes drifting down in winter, arriving from all directions. The first to respond were the police officers and investigators that Lin Shui had brought. They had witnessed the astonishing financial prowess of the Dark Coin Legion with their own eyes, and were already deeply impressed. They held Luhan's displayed strength and leadership in genuine admiration and respect. Captain Lu, we have been waiting for you to say this. It is our honor to fight alongside the Dark Coin Legion. For the future of humanity, to safeguard our shared home, we will not hesitate. Even if it means facing death, the morale of the officers and investigators is at an unprecedented high, their excitement palpable. Their arrival is akin to infusing the Alliance with a vital surge of fresh blood, heralding the dawn of hope. More importantly, they bring with them invaluable investigative experience and critical intelligence gleaned from bizarre occurrences. These insights, earned through blood and sacrifice, are priceless treasures, serving as the compass for the Alliance's future endeavors. Following closely are individuals from the civilian realm who, at the onset of the anomalies, displayed extraordinary abilities. They are like mysterious forces hidden within the urban jungle, silently safeguarding the flickering flame of humanity amidst despair. Some wield the power to manipulate flames, akin to a deity of fire descended from mythology, incinerating all aberrations that draw near. Others possess the foresight to glimpse into the future, resembling prophets of destiny. Capable of foreseeing crises and evading the shadow of death, some can even communicate with certain peculiar entities, acting as whisperers in the dark, seeking intelligence from the mouths of the uncanny. They are like scattered pearls among the populace, each shining with a unique brilliance, yet long overlooked and fragmented in their power. It was only with the meteoric rise of the Coin Legion, illuminating the darkness with its resplendent glow, that they glimpsed true hope. Great King of Coins, we, the humble wielders of otherworldly abilities, pledge our eternal allegiance to you. In the battle against the consuming anomalies, to safeguard humanity's last hope, we are willing to offer everything we possess. Please accept our meager strength, allowing us to become the sharpest sword in your hand. The enthusiastic enlistment of civilian supernaturalists has diversified the Alliance's power structure, invigorating it like a fresh infusion of lifeblood. Various extraordinary and formidable abilities converge from all directions, like rivers flowing into the sea, coalescing into a torrent capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Surprisingly, even some unexpected figures have reached out to the Coin Legion. Seeking opportunities for collaboration, the prop merchant, the enigmatic trader who once engaged in dealings with Lu Han at a gathering of the uncanny, has resurfaced. He still wears that signature smile, as if the apocalypse could not strip him of his cunning and worldly wisdom. Mr. Lu, it's been far too long. How have you been lately? He inquired with feigned cheerfulness. Alas, in these times, business is indeed tough. The anomalies reign, and the populace is rife with trepidation. However, I firmly believe that as long as you, the King of Coins, are present, everything will improve. Humanity's future is still bright. The prop merchant's demeanor has undergone a complete transformation since their last encounter. Exuding overt sycophancy, the previous cunning and mercenary attitude seems to have been swept away by the tide of the extraordinary, leaving no trace behind. In its place is a servile demeanor, akin to that of a lapdog, eager to appease and ingratiate himself. What brings you here? Lu Han's tone remains cool, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating intently on the merchant before him. Instinctively, he maintains a high level of vigilance towards this once unscrupulous human antagonist, unwilling to let his guard down even slightly. Oh, Mr. Lu, you have completely misunderstood me. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. The prop merchant hastily waved his hands, his face adorned with an even more obsequious smile, striving to dissolve Lu Han's suspicions. In these times of anomalies, humanity faces dire peril. After all, how can any egg remain unbroken beneath a collapsed nest? Humanity is, after all, a community of shared destiny. My insignificant business pales in comparison to this crisis that threatens our very existence. It's hardly worth mentioning. I have come here, brazenly, with a sincere desire to join the Coin Legion, to contribute my humble strength in the fight against the anomalies, and to protect the human realm. Moreover, I must confess, I possess some rare and valuable items that could prove unexpectedly useful in the upcoming battles. The merchant's words, a blend of truth and deception, make it challenging to discern the sincerity behind his statements. Yet, as he mentioned, these are extraordinary times. No power, however small, should be easily dismissed. It may prove crucial in a pivotal moment. I can accept your joining. Lu Han pondered for a moment, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the prop merchant, slowly articulating his response. However, you must firmly remember that once you join the Alliance, you are bound to unconditionally adhere to all its rules and obey its commands. Should you dare to entertain any treachery, betray the Alliance, or engage in actions detrimental to its interests, I, Lu Han, will show no mercy. That is only natural. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I vow to remain unwaveringly loyal to the Alliance, without any ulterior motives. Should I falter, may lightning strike me. The prop merchant nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, swearing oaths in fear of Lu Han's potential change of heart. Internally, he rejoiced, having finally secured a place on the Coin Legion's formidable vessel. With a promising future ahead, various forces converged like rivulets flowing into the ocean, ultimately uniting under the banner of the Coin Legion. That a vast and hopeful alliance against the anomalies began to take shape. Luhan stood in the expansive training ground at the center of the base, surveying the surroundings, his heart brimming with fervent ambition. Lin Shuai stood gallantly, akin to a resplendent rose in full bloom. The officers, resolute, resembled iron guardians of justice. The investigators, somber in demeanor, appeared as phantoms traversing the shadows. The civilian supernaturalists donned peculiar attire, like emissaries from a mysterious realm. The prop merchant wore a beaming smile, akin to a wily old fox navigating the marketplace. Individuals from diverse backgrounds, identities, abilities, and even factions had united for a singular noble cause, to confront a common enemy and safeguard humanity's last hope. In their eyes burned the flames of hope, shimmering with steadfast resolve, coalescing into a formidable spiritual force. Ladies and gentlemen, Luhan began, his voice resonant and powerful, akin to the roar of a lion, echoing throughout the training ground and reaching every ear. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude, on behalf of the Coin Legion, for your trust and for choosing to join our alliance. I, Luhan, hereby solemnly pledge that I will never betray your trust and expectations. I shall wield my unparalleled monetary prowess and our most advanced arsenal of rules to lead us all in unity, combating the anomalies and vowing to protect our human realm at all costs. I assure you once again, there will be no shortage of coins. Weapons to combat the anomalies will be abundant. All resources necessary for our struggle against the anomalies shall be plentiful. As long as it is for the purpose of opposing the anomalies and safeguarding humanity, everything will be in ample supply. Luhan's voice rang true, resonating like the beat of war drums, instantly igniting the hearts of all present, rekindling the flames within them. His monetary prowess serves as the alliance's most solid foundation, providing him with the confidence to make such bold promises. The arsenal of rules at his disposal represents the alliance's sharpest blade, their greatest reliance in the battle against the uncanny. Moreover, his displayed generosity and resolve serve as the alliance's spiritual pillar, deeply inspiring everyone and illuminating the path to victory. Under the might of his monetary capabilities, the vast machinery of the alliance began to operate with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Enormous funds surged forth like a flood, relentlessly flowing into every corner of the alliance, providing the strongest impetus for its operations. Advanced rule-based weapons emerged in abundance from production facilities, arming every warrior within the alliance. Rare props were distributed as if they were without cost, enhancing the survival and combat abilities of the members. Cutting-edge technology and mystical support poured into the alliance like an unceasing torrent, bolstering its overall strength. Luhan, with astonishing efficiency, wove the diverse powers from various sources into a cohesive force. Forming a formidable whole, he exhibited extraordinary leadership skills and captivating charisma, establishing himself as the undeniable core of this vast alliance. The alliance's strength swelled like a rolling snowball, rapidly growing larger and more formidable, drawing attention and awe. However, beneath this seemingly invincible facade of the alliance, dark currents stirred and crises lurked. Members hailing from different organizations, factions, and regions held varying interests, making complete consensus impossible. Their values, worldviews, and life perspectives diverged greatly, leading to significant differences and conflicts. The alliance was not the monolithic entity Luhan envisioned. It was fraught with contradictions and potential pitfalls, like a volcano lying in wait beneath a placid surface, ready to erupt and tear the alliance apart at any moment. More critically, the enemies they were about to face were terrifying forces originating from the source of the anomalies, whose strength was unfathomable and far beyond human imagination. Could this hastily assembled human alliance truly overcome such formidable anomalous powers and ultimately safeguard this precarious world? The path ahead remained shrouded in thick mist, replete with unknown challenges and unpredictable dangers. Nevertheless, at this very moment, the flicker of hope has been ignited amidst the desolate darkness. Though faint, it is invaluable. Humanity's counterattack resembles a stumbling infant taking its crucial first step, officially heralding the grand unfolding of a magnificent saga. Chapter 35, Eerie Invasion, The Defense in Peril. Alarm. A piercing shriek suddenly erupts, the highest level of alert. This sound, akin to a dagger, pierces through the city's deceptive tranquility. The energy intensity of the strange fissures has suddenly surged. The alarm grows more urgent, more frenzied. Unidentified bizarre entities are surging in large numbers. Like the ominous tolling of doom, it reverberates through every corner of the city. The crimson glow of the alarm bursts forth instantaneously. It flickers in the sky like countless bloodthirsty eyes. The scarlet light illuminates a multitude of terrified faces. The city appears to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, choking its very life. A suffocating sense of oppression envelopes the atmosphere. The bizarre has invaded. No longer mere sporadic tales of the uncanny. No longer localized disturbances. This time, it is a genuine apocalyptic vision, like a flood unleashed from a dam. Like a tsunami erupting. It comes crashing down, overwhelming everything in its path. Above the city's core area, a colossal bizarre fissure looms, as if torn apart by an overwhelming force. The fissure expands wildly, relentlessly. Emerging from it are not the previously manageable strange entities, but a plethora of grotesque new monsters of various forms and terrifying powers previously unseen. Some are as massive as moving mountains, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Each step they take sends violent tremors through the earth, akin to an earthquake. Others drift like phantoms, elusive and intangible, yet capable of snatching lives in an instant, cold and lethal. Some are engulfed in eerie green flames, distorting the very fabric of reality, wherever they pass. Steel melts, buildings collapse, everything is consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. Others emit maddening whispers, like the insidious murmurs of demons. Their words infiltrate every mind, eroding sanity and dragging souls into the abyss. They are like legions of malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. Carrying the terrifying will to annihilate all, they assault humanity's final defenses with a fervor, intent on tearing the city to shreds. The city's defensive mechanisms activate in haste. A vast energy barrier enveloping the city suddenly gleams, radiating a blinding light, akin to a colossal dome of luminescence. That it exerts every effort to stave off the frenzied invasion of bizarre entities. However, faced with the overwhelming numbers and terrifying powers of these advanced strange entities, the energy shield appears feeble, almost insubstantial. Like a small boat swaying in a tempest, it trembles violently under the onslaught of monstrous waves, on the brink of capsizing and shattering entirely. The Legion of Souls fights back with all their might. The newly assembled alliance does not falter, but retaliates with fervor. Rule weapons unleash themselves as if they were free. The rule shock grenades explode one after another, sending invisible shockwaves rippling out to dismantle the defenses of the bizarre entities. The rule-cutting blades glimmer coldly, slicing towards those grotesque monsters with razor-sharp precision. The rule energy shields unfold layer upon layer, forming sturdy barriers to withstand the frenzied assaults of the bizarre. Energy weapons emit deafening roars, as searing beams of light slice through the night sky, flames soaring high. They strive to impede the advance of the bizarre entities, to delay their invasion. Yet, the sheer number of these entities is overwhelmingly vast. Like an inexhaustible tide of darkness, waves upon waves, ceaseless and relentless. Though the power of the rule weapons is formidable, against such overwhelming numbers, it feels like mere drops in a bucket. The rate of consumption far exceeds the speed of production. It is akin to draining a reservoir, unable to fill the gaping void. The defenses meticulously constructed by the Legion of Souls begin to waver. The Alliance's formation descends into chaos, fighting as individuals. The barriers falter like fragile levees crumbling under a torrential flood. They retreat step by step, disintegrating into disarray. Advanced bizarre entities break through one defense after another, flooding into the city. Signs of collapse emerge within the city's defense system. The quality of the energy shield plummets to critical levels. Panic-stricken voices echo through the communication channels. Requests for assistance. Requests for firepower support. The voices brim with despair and helplessness. The inventory of rule weapons runs dangerously low. Another desperate cry rings out. Requests for resupply. Urgent requests for reinforcement. The defenses are collapsing. The defenses are collapsing. More chilling screams pierce the air. The bizarre entities have breached the defenses. The communication channels are utterly drowned in desperate cries. Chaos and clamor echo, striking terror into the hearts of listeners. In the core area of the city, alarms blare with increasing sharpness, more piercing than ever. Like the wails of vengeful spirits, they resonate to the heavens, sending shivers down spines. The glow of the energy shield dims, becoming feeble and flickering like a candle in the wind, swaying precariously on the verge of extinction. Ordinary citizens have succumbed to utter despair. They huddle together in their homes, trembling like lambs awaiting slaughter. They clutch each other tightly, praying for a mirage of miracles to descend. But the brutal reality informs them that miracles do not materialize. Through trembling windows, they witness terrifying scenes reminiscent of an apocalypse. The sky, distorted and torn by strange forces. Grotesque monsters rampaging through the city, and an unfathomable darkness that devours all. Cries of anguish resonate from every corner of the city. Wails echo above the streets. Despairing roars drift through the ruins of buildings. A cacophony of hopelessness converges, resounding mournfully throughout the city like a dirge of doom. Steeped in desolation, the city appears to have completely succumbed. Despair spreads like a lethal plague, mercilessly consuming every heart, extinguishing all hope. Humanity, truly facing extinction. Is all their resistance in vain? Lu Han stands on the cold floor of the command center. His countenance is ashen, as cold as ice. His gaze is frigid, profound, and terrifying. Like a statue, he remains motionless, silent. His fists are tightly clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, breaking the skin. Blood seeps slowly, dripping onto the ground. Yet, he remains oblivious, as if he has lost all sensation. He fixates intently on the screen before him, where despairing red alerts flicker incessantly. He watches the city's defenses crumble like a sandcastle. Piece by piece, he observes the tide of despair surging like a black wave. His heart feels as though it is crushed beneath an immovable boulder, heavy and oppressive, nearly suffocating him. Is there truly no way out? Will all his efforts come to naught, evaporating like mist? The city's defenses are precariously weak, on the brink of complete collapse. The human alliance finds itself in dire straits, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Deep within Lu Han's eyes, a glimmer of despair finally flickers. However, this spark of despair is swiftly eclipsed by a more potent emotion. A flicker of unwillingness blazes like a wildfire. A surge of madness erupts like a flood breaking its dam. A resolve as sharp as a blade emerges. His spirit, on the precipice of despair, ignites with newfound strength. Does he have a trump card left? How will he turn the tide and alter fate? In this abyss of despair, where lies the hope? Chapter 36. Domain expansion. The evolution of monetary power. Energy of the defensive mechanism at 5%, 3%, 1%. Warning, rule defenses are on the verge of collapse. Warning, rule defenses. The piercing electronic voice grows sharper, as if threatening to shatter eardrums. In the command center, every face appears as if painted with a layer of ghastly pallor, the atmosphere thick with despair. Almost palpable, Lin Shui bites her lip fiercely, her pearly teeth nearly drawing blood from her crimson lips. She gazes at the screen, her knuckles whitening from exertion. What does it matter that rule weapons are unleashed as if they cost nothing? What does it matter that energy weapons roar deafeningly? In the face of the tidal wave of the bazaar, everything feels futile, utterly hopeless. Is there truly no way out? A young soldier, his voice laced with tears, sets down his energy gun, staring blankly ahead as if he has surrendered to fate. Despair spreads like a plague among the crowd. No, there must be a way, there must be a solution. Lin Shui suddenly whirls around, her gaze burning with intensity as she looks towards Lu Han, standing before the command platform. She refuses to succumb to failure, unwilling to witness the city, countless lives, being consumed by the bazaar. She believes in Lu Han, the man who has created miracles time and again. Surely he has a trump card left. Surely there is hope. All eyes converge upon Lu Han. At that moment, he becomes the lifeline for everyone, the sole beacon of light amidst the darkness. Lu Han stands there quietly, like a statue, unmoving. His gaze penetrates the command center's screens, piercing through the city's defenses, as if he can see the boundless tide of the bazaar, the dark abyss of the strange fissures. His expression is terrifyingly calm, an unsettling tranquility that stirs discomfort. Cashability. Cashability. Lu Han murmured softly, his voice low and hoarse, as if engaged in a private dialogue with himself, yet also seemingly questioning something. Is cashability truly omnipotent? For as long as he could remember, he had relied on the system's marketplace, depending on the power of the spirit coins to purchase various items and resolve myriad crises. Yet now, confronted by this bizarre outbreak akin to a natural disaster, faced with an overwhelming and terrifying army of the uncanny, the conventional means of cashability seemed to have reached an impasse. The rate of development for rule-based weapons lagged far behind the rate of consumption. The potency of energy weapons appeared increasingly feeble in the presence of high-level anomalies. Must it truly end here? No. Lu Han suddenly clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, bringing forth a sharp sting. He was unwilling. Absolutely unwilling. He still had spirit coins. He still had the system. He still possessed infinite possibilities. What was the true power of spirit coins? Lu Han's mind flashed with the enigmatic words of the mysterious elder, a phrase rich with meaning yet shrouded in mystery. The power of spirit coins extends far beyond what you perceive. There exists, in the depths of the mirror maze within the nightmare world, a mysterious force of rules capable of distorting reality and controlling dreams. Spirit coins that rules. Nightmares. Countless fragments swirled rapidly in Lu Han's mind, colliding and merging as if striving to piece together a complete picture. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him like a lightning bolt piercing the darkness, illuminating his thoughts. Spirit coins are not merely currency. They are not just tools for acquiring items. They are, in fact, a form of energy, a manifestation of rule-based energy. They contain uncanny power and also power that transcends the uncanny. Rules.domains. Lu Han slowly articulated several key phrases, his gaze igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. Create his own domain of rules. He envisioned the mirror domain within the nightmare world, recalling the rule-based power wielded by the mirror guardians. What if he too could master the rules and create a domain of his own? A frenzied idea sprouted within Lu Han's heart, growing wildly like untamed grass, spiraling out of control. He must evolve. He must allow his cash ability to evolve once more. He would use the power of spirit coins to construct his own domain of rules. System. I wish to utilize spirit coins to the maximum limit. All of them, Lu Han shouted fervently within his mind. His tone resolute, tinged with a hint of madness and determination. Ding. Host confirms the consumption of all spirit coins to evolve cash ability and construct a domain of rules. Confirm. Immediate confirmation. Ding. Commencing consumption of spirit coins. The cold mechanical voice of the system resonated like a war drum against Lu Han's eardrums. He felt the spirit coins within him flow out like a deluge, being devoured by the system at an unimaginable speed. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. The count of spirit coins plummeted like a free fall, instantaneously transforming from astronomical figures to a chilling zero. Yet Lu Han remained unfazed, his eyes ablaze with fervent light. He could sense that with each passing moment of spirit coin consumption, a mysterious power was awakening within him, slowly germinating deep within his soul. His body began to tremble slightly, a faint golden glow emerging upon his skin. Reminiscent of a deity's descent, sacred and inviolable, the surrounding space began to twist and warp, as if a still lake had been disrupted by a massive stone, ripples cascading outward. Buzz. A deep hum emanated from Lu Han's body, reverberating throughout the command center, even causing the air around him to feel as though it had solidified. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden phenomenon, gazing at Lu Han with expressions of shock, confusion, and a hint of indescribable anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of all, the space around Lu Han distorted to the extreme, ultimately bursting forth like a bubble. A golden domain slowly unfurled. Within the domain, radiant gold shone brightly, sacred and solemn, as if a divine realm had descended upon the mortal plane. Outside the domain, the apocalyptic scene persisted, with eerie howls, rampant energy, and despair spreading. Yet, the instant the golden domain expanded, everything changed. The uncanny entities within the domain, as if ensnared by a binding spell, suddenly moved with sluggishness, their formerly menacing visages now revealing expressions of terror. Their power was suppressed, their rules were distorted. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Spirit Coin Legion felt a warm power surge within them. Their fatigue vanishing, their spirits soaring, as if their strength had inexplicably doubled. What is this power? It is Mr. Lu. It is Mr. Lu's power. Excellent. We are saved. We are saved. The soldiers erupted into thunderous cheers, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Rule-based weapons, within the Golden Domain, radiated even greater potency. The moment a rule-shaking grenade detonated, the surrounding uncanny rules were utterly distorted. High-level uncanny entities shattered into fragments. The rule-cutting blade, akin to a divine instrument, effortlessly cleaved through the defenses of high-level uncanny entities, as though slicing through vegetables. The rule energy shield remained impervious, withstanding all assaults from the uncanny entities, steadfastly safeguarding the soldier's safety. The battlefield shifted dramatically the moment the domain unfurled. Despair was dispelled. Hope reignited. Humanity's strength, at this moment, experienced an unparalleled enhancement. Lu Han stood at the center of the Golden Domain, resembling a deity commanding all, surveying the battlefield with a gaze both cold and authoritative. Cash ability had evolved once more. The domain unfurled, rules reshaped. He would crush all anomalies with this newfound power, protecting the human world. Yet, within Lu Han's heart, there was no sense of relaxation. He sensed that maintaining the domain required a continuous expenditure of vast energy. Although the spirit coins had been completely consumed, a certain force within him continued to ebb away ceaselessly. How long could the domain be sustained? More importantly, he vaguely felt that deep within the rift of the uncanny, a far more terrifying and powerful presence was gradually awakening. The source of the uncanny seemed to sense the threat posed by the domain's power and began to react. An even more dreadful crisis was about to descend. Chapter 37. The Uncanny Monarch. The end times arrived. The Golden Domain continued to shine. Like a solitary lighthouse in a dark ocean, it futilely cast its light, guiding towards a path of counterattack that might not even exist. Yet this hope felt as fragile as a layer of paper, ready to shatter at the slightest gust of wind. What is that thing? A voice, trembling uncontrollably, squeezed out through clenched teeth, pointing towards the uncanny rift that devoured all light. Everyone's gaze was instantaneously riveted to that sentence, fixed upon the rift. Hearts felt as if gripped by a hand pulled from an icy abyss, tightly constricted, the chill penetrating to the bone. The air felt thick, almost solidified, each breath akin to swallowing blades. Within the rift of the uncanny lay not mere darkness, but a living, roiling mass of darkness, viscous like hellish lava, slowly, bit by bit, pouring forth from the depths of the rift. The sense of oppression bore down like a colossal mountain, crashing down upon them. All previous despair paled into insignificance, morphing into a trivial jest. The true horror was now, at this moment, this pure, soul-chilling darkness erupting from the rift. The light of the Golden Domain began to flicker irregularly, struggling like a candle in the wind, emitting a feeble wail. That light trembled in fear, as if humbly submitting to a more powerful existence. Deep within the darkness, a vague silhouette broke free from its constraints, slowly revealing itself that a humanoid form. Yet it could no longer be called human. It was a demon from myths and legends, the most terrifying embodiment of nightmares. A colossal giant, a moving mountain, the very personification of apocalyptic disasters. It was enveloped in a thick, ink-like black mist, swirling and distorting, as if countless vengeful souls were howling and roaring. Its features were obscured. All who gazed upon it felt as if their eyes were seared by a red-hot iron, excruciatingly painful, rendering direct observation impossible. They could only glimpse a few points of crimson light within the endless black mist. Cold, cruel, devoid of emotion, like the eyes of a demon peering from the depths of hell, indifferent to the ants of the mortal realm. Uncanny. Monarch. Monarch. This term felt like a rusted knife, repeatedly dulling as it sliced through the throats of the onlookers. Uttering these words as if exhausting all their strength, draining their courage, the Uncanny Monarch. Merely uttering this name was enough to plunge one into an abyss of despair, rendering them incapable of perceiving even a glimmer of light. It moved. Slowly, it raised its arm, just a simple motion. The Golden Domain erupted in a lament, overwhelmed by the burden. Crack. The light of the domain trembled violently, like glass buffeted by a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse. Emitting a painfully sharp sound of shattering. Crack. A piercingly clear sound of breaking rang out, like the scythe of death mercilessly severing all hope. Countless fissures appeared above the Golden Domain, like sinister black lightning, rapidly spreading, instantly enveloping the entire domain. A heart-wrenching cry of despair pierced the air, its sound chilling, akin to a cornered beast fighting for survival. The Golden Realm has collapsed, humanity's last hope, fragile as a soap bubble. Shattered under the relentless sun, the enigmatic monarch merely raised a hand, effortlessly obliterating the meticulously crafted realm that Lu Han had exhausted all his resources to construct, burning every ounce of hope in the process. Such is the power of the monarch, supremacy over all rules, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, unmatched and invincible. Rule weapons, energy weapons, the pride of the Incoin Legion, once formidable against the Eerie. Now rendered as feeble as a child's toy before the enigmatic monarch, easily crushed and utterly ineffective, the soldiers of the Incoin Legion stood frozen, like puppets stripped of their souls, dazed and immobile. The weapons in their hands felt unbearably heavy, as if filled with lead, suffocating their breaths and crushing the last vestige of their will to resist. The rule weapons faltered. The domain's power was trampled. Ordinary attacks, to the lofty, enigmatic monarch, they felt like a mere breeze or the sting of a mosquito. Painful yet inconsequential, utterly ineffective. The scent of death hung thickly over the battlefield, oppressive as an inky darkness. Stifling all breath, fear spread like a plague, rapidly eroding the nerves of every individual, snuffing out the flickering flame of hope. Silence enveloped the crowd. No longer can hesitation be tolerated. If one lingers any longer, all will be irrevocably lost. Lu Han abruptly lifted his head, and in his previously vacant and bewildered eyes, a fierce flame suddenly ignited, brimming with resoluteness, filled with an unwavering determination, and suffused with the courage to face death head-on, to safeguard humanity, to protect the land upon which they depend, to defend those he cherished and wished to protect, and no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice of his own life, it would be deemed inconsequential. The power of wealth is undeniably significant, undeniably formidable. Yet, If humanity were to perish, if the world were to be obliterated, what worth would this wealth possess? To sacrifice oneself for the greater good, to embrace righteousness at the cost of one's life, is the true essence of a hero. This is the hallmark of a true god of wealth. This is the genuine king of the underworld currency system. Luhan roared within his heart, a sound akin to a thunderclap, reverberating through the heavens and shaking the universe. I choose to unlock the sword of underworld currency. Sacrifice all underworld currency. Sacrifice the level of wealth. For humanity. For hope. For the dawn. He resolutely made his final choice. Opting for sacrifice. Choosing devotion. Choosing to become the hero that would save the world. Chapter 39. The sword strikes the monarch. Rules reshaped. Ding. The ultimate item, sword of underworld currency, has been successfully unlocked. The wealth level has been sacrificed, and the underworld currency is now depleted. The cold, mechanical notification echoed emptily in Luhan's mind. Before the words had faded, a brilliant golden light, fierce as a raging fire, erupted from the boundless void. This light, overwhelming and unparalleled, dispelled the despair that lingered over the battlefield, like a newly born sun, brazenly tearing through the layers of darkness, heralding the dawn. As the radiance receded, the blinding gold gradually faded. A sword now hovered silently above Luhan's palm. Its blade was forged from layers upon layers of golden underworld currency, exuding a chilling metallic sheen, yet upon closer inspection, it bore the intricate patterns unique to banknotes, an oddity, a sacredness, two entirely different textures, perfectly blended into one. The hilt was inscribed with ancient runes, indecipherable yet brimming with the mysteries of the universe, silently releasing waves of power that stirred the soul. The sword of underworld currency, the ultimate item. The moment he grasped the sword, an overwhelming force surged through him, akin to a mountain torrent breaking free, instantly shattering all shackles within Luhan, roaring and rampaging, sweeping through his limbs and bones. The warmth was searing, yet contained an explosive energy capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. That he felt as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Every inch of flesh, every cell, greedily rejoicing, yearning for a baptism of battle. He slowly raised the sword of underworld currency. The blade felt weightless, yet it seemed to carry the weight of the entire universe. Harboring boundless destructive power. He swung the sword. There were no intricate or flamboyant techniques, merely the simplest, most direct, and most domineering slash. A concentrated golden sword energy, like a celestial bolt cleaving through ancient darkness, fiercely rent the void. Where the sword energy passed, the dense, inky black mist evaporated as if it were snow under the scorching sun, disintegrating in an instant. The once collapsed golden domain began to miraculously reshape itself, expanding wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The realm of rules, reborn from the flames, it was even more magnificent, more powerful, and more unshakable than before. Roar. The bizarre monarch, towering in the heavens, with blood-red eyes locked onto the sword of underworld currency radiating with divine light in Luhan's hand, unleashed a deafening roar from deep within its throat. Filled with fury, it sensed an unprecedented threat. A lethal threat capable of jeopardizing its very existence emanated from that sword. The bizarre monarch dared not hold back any longer. Swirling black mist surged around it like boiling magma, instantly coalescing into a colossal black claw, shrouded in a terrifying force capable of obliterating the heavens. The air was rent asunder, emitting a piercing shriek under the unbearable weight. The very fabric of space seemed on the brink of collapse under this terrifying power. This was an apocalyptic force capable of annihilating all. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Luhan remained undaunted, steadfast. Grasping the sword of underworld currency, he faced the sky-blocking black claw and swung the sword once more. The sword light flashed, dazzling and radiant, like a meteor slicing through the eternal night, brief yet illuminating the entire world. The golden sword energy clashed fiercely with the black claw in the void. There was no deafening explosion. Instead, there was only a silent obliteration. The black claw, capable of rending the heavens and earth, crumbled before the golden sword energy like fragile ice, disintegrating in an instant, layer by layer, until it was reduced to nothingness, vanishing without a trace. The sword of underworld currency surged forward like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Its blade cleaved through the dense black mist, directly targeting the bizarre monarch's colossal form. The bizarre monarch let out a terrified howl, its massive body retreating frantically, desperately attempting to evade the lethal edge of the sword. However, the speed of the sword of underworld currency was swifter, more resolute. more merciless. In the blink of an eye, the sword light had traversed the void, suddenly descending before the bizarre monarch. Sizzle, like a hot knife through butter, or a sharp blade slicing through silk. The sword of underworld currency effortlessly penetrated the bizarre monarch's seemingly indestructible body. There was no splash of blood, no severed limbs. Instead, only endless black mist, melting away at a visible rate, like snow under the scorching sun. Dissipating into thin air, the enormous body of the bizarre monarch began to disintegrate inch by inch, crumbling into countless tiny black sparks, scattering in the air. Emitted a final, heart-rending wail, filled with despair and terror. A shrill, piercing sound that echoed through the heavens and earth. Ultimately, it was utterly extinguished, disappearing without a trace. The once mighty, dread-inducing bizarre monarch had fallen. On the battlefield, silence abruptly enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixated on Lu Han, who stood proudly in the void, wielding the sword of underworld currency, as if gazing upon a deity descended to earth. Their faces were etched with shock, ecstasy, and an incredulous complexity of emotions. They had won. They had truly triumphed. They had conquered the seemingly invincible, terrifying bizarre monarch. The despair that had threatened to engulf them found its release at this moment, erupting like a volcano, liberating itself entirely. The thunderous cheers swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, resonating through the skies and shaking the universe. People waved their battered weapons, embraced one another, weeping tears of joy, exuberantly expressing their relief and gratitude for having survived. Lu Han stood quietly in place, holding the sword of underworld currency, feeling the surging power within him and the deafening cheers of jubilation in his ears that he knew he had succeeded. He had safeguarded this city, protected humanity's last hope. However, deep within his heart, there was no sense of relief as he had imagined. Instead, a subtle sense of unease and heaviness began to rise. Though the bizarre monarch had been slain, the unfathomable rift remained. A grotesque scar stretching across the sky, sending shivers down his spine. The shadow looming over the city had yet to dissipate, seemingly heralding a deeper crisis that was quietly brewing. Moreover, he sensed a strange, unknown transformation occurring within his body after wielding the sword of underworld currency. An enigmatic force surged within his flesh, alternately searing like magma and chilling like ice, eroding his body and causing waves of indescribable pain and discomfort. The battle seemed temporarily concluded. The mysterious elder reappeared silently at Lu Han's side, like a specter, bearing the same inscrutable smile and eyes as deep as the vast cosmos. "Congratulations, young man," the elder spoke slowly, his voice calm and distant, as if echoing from ancient times. "You have succeeded." Lu Han turned slowly, gazing at the elder, his expression complex, filled with a hint of confusion, a hint of inquiry, a hint of yearning. "The underworld currency. What is this power?" he asked solemnly, his tone grave and weighty. The elder merely smiled knowingly, his expression enigmatic. "The truth of the underworld currency is far more complex than you can imagine. The power you have touched is a forbidden force." Chapter 40. King of Underworld Currency. A new era. The cheers erupted like a sudden tsunami, each wave louder than the last, ringing in their ears. People hoarsely shouted, waving their battered weapons, embracing one another, the ecstasy of survival pouring forth like a flood breaking its dam, washing over every inch of land soaked in despair. Tears surged in countless eyes. For fallen comrades, for the victory wrested from the depths of hell, hot droplets falling onto the scorched earth, silently narrating tales of tragedy and relief. The city had been reduced to a wasteland. Once majestic skyscrapers stood like the skeletal remains of ancient beasts, mere ruins amidst the lingering smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and a faint trace of blood, creating a desolate tableau in the aftermath of calamity. Yet, despite the devastation, despite the sorrow that could hardly be contained, it could not overshadow the flickering light of hope reborn from the ashes. They had won. They had truly triumphed, having triumphed over that fearsome and otherworldly sovereign. They have emerged from the clutches of death itself. Having survived, Lu Han stands solitary amidst the ruins, firmly grasping the sacred sword forged from the coins of the underworld. The final glimmers of the setting sun cascade upon the golden blade, enveloping it in a warm and gentle light that dispels the shadows lingering in the hearts of the people. He has become the focal point of admiration, the unequivocal savior of this desolate era, the king of the underworld coins. It is unknown who first cried out this name with hoarse desperation. Yet like a spark igniting a vast prairie, it instantly awakened a long-suppressed reverence and gratitude within all hearts. The cries of King of the Underworld Coins, King of the Underworld Coins, coalesced into a thunderous tide, carrying with it the exuberance of survival and hopes for the future. Echoing through the heavens, and resonating across the universe. Lu Han slowly surveyed his surroundings, gazing into the weathered yet rejuvenated faces of the people. And an indescribable emotion surged within him, a tumult of feelings. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, nearly overwhelming him, while solace warmed his battle-scarred heart like the sun in winter, accompanied by a tinge of confusion. Akin to the last vestiges of twilight before nightfall descends, the war had temporarily drawn its curtain. However, new challenges lurked like ferocious beasts in the shadows, slowly awakening their bloodthirsty eyes. The reconstruction efforts, fraught with countless complexities, tangled like a mass of unraveled threads, lay ahead on the ruins. Myriad tasks awaited revival, and every step forward proved arduous. The Underworld Coin Legion, along with the surviving Allied forces, swiftly plunged into the arduous task of rebuilding. They sought to reassure the shaken populace, clear the mountains of debris, tend to the ailing wounded, and strive to restore the fragmented social order. Everything progressed slowly and painfully, akin to sowing seeds of hope upon a desolate wasteland. Lin Shui hurriedly approached Lu Han, her charming visage betraying a hint of undeniable fatigue, yet more prominently, the relief and genuine joy of having survived. "You truly did it, Lu Han." She gazed at him and softly spoke, her tone imbued with heartfelt admiration and respect, as if gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. Lu Han's lips curled faintly into a weary smile. He raised his head to behold the ravaged ruins before him, an amalgam of emotions swirling within him, ineffable. "This is merely the beginning," he intoned, his voice heavy yet resolute. "I know." Lin Shui nodded earnestly, her clear eyes shimmering with determination. "The future holds even graver challenges awaiting us." At that moment, the enigmatic elder reappeared beside Lu Han, akin to a specter, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, as if all existence lay within his grasp. "Young man, congratulations, you have once again saved the world," the elder spoke slowly, his voice calm and distant, like an ancient spring flowing gently through a tranquil valley, or perhaps emanating from the distant horizon. Imbued with a sense of ethereality and mystery, Lu Han turned to face the elder, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing this mysterious figure, a flicker of doubt and inquiry in his eyes, alongside a plethora of complex emotions. "What precisely are the Underworld coins?" He finally voiced the question that had long lingered in his heart. His tone deep and somber, as though probing the eternal truths of existence. The elder merely smiled knowingly, his expression remaining inscrutable, as if concealing boundless secrets awaiting discovery. "The Underworld coins are not as simplistic as they appear to the naked eye. They are not merely a cold currency. They are the source of the bizarre powers, the very foundation of all peculiar existences. They are also an invisible bridge connecting the realm of reality with that indescribable world of the uncanny." Lu Han's heart felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, jolting him into an unprecedented state of shock. The source of bizarre powers, a bridge connecting two worlds. How can this be possible? "Your ability to wield the power of the Underworld coins is no mere coincidence. It is because you possess an extraordinarily unique constitution," the elder continued, his tone remaining calm yet imbued with a disquieting authority. "Your body is unlike others. It can withstand the onslaught of unimaginable eerie forces, even harness the power capable of overturning the world." Lu Han fell silent. Grappling with the weight of the revelation. He began to comprehend the true significance of the seemingly unfathomable capabilities he possessed. This was not merely the mundane power of wealth. It transcended all, a forbidden strength that could manipulate the uncanny and reshape reality itself, though the immediate crisis of the bizarre had been averted. The elder slowly raised his head, his profound gaze piercing through the thick clouds, peering into the still overcast sky, as if he could discern the ancient past and foresee the future. Yet, the era of the uncanny is far from over. In the future, even more formidable and terrifying forces of the bizarre will awaken from their slumber like dormant giants, descending upon the world. The war between humanity and the uncanny will continue in an endless cycle. Unceasing. A chill gripped Lu Han's heart, a heavy burden descending upon him like an invisible shackle, nearly suffocating him. An endless war. What lies ahead for this world? However, you need not be overly pessimistic. The elder turned to Lu Han, his deep eyes rare with a glimmer of encouragement and expectation. "For with you, the king of the Underworld coins, humanity will no longer remain the vulnerable prey at the mercy of the relentless tide of the uncanny. You possess the genuine means to confront the bizarre and safeguard human civilization, hope, and a formidable power capable of rewriting destiny." As the sun dipped below the horizon, its final rays gradually faded into the sky. Night descended slowly. The shattered city lay shrouded in a faint shadow, like a slumbering beast licking its wounds in silence. The distant sky remained heavy with clouds, like an unshakable gloom, foretelling that the crisis was not yet averted. And a new storm might be brewing quietly. Lu Han stood alone amidst the ruins of the city, firmly clutching the sword of the underworld coins, a symbol of hope and strength. His gaze was resolute and profound as he stared into the dark horizon cloaked in night. His mission was far from complete. He would continue to lead humanity in this perilous era of the bizarre, battling the relentless darkness to protect the land upon which they depended and safeguard all that he cherished. Ultimately becoming the true King of the Underworld Coins. A brand new era belonging to the King of the Underworld Coins has slowly begun to unfold. Yet, the shadow of war still loomed like the sword of Damocles, hanging ominously over human civilization, refusing to dissipate. The future is fraught with endless unknowns, yet equally abundant with the light of hope. Chapter 41. The Aftermath of War. City in disturbance. The setting sun, molten gold, lavishly gilded the city that had survived the calamity with warm hues. The air was still tainted by the acrid sin of gunpowder, lurking like a coiled serpent, not yet fully concealed. The crumbling walls and ruins were the brutal strokes of war, carelessly smeared across the canvas of this city. Yet miraculously, the streets exuded a nascent vitality. Smiles, long absent, surfaced on the faces of the people as they supported one another, digging through the rubble for hope and reconstructing their shattered homes. The laughter of children rang like silver bells, their innocent voices seeming to sweep away all lingering shadows. They had repelled the uncanny sovereign. This unprecedented victory indeed granted the scarred city a fleeting breath of relief. However, this joy of survival was as fragile as the first frost of dawn, liable to evaporate with the slightest heat of the sun, leaving an unsettling undercurrent. Lu Han stood aloft, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the city below. The bustling crowds and busy figures seemed to be a facade of tranquility, yet his heightened senses detected a faint, yet chilling anomaly. The eerie atmosphere that had once suffocated them was returning. Like a ghost, it flitted about, elusive and indistinct, lying in wait beneath the fabric of false peace, poised to pounce. Something felt amiss. Lin Shui approached Lu Han, her brow furrowed, her voice low, tinged with an almost imperceptible anxiety. She too had sensed the thread of uncanny energy lingering in the air. Yes, this calm feels excessive. Lu Han nodded, his gaze deep and fathomless, akin to an unfathomable abyss. The fall of the uncanny sovereign should have caused the eerie powers cloaking the city to dissipate like a receding tide. Yet this residual aura pricked at his nerves like a tiny thorn, causing a dull ache. Report. The water supply system has detected anomalies. Suddenly, the base communication channel erupted with a sharp cry. The drinking water source has detected trace levels of uncanny energy pollution. The command center was instantly engulfed in a tense atmosphere. The blaring alarms set nerves on edge. Data on the screens danced erratically like wild horses. The red alert lights flashed urgently, resembling wounded eyes. Uncanny energy pollution? Lin Shui's countenance paled, and she rushed toward the control console. Immediately analyzed the source of the contamination. Inspect all water supply pipelines. A barrage of commands shot forth, and the base personnel, like tightly wound springs, sprang into rapid action. Those who have consumed contaminated water sources have begun to exhibit adverse reactions. Another piece of dreadful news strikes like a frigid hammer, mercilessly crashing down upon the hearts of the crowd. What reactions? Lin Shui demanded sharply, her voice taut like a bowstring. Mild hallucinations. Emotional fluctuations. Some are vomiting, experiencing dizziness. Damn it. Lin Shui cursed under her breath, her delicate face shrouded in frost, exhibiting an extreme displeasure. The contamination of the drinking water source is no trivial matter. Once the pollution spreads, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Besides the water supply system, anomalies have also emerged in the city's network, another staff member reported. His complexion paled. On the internet, certain unverifiable urban legends and bizarre prophecies have begun to circulate wildly. The content all relates to the uncanny and the public's sense of panic is rapidly escalating. Rumors. Lu Han's brow furrowed tightly, contorting into a frown. The strange energy pollution and the online rumors are no mere coincidence. Beneath the facade of a tranquil city, dark currents surge. A new crisis looms like a beast with a gaping maw, quietly approaching. Immediately seal the information. Suppress the online discourse with an iron grip. Lin Shui commanded decisively, her voice cold and unyielding. Yet deep down, she understood that such a degree of suppression is merely a band-aid solution, a drop in the ocean. To genuinely resolve the issue, it is imperative to locate the source of the contamination and unearth the hidden puppet master lurking in the shadows. Lu Han, do you have any discoveries? Lin Shui turned to Lu Han, her gaze tinged with anxiety and hope. Seeking his judgment. I will investigate the source of the water contamination. Lu Han's tone was eerily calm, that his eyes were as sharp as ice, cold and resolute. The online rumors will be investigated as well. A persistent gloom cloaked his heart, an ominous premonition brewing within him. The fall of the uncanny monarch is far from the end. Rather, it may herald a beginning that is even more perilous. More sinister. What do you need me to do? Lin Shui pressed further. You will be responsible for base defense and intelligence gathering. Lu Han quickly outlined the plan, instructing that any abnormality must be reported to him immediately. Understood. Lin Shui nodded heavily. Lu Han wasted no time and swiftly took action. With a mere thought, he summoned a cascade of spiritual currency, exchanging it for a batch of advanced precision instruments from the system's marketplace. Water quality testers, energy analyzers, and some lesser-known special detection devices. The power of currency once again showcased its unparalleled strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Han had armed a team that could be considered professional investigators. He personally led the team straight to the source of the city's water supply, an undulating reservoir located on the outskirts of the city. The reservoir had long been cordoned off, with base personnel appearing grave as they anxiously tested the water quality. Holding the energy analyzer, Lu Han's gaze was sharp as he meticulously scanned the calm water surface. The device's screen displayed a flurry of data, resembling frenzied tadpoles, rapidly fluctuating. Suddenly, a glaring red alert signal flashed abruptly in the center of the screen. Detection. High concentration of strange energy response. The device emitted a piercing alarm, shattering the heavy atmosphere. The source of the pollution. Is right here. Lu Han's eyes narrowed, akin to a cheetah locking onto its prey. Swiftly pinpointing the location of the contamination. The center of the reservoir lay an inconspicuous drainage outlet. Mobilize the pumping equipment. Immediately drain the water near the outlet. Lu Han commanded decisively. The large pumping machinery roared to life like a titan of steel. With thick hoses greedily consuming the water surrounding the outlet, the water level gradually receded, revealing the grotesque truth of the outlet bit by bit. It was a rusted metal pipe, encrusted with a thick layer of black, foul-smelling sludge. Within the sludge, faintly discernible, were small, angular black crystals that resembled the tears of a demon, silently releasing a disconcerting wave of strange energy. This is... Lu Han crouched down, his fingertips nearly brushing against the black crystals. His gaze sharp as he scrutinized them closely. Preliminary analysis suggests this is a high-concentration strange energy crystal. Technicians hurriedly approached, reporting that the source of the pollution. Is indeed these crystals. Deliberate introduction, Lu Han asserted with unwavering certainty. Such highly pure strange energy crystals could not have formed naturally. Someone must have intentionally introduced them, contaminating the water source. Who is it? Lin Shui's brows knitted tightly as she pressed for answers. The puppet master. Is another entity. Lu Han's eyes turned frigid, as if frozen by a millennium of ice. Although the uncanny monarch has been vanquished, the enemy lurking in the shadows remains like a venomous serpent, poised to strike. Moreover, they seem to be even more cunning, more sinister, and more dangerous. Have we identified the source of these crystals? Lu Han inquired in a low voice. We are analyzing it with full force. The technicians responded immediately. Time passed agonizingly slowly. The air felt as if it had solidified, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Finally, the analysis results arrived, albeit belatedly. Report. The analysis results of the crystal composition. Are in. These crystals. Bear a striking resemblance to the supernatural forces that were once secretly researched at the city's abandoned underground research facility. The underground research facility? Lu Han raised an eyebrow, a glint of sharp insight flashing in his eyes. It is the very institution that conducted secret research on supernatural forces prior to the outbreak of the uncanny events? Lin Shui inquired. Precisely. It is that place. The technician nodded emphatically. The source of the pollution points to the underground research facility. Lu Han's gaze narrowed, a tempestuous aura brewing in the depths of his eyes. The long-buried secrets are about to be slowly unveiled, akin to Pandora's box. And the truth may be darker and more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Chapter 42. The Underground Base. Forbidden Experiments. Lu Han led the investigative team to the outskirts of the city. This area, once a military-restricted zone, had now collapsed into a wilderness overrun with wild grass. Desolation and bleakness permeated the atmosphere. At the entrance stood a half-rusted metal plaque, awkwardly embedded in the earth. The words XX Research Institute faded and obscured by years of wind and rain. Resembling a tombstone silently narrating the decay of this place. Is this the underground research facility? Lin Shui frowned. surveying her surroundings with a hint of instinctive aversion in her tone. "Indeed," Lu Han replied solemnly, his gaze sharp as it swept over the desolate expanse before him. The air was cold and damp, wrapping around them like a serpent, clinging to their skin and inducing a chill that crept from within. It was as if some decayed malice lay dormant beneath this ruin, watching every soul that dared to step foot here. "Be cautious," Lu Han whispered a warning, taking the lead as he stepped into the entrance of the base. The entrance was a pitch-black void, leading to a narrow and deep passageway that resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, waiting to devour all. The walls flanking the passage were slick with moss, dripping with cold water droplets that echoed ominously in the stillness, the stench of decay lingering like thick ink, impossible to dispel. The energy-saving lights overhead flickered dimly, emitting a faint, intermittent glow, while the electrical currents produced a disconcerting crackling sound that reverberated in the cramped space. Adding to the eerie ambience, the interior of the base proved to be even more dilapidated than anticipated. Various instruments and equipment lay haphazardly strewn across the floor, covered in thick layers of dust and entangled in dense spider webs. Resembling forgotten graves exuding an aura of death, dark brown stains marred the walls and floors, congealing into hard clumps reminiscent of dried blood, appearing particularly gruesome under the dim light. What on earth happened here? A young team member's voice trembled, unable to suppress his fear as he whispered the question. No one could provide an answer. The eerie atmosphere thickened, pressing down upon each individual like an invisible weight. Nearly suffocating, Lu Han walked at the front of the team, his fingertips slightly twitching as an invisible mental force began to spread like a tide, activating the system's scanning function at full capacity. Meticulously probing every inch of the surrounding space. "The laboratory is over there," the system's prompt echoed in his mind, the cold mechanical voice offering a semblance of reassurance amidst the foreboding environment. The investigative team continued deeper into the base. After navigating several twists and turns and traversing a long corridor, they arrived at a heavy metal door at the end. The door was rusted and bore the scars of time, tightly sealed as if a sleeping steel beast awaited to obstruct any prying eyes. "Open it," Lu Han commanded in a low tone, his voice brooking no dissent, but a few team members exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they collectively approached, grasping the handle of the metal door and exerting all their strength to pull it outward. Creaking, the heavy sound of metal grinding echoed through the silent base, sending chills down their spines. The metal door slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap, behind which lay an abyss of darkness. The team members pushed harder, and the door swung fully open. Behind it was a spacious laboratory, starkly contrasting the dilapidated exterior, surprisingly intact. A myriad of experimental apparatuses was meticulously arranged upon the testing table, where metallic vessels gleamed with a chilling luster. Various pipelines and circuits intersected in a chaotic yet organized manner. Despite the layer of dust that had settled upon them, one could still sense the remnants of technological advancement and an air of mystery that once enveloped this space. At the heart of the laboratory stood a colossal experimental table, occupying the majority of the room, upon which an antiquated computer tower stood in silent vigil. The monitor's screen was shrouded in darkness, resembling a dormant eye, silently observing any intruder. Lu Han approached the computer, leaned in, and scrutinized the main unit before pressing the power button. There was no response. The monitor remained dark, and the tower was utterly still, as though it had been irreparably damaged. It seems to be completely broken. One of the team members sighed, a palpable disappointment evident in their tone. No, despair is not yet upon us, Lu Han replied, shaking his head, a faint smile curving his lips as a glimmer of confidence flickered in his eyes. With a mere thought, a surge of spiritual currency coursed into his fingertips, which began to glow with a faint golden light, as he instantaneously exchanged for an energy starter from the system's marketplace. The starter resembled a syringe, its needle shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence. Lu Han aimed the needle at the computer tower and gently pressed down. The starter emitted a weak stream of energy, silently infusing itself into the computer. Miraculously, the transformation began. The tower emitted a low hum, and the indicator lights illuminated one by one, breathing life back into the long-dormant machine. The screen flickered to life, displaying an archaic startup interface after a flurry of static. It had truly powered on. The team gasped in astonishment, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed this seemingly magical occurrence. Lu Han's lips curled into a subtle smile. The prowess of spiritual currency never failed to reveal its astonishing strength at critical moments. The computer system successfully booted up, revealing a rudimentary operational interface, steeped in the technological aesthetics of the last century, with icons and buttons that appeared antiquated and clumsy. Attempt to breach the firewall and read the system logs. Luhan commanded succinctly and efficiently. The technicians promptly moved to the computer, their fingers flying across the keyboard. Lines of code cascaded down the screen like a torrential waterfall, dazzling in its complexity. Chapter 43, Cracking the Code. The slumbering beast. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere within the laboratory grew increasingly tense. Beads of sweat formed on the technician's brow, his complexion paling as his fingers began to falter in their rhythm. The firewall's strength was formidable, and breaching it would require time. He looked up. His voice tinged with anxiety. "Step aside. Let me handle this," Luhan said calmly. Exuding confidence, he approached the computer, gesturing for the technician to vacate the seat before taking his place. His fingers brushed the keyboard. And with a single thought, the latent system analysis ability nestled deep within his soul awakened like an ancient behemoth. An invisible force of rules emanated from Luhan's being, radiating outward and enveloping the entire computer system. The once impenetrable firewall crumbled under the weight of this power, shattering like fragile ice, dissolving into nothingness. Firewall breached. The system's notification echoed in his mind, heralding the success of the breach. The technician stared in disbelief. Mouths agape, unable to fathom how Luhan had accomplished such a feat in such a brief span of time. How is this possible? One murmured, his voice trembling, utterly confounded by the rapid dismantling of the robust firewall. Luhan paid no heed to their astonishment. His focus was solely on the computer screen, his fingers deftly maneuvering through the system logs. The log files were vast and intricate, densely recording all data since the base's inception. Akin to a boundless sea of stars, overwhelming in its magnitude. Luhan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly navigated through the deluge of information, meticulously sifting for the hidden crucial details. Time slipped away. The only sounds punctuating the silence being the rhythmic tapping of keys and the subdued breaths of the onlookers. At last, Luhan's eyes settled upon several lines of unusual log entries. His expression sharpening with intensity. Experimental project, source material fusion, objective, to explore the potential for human integration with anomalous forces, phase, classified, ongoing. Experiment records. Source material fusion. Luhan furrowed his brow. A wave of foreboding rising within him, he continued to scroll through the logs, horrified by the shocking experimental records that unfolded before him. Data from various human trials, alongside grotesque experimental procedures, were laid bare. Dripping with a chilling madness and cold cruelty, the base's researchers, in their quest to unravel the mysteries of the anomalous forces, had discarded their humanity, sacrificing living beings in their twisted pursuit of knowledge. A truly inhumane insanity. "These monsters," Lin Shuai exclaimed, her face flushed with rage as she stared at the screen, her delicate frame trembling slightly, her chest heaving with indignation. Could the outbreak of the anomalous era truly be linked to these experiments? A team member voiced, his tone quavering as he articulated the dreadful speculation, terror and despair lacing his words. Luhan remained silent, his expression darkening as he continued to peruse the logs. Finally, he unearthed the most critical and shocking record. Red alert, experimental incident, source material fusion experiment out of control, anomalous energy leak, base under full lockdown, research personnel, mass infection. Upon reading this, Luhan's countenance shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting as an icy dread coursed through him. Enveloping his entire being in a chilling embrace, the truth had finally surfaced. This forsaken underground research facility was indeed one of the origins of the anomalous era's eruption. The clandestine source material fusion experiments conducted by the base's researchers had spiraled out of control, resulting in an unimaginable release of anomalous energy, akin to the opening of Pandora's box, unleashing all manner of calamity and precipitating the first and most horrifying of anomalous events. And those infected by this energy had likely transformed into some unspeakable, terrifying entities, lurking deep within this very facility, the true monsters. At that moment, from the depths of the laboratory, a faint yet distinct glow emanated. The light originated from a massive incubation chamber nestled in the corner of the room. The cylindrical chamber, towering nearly 2 meters and composed entirely of transparent glass, was filled with a viscous green nutrient solution, flowing like thick blood, within which a vague silhouette floated, eerily suspended. The figure remained motionless, akin to a fetus in the womb, exuding an unsettling tranquility. Yet, in that instant, the chamber began to emit a soft glow, intensifying to a blinding brilliance, as though something was on the verge of breaking free from its confines. A sharp warning alert pierced Luhan's mind, shattering the heavy silence. Highest alert. Unknown rule power rapidly intensifying. Base core rules. Fully activated. Base core rules. Unauthorized access to core areas is strictly prohibited. Do not touch experimental devices. Do not initiate any programs. The consequences of violating these rules are unknown, with a high danger level. Please evacuate immediately. A new, even more formidable force of rules abruptly descended upon them. The palpable weight of this unseen pressure felt as though a mountain had come crashing down, rendering the air within the laboratory nearly devoid, making it difficult to breathe as heartbeats quickened. The atmosphere shifted to one of profound stillness, tension reaching its zenith. Every individual held their breath, hearts racing as they fixated on the incubation chamber, eyes wide with terror and unease. The light within the chamber grew increasingly intense, morphing into a blinding white, while the green nutrient solution began to bubble violently, hissing like boiling water. The indistinct figure within the roiling liquid slowly raised its head. A pair of blood-red eyes snapped open, glaring like twin ghostly flames, emanating an unsettling, ominous glow. A wave of suffocating anomalous energy erupted from the incubation chamber like a volcanic explosion, swiftly engulfing the entire laboratory in a shroud of despairing darkness. The slumbering beast had finally awakened. Chapter 44. The anomalous fusion experimentation subject. Suddenly, the incubation chamber erupted in an unprecedented blaze of light. It was not merely illumination. It was the fierce sun piercing through the darkness. The instant of a new star's demise exploding forth, the incandescent glow devoured all colors, violently robbing the onlookers of their vision, compelling them to instinctively shut their eyes as waves of unbearable pain surged through their eyeballs. Their eardrums were assaulted by the subsequent deafening blasts, as the entire laboratory trembled in response to the violent upheaval. A sharp, crystalline sound of shattering echoed amidst the cacophony, clear and distinct, akin to the scythe of death slicing through the silent night. Carrying an aura of chilling mortality, the heavy glass walls of the cultivation chamber could no longer withstand the sudden surge of terrifying energy from within. Countless fissures erupted like grotesque black lightning, swiftly spreading across the crystalline surface, and then, with a deafening roar, the chamber shattered. Viscous green nutrient fluid surged forth like a breached dam, carrying with it a multitude of glass shards, and enveloped the laboratory in a nauseating stench. A vague silhouette gradually straightened amidst the swirling green liquid. It was a humanoid form, yet it exuded a disquieting and eerie presence. Its skin, devoid of any color, was as pale as a ghost long deprived of sunlight, shimmering with a disquieting metallic sheen under the lab's harsh fluorescent lights, resembling a chilling creation rather than a living, breathing entity. The most chilling aspect was its eyes, scarlet and otherworldly. They resembled two rubies freshly unearthed from the depths of hell, embedded in a face so pallid it was almost transparent, devoid of any hint of human emotion, only coldness, silence, and a malevolence that sent shivers down the spine. Surrounding it was a visibly distorted energy field, violently rippling like boiling water, bending and refracting light mercilessly, rendering the surrounding space illusory and elusive. The experimental subject. This was the most horrifying and malevolent entity birthed from the forbidden experiment of source matter fusion. Its awakening seemed to have pressed a terrifying switch, plunging the entire base from oppressive tension into a suffocating silence. The air felt as though it had been vacuumed away, thick and heavy, pressing down on the chest, making breath laborious and difficult. The core rules that had already shrouded the base suddenly surged in power, akin to countless invisible chains tightening instantaneously, firmly binding the bodies and souls of all present. The sense of oppression hit like a tangible force, eliciting tremors from the very marrow of their bones. Lu Han's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed that the surrounding rule power had grown to an unfathomable extent, even beginning to aggressively erode his currency ability. He attempted to mobilize the energy of his underworld coin, only to be horrified to discover that the energy, once as fluid as an extension of his own will, had become sluggish and slow, moving at a snail's pace, as if mired in a viscous quagmire, making every step a struggle. The system shop, too, seemed to be afflicted by a virus, lagging dreadfully. The item exchange interface loaded at a painfully slow rate, the spinning progress bar mocking his helplessness. Rule suppression. Lu Han felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, a chill running through him. The experimental subject possessed such a terrifying ability to suppress rules. This power transcended his comprehension of bizarre forces, utterly inconceivable and unheard of. Even worse, he keenly sensed that even the underworld coin sword tightly grasped in his hand was under some degree of suppression. The once resplendent golden glow of the sword dimmed significantly, and the energy fluctuations surrounding the blade noticeably weakened, as if forcibly dulled by an invisible power, his currency ability to rendered ineffective. No, it had not been completely nullified, but rather subjected to an unprecedented and terrifying suppression. Faced with this sudden rule suppression, Lu Han's expression turned grave. Yet he did not succumb to panic. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the surging tension within. Forcing himself to remain composed, akin to a finely tuned precision instrument, rapidly analyzing the current situation. To confront this directly would be unwise, within the realm of rule suppression. His currency ability was significantly weakened. To act rashly would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. That he needed to find an alternative route, a way to mitigate the rule suppression, or discover a new means to navigate the current predicament. Though his currency ability was suppressed, it was not entirely unusable. He still possessed a vast amount of underworld coins. He had access to the powerful system shop. System prioritized recommending the highest level rule resistance items. Luhan silently shouted within, his consciousness racing akin to lightning through the system shop, swiftly perusing the dazzling array of product listings. The shop was maddeningly sluggish, yet with his formidable mental strength, he barely managed to maintain control. Soon, several vials emitting a peculiar glow caught his eye. Rule Resistance Potion Beginner can provide minor resistance against the erosion of rule power, temporarily reducing its impact. Rule Resistance Potion Intermediate can provide moderate resistance against the erosion of rule power, continuously diminishing its influence. Rule Resistance Potion Advanced can provide high-intensity resistance against the erosion of rule power, significantly weakening its effects and granting immunity to certain lower-level rules. The efficacy of the potions increased in a tiered fashion with their level, and naturally, so did the price, soaring exponentially. Exchange 3 bottles of advanced rule resistance potions. Immediately, gritting his teeth, a flicker of pain crossed Luhan's gaze, but he chose to exchange without hesitation, a substantial amount of underworld coins pouring out like a rushing river. At this critical juncture of life and death, he could not afford to be stingy or hesitant. The 3 bottles of advanced rule resistance potions appeared in his hands, shimmering with a mysterious and profound purple hue, resembling amethyst, with a soft energy aura flowing around them, emanating a reassuring vibration. Without a moment's hesitation, Luhan uncorked the vial and downed the potion in one swift motion. As the potion entered his system, an icy chill surged through him like a current, as if he were immersed in a polar glacier, causing him to shiver involuntarily, yet invigorating his spirit. Immediately afterward, a warm and gentle flow spread through his limbs, dispelling fatigue and discomfort, acting as an invisible barrier that shielded him from the pervasive rule suppression surrounding him. The effects were instantaneous and astonishing. He attempted once more to mobilize the energy of the underworld coin within him, and to his delight, he found that the previously sluggish energy operation had noticeably quickened. Bursting forth like a beast freed from its bonds, regaining vitality, even the system shop's loading speed miraculously returned to normal. Indeed effective, the advanced rule resistance potion was worth every coin. A sense of relief and joy surged within Luhan. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the rule resistance potion was truly a premium item from the system shop, specifically designed to combat rule powers. However, relying solely on the rule resistance potion was far from sufficient. Faced with an experimental subject possessing a terrifying rule suppression ability, he needed even more powerful means of attack to completely turn the tide and vanquish his formidable foe system. Recommend the highest level items for enhancing mental strength. Luhan reopened the system shop, his consciousness fervently searching for items capable of boosting his mental prowess. Mental Strength Burst Talisman temporarily significantly enhances mental strength, improving perception, reaction speed, and mental attack capabilities. Mental Strength Amplifier permanently increases mental strength, comprehensively enhancing perception, cognitive abilities, and mental power limits. Mental Strength Shield creates a powerful mental shield, effectively resisting mental attacks and the influence of mind-related rules. Luhan's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, instantly locking onto the Mental Strength Burst Talisman. At this moment, what he needed most was an item that could unleash tremendous power in a short time, rather than a gradual permanent enhancement. Exchange 5 Mental Strength Burst Talismans, all at the highest level. Without a moment's hesitation, Luhan expended a considerable amount of underworld coins to acquire 5 of the highest level talismans. Upon grasping the talismans, they radiated a mysterious and ancient golden hue, neither metal nor jade, warm to the touch, adorned with intricate and arcane runes that seemed to flow like living entities, emanating a disquieting mental power fluctuation. Without hesitation, Luhan pressed one of the Mental Strength Burst Talismans to his forehead. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of mental strength rushed into his mind like a torrential flood, enlightening him as if receiving divine insight, causing his spirit to tremble and his very soul to feel elevated. In that moment, His perception was forcibly heightened to an unprecedented and astonishing new level. Everything around him became strikingly clear and vivid. Even the slightest energy fluctuations in the air were vividly imprinted in his mind, every detail laid bare, with nowhere to hide. The distorted energy field surrounding the experimental subject became distinctly visible, no longer shrouded in the previous haze, akin to peering through a veil of mist. So this is the essence of the rule suppression energy field. Lu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, the depths of his gaze shimmering with a brilliance akin to stars. The corners of his mouth curling into a subtle, meaningful arc, as if he had glimpsed a crucial piece of information, discovering a breakthrough opportunity amidst the predicament. The rule power of the experimental subject was not invulnerable. While it possessed a rule suppression ability that was overwhelmingly powerful, this capability appeared to be built upon a unique energy field. If he could identify the weak points of this energy field or discover methods to counter it, he would find a way to turn the tide and reclaim victory. He wielded the sword of the underworld coin, advancing toward the experimental subject with a deliberate and resolute gait, his gaze sharp as a blade, like a hawk locking onto its prey. He focused intently on the distorted energy field enveloping the experimental subject, seeking even the slightest flaw. The subject's blood-red eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, fixated on Lu Han, brimming with coldness, malice, and unmasked hostility. It slowly raised its pallid, almost translucent hand, fingers rigid as brittle twigs, pointing ominously in Lu Han's direction. Its cracked lips parted slightly, emitting a series of strange and jarring syllables. The sound was unlike any human language. It resembled the primal roar of a beast from the depths of hell, suffused with raw, savage, and soul-chilling malevolence. Strangely, Lu Han felt he could comprehend its utterances, although the specific meanings of those syllables eluded him. He could distinctly perceive the overwhelmingly intense and pure negative emotions they conveyed: hatred, destruction, and an irreconcilable, deep-seated loathing for human civilization, even more terrifying. As the experimental subject's chant echoed like an incantation, the eerie atmosphere around them thickened and grew increasingly ferocious. Rising rapidly like a volcanic eruption, the space above the laboratory began to warp violently, as if being torn by an invisible force, with faint cracks appearing, subtle yet ominous, like the eyes of a demon slowly opening. The experimental subject seemed to be summoning a far more formidable and terrifying entity through some mysterious means. The shadow of death suddenly loomed over Lu Han's heart. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him, threatening to engulf him entirely. There could be no further delay. He must resolve the threat of the experimental subject before an even graver existence descended. Chapter 46. The Abyss Calls. Rifts of Otherworlds. The whispers of the experimental subject resonated throughout the laboratory like an ancient incantation from the unfathomable abyss. Each syllable felt like a poisoned blade, piercing not only the eardrum but seemingly aiming to carve through the very soul, unearthing the most concealed fears within. Initially, the voice was low and indistinct, reminiscent of a wounded beast's lament, fragmented and sporadic. Yet it quickly grew clearer and sharper, akin to an ancient being awakening from eons of slumber, slowly opening its cold eyes. The call intensified, becoming more urgent, as if urging or pleading for something. The air within the base felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, becoming thin and oppressive, nearly suffocating. The walls began to groan under the strain. The ground tremored, producing a deep rumble, as if some colossal entity were stirring beneath the surface. Crack, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, slicing through the laboratory's silence. It was akin to nails scraping glass, or a blade cleaving flesh, imbued with a chilling, sinister aura. Everyone felt as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. Suddenly looking up, their gazes fixated on the ceiling above. A scene of disbelief unfolded before their eyes. The ceiling began to distort. Like a tranquil lake disturbed by a thrown stone, it rippled in dizzying waves. The distortion escalated, growing more extreme and exaggerated, as if something horrific were striving to break free from within. Ultimately, before the horrified gazes of all, the ceiling, like fragile canvas, was violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. A massive black rift appeared above the laboratory, resembling a phantom. The edges of the rift seemed scorched by hellfire, presenting an irregular, jagged form, dark and profound, as though it were the entrance to a bottomless abyss, instilling dread in all who beheld it. From the depths of the rift, an oppressive aura of darkness surged forth. This essence was rife with despair, madness, and an indescribable terror, as if it sought to drag the entire world into eternal darkness. The laboratory was instantly engulfed by shadows. The light seemed devoured by some mysterious force. dimming to a flicker, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The temperature plummeted abruptly, a bone-chilling cold enveloping them, as if they were entombed in a frigid grave. The rift continued to expand at a despairing speed, like a monstrous maw gaping wide, greedily consuming the sky. Countless twisted tentacles emerged from the depths of the rift, thrashing through the air like the limbs of an octopus. Clawing and writhing, eliciting nausea, these tentacles were covered in a multitude of suckers, resembling countless eyes, fixated intently on the humans below, radiating an unsettling chill. The rift to another realm. Lin Shui could no longer contain her terror. Crying out in alarm, her delicate face pale, her body trembling violently, like a leaf caught in the wind, she finally comprehended the ominous meaning behind the experimental subject's earlier call that it was a summons from the abyss. A key to unlocking the gateway to another world. The global crisis had escalated. Lu Han's voice, deep as if emanating from the Earth's core, shattered the laboratory's silence. His expression darkened, akin to the ominous sky before a storm. He understood that matters were far worse than he had imagined, far more intricate. The emergence of the rift to another realm was no mere anomaly. Almost simultaneously, similar rifts began to appear across the globe. The sky was torn apart, the earth trembled, the oceans roared, and volcanoes erupted. The entire world was plunged into chaos and panic. The peculiar crisis had swiftly escalated into a global catastrophe. Humanity faced a true apocalyptic calamity. Immediate action was imperative. Lu Han tightened his grip on the sword of the underworld coin, his gaze resolute. He knew this was not a moment for despair. He must rise to the occasion. Leading humanity to confront this impending doom, he bore this responsibility without excuse. System. Lu Han roared within his mind, activating the Global Rule Defense Network plan. At all costs. Ding. Global Rule Defense Network plan initiated. Estimated consumption of underworld coins. An astronomical amount. The system's notification echoed coldly and mechanically, yet it served as a beacon in the darkness, guiding the way forward. The immense underworld coins ignited like explosives, burning fervently. The invisible force of the rules spread at an astonishing pace, attempting to construct a global defense network to slow the invasion of otherworldly beings, granting humanity more breathing room. Everyone, evacuate the base immediately, Lu Han commanded decisively, organizing the Underworld Coin Legion and various allies for a strategic relocation. They must find a new safe haven. He realized this city was no longer secure. They had to abandon it in search of newfound hope. The order was swiftly communicated. The Underworld Coin Legion and allies began an orderly evacuation of the base. The large contingent moved with remarkable efficiency despite the chaos. This elite force, forged through countless battles, possessed an iron will and formidable execution. They would not question or complain, but would resolutely follow orders. For they believed that as long as they followed Lu Han, they would surely find a glimmer of hope for survival. Lu Han stood at the laboratory's entrance, the sword of the underworld coin in hand. Providing cover for the retreating forces, he gazed upward at the rift in the sky, his expression profound, as inscrutable as an abyss. The Global Rule Defense Network plan showed initial signs of effectiveness. The rift's expansion rate seemed to have slowed somewhat. However, this was merely temporary. The strange energy surging from the rift grew increasingly potent. The defense network was on the brink of collapse at any moment. More terrifying still, from the depths of the rift, a colossal shadow was slowly descending. The outline of the shadow was indistinct, yet the aura it emitted far surpassed that of the previous eerie monarch. Even eclipsing the experimental subject before him, this presence felt divine, powerful, indescribable, and utterly despairing. The true puppet master was about to reveal itself. The crisis was far from over. Instead, it had become more horrifying and more desperate. Chapter 47. The Source Will, the embodiment of rules. The immense shadow finally broke free from its constraints and descended into the mortal realm, in no longer a vague outline or an unsettling aura. It represented a concept, a symbol, an existence beyond the limits of human comprehension. It staggered forth from the rift, each step resonating like the sigh of an ancient deity, reverberating through the space, causing the very laws to tremble. It bore no definite form. If one were to attempt a description, it would resemble the chaotic whirlpool of energy at the dawn of the universe, ever-shifting, consuming light, distorting reality. Pure rule energy coalesced into its skeletal structure. Its flesh, its very soul. It was the embodiment of the rules themselves. Warning. Source will detected. Danger level. EX. The system's alarm blared, its sound piercing and mournful like a dying beast, echoing within Lu Han's mind. each bite saturated with unprecedented terror. EX level. This transcended all known tiers, symbolizing an indescribable, invincible supreme horror, the moment the source will manifest it. The vast amount of underworld coins spent on painstakingly constructing the global rule defense network crumbled like a candle flickering in the wind. Instantly collapsing, the rule nodes that bore humanity's hopes shattered like glass marbles crushed by an invisible hand, extinguishing one by one, vanishing into nothingness. Rule weapons, before it, like a child's toy, utterly defenseless. The Legion of Ghost Coins? Confronted by this embodiment of rules, they appear as insignificant as mere ants, devoid of any meaning. The technological prowess that humanity takes pride in its presence, it resembles the torches of primitive tribes. Laughably inadequate, the power of currency, once invincible and unstoppable, it now loses its luster, appearing pale and powerless. The source will holds dominion over the manipulation of all rules that IT is the architect of order. Transcending all existence, the city, before this formidable force, stands like a sandcastle on the beach, easily crushed. Skyscrapers disintegrate in an instant, turning to clouds of ash. The solid earth silently fractures. Unfathomable chasms spreading forth, devouring everything in their path. Flames rise, greedily licking the remnants of walls, reducing once thriving splendor to mere ashes. The city, once ablaze with lights, swiftly devolves into a hell on earth. Human civilization trembles under the shadow of this colossal embodiment of rules. Precariously close to collapse, despair spreads like a plague, rapidly eroding every corner. The Global Human Alliance Command Center is enveloped in silence. All faces are ashen. Lost souls fixated on the ever-expanding vortex of energy on the screen. Their eyes filled with hopelessness and helplessness. Someone mutters, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Everything has come to an end. Are we truly to be erased like the dinosaurs? The pessimistic sentiment floods over everyone like a dam bursting, instantly drowning their reason and hope. Yet, one person remains resolute. Lu Han. Alone, he stands amidst the ruins, clutching the dim ghost coin sword, gazing towards the source while that descends like a deity. His complexion is pale, nearly transparent, but in his profound eyes burns an unwavering flame of resistance. Despair, perhaps, but surrender is not an option. Should he abandon the fight, human civilization would face irrevocable doom. He would not allow such a fate to unfold. He must seek, even if just a glimmer, of hope to oppose the source will. Is there hope? Lin Shue's voice is faint as a flickering candle in the wind, laced with a tremor, a barely perceptible hint of yearning. She looks up at Lu Han, grasping at the last straw like a drowning person. Lu Han does not respond, merely tightening his grip on the ghost coin sword. His gaze is steadfast as an immovable boulder. At that moment, a familiar voice echoes in his ear, as if traversing a tunnel through time. Young man, you have finally arrived at this juncture. The mysterious elder, like a phantom, reappears silently beside Lu Han. Still bearing that inscrutable smile, his eyes deep enough to penetrate the soul that it seems that all worldly changes fall within his anticipation. Sir, Lin Shui exclaims, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the elder. Like finding a beacon in the dark, her hope reigniting. Lu Han slowly turns, his gaze complex as he regards the elder. "Oh, you have a solution?" he inquires in a hushed tone, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. The elder smiles slightly, gesturing toward the terrifying source will in the sky. It is powerful, more formidable than you can fathom. However, it is not invincible. Lu Han's heart jolts, his eyes suddenly ablaze with brilliance. What is the method? He presses eagerly. The sole hope of combating the source will lies in the forbidden power. The elder articulates slowly, his tone calm and distant, as if recounting an ancient legend. Forbidden power. Lu Han's brow furrows, perplexed. It is a force that transcends rules, one that even the source will cannot fully command. The elder explains, and the forbidden power is hidden within. He pauses, his gaze becoming unfathomably deep, as if to penetrate time and space, unraveling the essence of the universe. The source of ghost coins. The source of ghost coins. Lu Han gasps in disbelief, his eyes widening incredulously. The ghost coins, this enigmatic power, has an origin. The source of ghost coins resides in a mysterious realm of alternate dimensions. The elder continues, his tone laced with a hint of alluring mystery. That it is filled with the unknown and peril, yet also harbors infinite possibilities. Only by locating the source of ghost coins and acquiring the forbidden power can you hope to oppose the source will and save this crumbling human world. The elder raises his arm, pointing toward the distant and uncharted alternate dimension, as if guiding him along a path fraught with thorns and blood. Go forth, young man. That he gently pats Lu Han's shoulder with his frail palm. his eyes brimming with encouragement and expectation. The fate of humanity now rests in your hands. The mysterious elder reappears, bringing forth hope against the source will, yet also presenting greater enigmas, the source of ghost coins. A new term, an adventure filled with the unknown and danger, lies before Lu Han that he takes a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within, then gazes once more at the terrifying source will in the sky. Before turning to the anxious Lin Shui, his resolve solidifying that I understand that he speaks in a deep, resonant tone, each word striking like thunder in the darkness. I will seek the source of ghost coins and uncover the forbidden power. For the future of humanity, to safeguard this precarious world, and for the indelible hope within his heart, he marches forward without hesitation. The journey toward the source of ghost coins is destined to be fraught with unknown dangers and challenges. Can Lu Han successfully uncover the forbidden power hidden deep within the alternate dimension and confront the invincible source will? Who exactly is the mysterious elder? What secret connection does he share with the source of ghost coins? All remains an unresolved mystery. Yet, the time for Lu Han to ponder and hesitate is rapidly dwindling. He must act immediately, embarking on the journey to the source of ghost coins. Chapter 48. The source of ghost coins. The alternate dimension. The passage suddenly opens, not with cataclysmic earthquakes or tsunamis, but with a near-silent, yet utterly irresistible pull. Lu Han feels the light and shadow before him distort, the heavens and earth upturning. Everything around him shattering like a broken mirror, fracturing into bizarre and twisted lines, plummeting swiftly toward an unknown destination. Consciousness, in that moment, feels as if it has been violently torn into countless fragments, only to be brutally reshaped by an even more powerful force in the next instant. Dizziness, nausea, and weightlessness, various negative sensations surge forth like a tide, nearly drowning his very soul. Time loses its meaning. Perhaps only an instant passes, or perhaps it stretches into eternity. When he finally struggles to open his eyes, his senses begin to revive slowly. Then, he beholds an unimaginable, surreal world. There is no sky, nor land. Beneath his feet lies an emptiness that is not void, but rather layers of golden mist, floating like clouds. Walking upon it feels light and soft, as if treading upon the finest silk, imbued with a strange, unreal sensation of levitation. The sights surrounding him are breathtaking, a spectacle that sends shivers through the soul. Endless light, boundless gold fills every corner of his vision, countless ghost coins, radiating dazzling brilliance. Infinite and boundless ghost coins. They serve as the very foundation of this world, forming undulating mountains, cascading rivers, and even crystallizing into resplendent stars that hang in the void, eternally shimmering. This is a realm constructed entirely of ghost coins. Awe-inspiring, a shock that defies description, resonating deep within the soul. Lu Han could never have imagined such a bizarre, magnificent, and utterly insane spectacle existed. He feels as if he has stepped into an immeasurable treasure trove forged of gold, where every glance unveils a dizzying array of wealth, inciting insatiable desires. Yet, this is not merely a simple accumulation of riches. Amidst the golden sea of ghost coins float countless energy fragments of varied shapes and vibrant colors. They resemble shattered gemstones, akin to stardust scattered among the galaxies, each fragment emanating a primal and powerful energy wave that is both heart-pounding and awe-inspiring. Some fragments twist like ancient hieroglyphs, mysterious and archaic. Others resemble chaotic symbols, exuding an eerie aura. Some are merely abstract lines, chaotic and disordered, yet concealing profound secrets. The runic symbols. In that instant, an epiphany strikes Lu Han, and he comprehends the essence of these fragments. They constitute the foundational forces of all rules within this enigmatic world. Compelled by an unseen force, he extends his hand, trembling fingers cautiously reaching toward the nearest rune fragment. The moment his fingertip makes contact, a chilling yet overwhelmingly powerful energy surges into his body like a flood breaking a dam. Boom. Like a divine awakening, as if his soul were struck by lightning. Countless shards of information rush into his mind like a tempest. The mysteries of rules, the essence of power, the truth of this world. Just by touching a minuscule fragment, his understanding of the word rule blossoms like spring shoots breaking through the earth, expanding to a bewilderingly new level. It is inconceivable to fathom the terrifying, extraordinary power he would gain by absorbing more rune fragments. As Lu Han became engrossed in the profound understanding of the power of rules, yearning to explore more secrets, the system's cold notification echoed once again, abruptly pulling him from his mystical reverie back to reality. The host has arrived at this source of underworld coins. Please delve into the depths of this source of underworld coins to seek the forbidden power. The source of underworld coins. Luhan jolted awake, as if emerging from a dream, and surveyed his surroundings. Then, he beheld it.at, the very center of the boundless ocean of underworld coins. A colossal golden vortex was slowly yet resolutely spinning. The vortex was profound, dark, and unfathomable, as if it connected to the center of the universe, or perhaps led to an abyss of nothingness, emanating terrifying waves of energy that sent shivers through one's soul. The purest essence of underworld coin energy flowed from the center of the vortex like a viscous liquid, or like materialized radiance, surging forth in relentless tides that flooded the entire otherworldly space. The source of underworld coins. This was, indeed, the true source of underworld coins. Luhan's heart raced, his blood surged, an uncontrollable excitement and desire engulfed him like a raging inferno, sweeping through his entire being. He had finally discovered it. He had found the origin of all power. Without the slightest hesitation, without a hint of doubt, Luhan stepped forward, resolutely heading towards the golden vortex. The closer he approached the vortex, the more violent and tumultuous the surrounding energy waves became. The oppressive sensation of invisible energy bore down on him like a tangible mountain, crushing his bones and tearing at his flesh, making each step exceedingly arduous, as if he were carrying the weight of the world. Yet, he would not falter, for the sake of acquiring the forbidden power, to confront the will of the origin. To save the precarious and trembling human world that he must advance, even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, akin to a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, or a place of certain death. He would press on, unyielding. At last, he reached the edge of the golden vortex, observing it up close. The spectacle of the vortex was even more awe-inspiring and formidable. It resembled a massive golden black hole, devouring all surrounding light while radiating an unparalleled, worship-inducing brilliance of energy. At the vortex's center lay a void, chaos, and darkness, as though it connected to an unknown dimension, concealing the universe's most profound and unknowable secrets. Ding! Forbidden power detected. The forbidden power resides within the core region of this source of underworld coins. Warning: this source of underworld coins harbors formidable rule power and poses unknown dangers. The forbidden power is not easily obtainable. It requires passing the trials of this source of underworld coins. The difficulty of the trials is exceedingly high, a matter of life and death. Please, host, choose wisely. The cold, mechanical warning of the system struck Luhan like a wake-up call, casting a shadow over his fervent heart. Trials, a matter of life and death. The forbidden power was indeed not easily acquired. But did he have any choice left for the future of humanity, for the unquenchable hope in his heart? Even if the path ahead led to a den of dragons and tigers, to a place of no return, he must dare to venture forth. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Luhan's gaze turned resolutely steadfast, like tempered steel, radiating a determined light. He stepped forward once more, without a trace of hesitation, without an ounce of fear, without looking back. He leaped into the immense golden vortex. The unknown trial loomed like a monstrous beast lurking in the abyss, ready to open its gaping maw and consume him. And what tremendous secrets lay hidden behind the trial? Chapter 49. Entering the Labyrinth of Seven Emotions. The passage twisted, a spectacle of bizarre colors. Luhan felt a dizzying sensation, as if his consciousness were forcibly dragged by some unseen force, plummeting into an endless chasm. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had drastically transformed. The golden ocean of underworld coins had vanished, replaced by a strange space shrouded in mist. The fog was dense, displaying a riot of colors, akin to a spilled palette of paint. Chaotic and hallucinatory. Beneath his feet, there was no longer the ethereal mist, but rather a solid ground composed of countless sharply defined crystals, each step producing a crisp crackling sound. Ding! The host has entered the Labyrinth of Seven Emotions. First trial, Domain of Joy. The system's notification sounded, cold and mechanical, instantly alerting Luhan. The trial had commenced. The mist swirled, and the scene before him transformed abruptly. The previously oppressive crystal ground vanished, replaced by a bustling metropolis ablaze with lights. Skyscrapers towered, neon lights flickered, and the streets were alive with the clamor of voices, laughter echoing in the air. The atmosphere was suffused with an exhilarating essence, as if one were immersed in the grandest of festive celebrations. Joy, overwhelming joy, instantly engulfed Luhan. He felt as if he were caught in a colossal whirlpool of happiness, where all worries and sorrows dissipated. In that moment that he yearned to bask in this endless joy, wishing never to awaken. This was the domain of joy, Luhan murmured, his eyes slightly dazed. This pure joy was so real, so beautiful, that he nearly forgot he was amidst a trial. The people on the streets greeted him warmly, their faces illuminated with genuine smiles. Some invited him to join in the revelry, while others offered him fine wines and delicacies. Everything was so splendid, so intoxicating. Yet, a subtle sense of dissonance quietly took root in Lu Han's heart. It was too perfect, perfect to the point of being unreal. The joyful essence permeating the air was almost excessively rich, even tinged with a cloying sweetness. The smiles of the surrounding people, though radiant, appeared somewhat stiff, somewhat hollow. They resembled puppets controlled by unseen hands, mechanically repeating expressions of joy in illusion. Lu Han suddenly awoke, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was certainly not authentic joy, but rather a deceptive facade forcibly conjured by the power of rules. The intent was to ensnare him in this false happiness, leading him to lose himself. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, channeling the energy of the underworld coins to resist the encroaching joy. His consciousness gradually cleared, and the scene before him began to warp. The bustling metropolis faded like a mirage, replaced by an expansive plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a massive statue, its features indistinct yet exuding an unsettling aura. Surrounding the statue were countless individuals kneeling on the ground, their expressions frenzied, muttering incantations as if engaged in some malevolent ritual. The essence of joy twisted into madness. No longer pure happiness, but a pathological revelry. Was this the truth of the domain of joy? Lu Han's gaze turned icy, filled with profound disdain. False joy would only lead to degradation and despair. True happiness should arise from within, from the pursuit of beauty, not from this hollow illusion force-fed by others. Break! Lu Han shouted furiously, the sword of underworld coins unsheathing in an instant, its light piercing the void. The sword's aura surged forth, instantly tearing apart the false images in the plaza. The pathological revelry vanished, replaced by an endless darkness. In that darkness, an atmosphere of oppression and fury lingered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing through the domain of joy. Second trial, domain of anger. The system's notification resounded once more, heralding a graver trial that lay ahead. Darkness surged, akin to a tempestuous sea. I shall not be governed by anger. Lu Han suddenly bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into a moment of clarity. He forcibly suppressed the murderous desire within him, halting the senseless slaughter. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, delving deep within to seek the root of his anger. From where does this fury arise? Is it a disdain for war, a loathing for bloodshed, or perhaps a bitterness born of his own helplessness? None of these. The true source of anger lies in the rebellion against the power of rules. It is the aversion to being manipulated by emotions. It is the rage at the erosion of one's own will. I must master my anger, not be mastered by it. Lu Han abruptly opened his eyes, the crimson hue gradually fading, replaced by determination and calm. Chapter 50. Completion of the heart refinement of the seven emotions. Trial. He began to channel the energy of the dark coin, directing the power of his anger, transforming it into his own strength. Anger was no longer a consuming flame of reason, but rather a formidable force, an indomitable will. He wielded the sword of the dark coin, not in frenzied slaughter, but condensing the sword energy into an indestructible barrier to resist the pervasive aura of anger on the battlefield. Simultaneously, he began to counterattack. The sword energy surged through, no longer indiscriminate attacks, but precisely striking the illusory soldiers on the battlefield. Each strike was imbued with immense willpower, carrying the defiance and fury against the power of rules. The false soldiers shattered into nothingness beneath the sword energy, like bubbles bursting. The blood-soaked battlefield began to collapse and disintegrate. The aura of anger gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing entirely. Darkness descended once more, but this time, it was not filled with anger, but rather a suffocating sorrow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the realm of anger. The third trial, realm of sorrow. The system's prompt, still cold and mechanical, weighed heavily on Lu Han. What kind of trial awaits in the realm of sorrow? As the darkness dispersed, the scene before him shifted once more. This time, he found himself in a desolate graveyard, shrouded in persistent rain. Tombstones stood like sentinels, the wind howled fiercely, and the air was thick with decay and suffocating sorrow. The cold rain soaked his garments, permeating his very soul. An indescribable sadness surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him. The pain of losing loved ones, the sorrow of parting with friends, the uncertainty and worry for the future. Countless negative emotions poured out like a flood, battering against his will, dismantling his defenses. He felt as though he was trapped in a vast whirlpool of grief, with all hope and motivation siphoned away in that moment. He longed to wail in despair, to drown in endless sorrow, never to awaken again. So sad, Lu Han murmured, his voice hoarse, his eyes glistening with moisture. This sorrow was too real, too intense, as if it sought to tear his very soul asunder. He sensed his willpower crumbling bit by bit, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The realm of sorrow sought to obliterate his will with the utmost despair, to plunge him into utter hopelessness. Once consumed by sorrow, he would forever be lost in this desolate graveyard, unable to escape. I cannot be defeated by sorrow, Lu Han shouted in his heart, striving to break free from the shackles of grief. Yet he found that sorrow was like an invisible shackle, tightly binding his soul, rendering him immobile. He felt as though he had lost all strength, all hope, with only endless sorrow and despair remaining. Just as he was about to succumb entirely to his grief, he suddenly recalled a person, Lin Shui, the strong and brave girl who never gave up hope. Her smile, her encouragement, her company were like a lighthouse in the darkness, illuminating his path and providing him with the motivation to move forward. I cannot let her down. Lu Han jolted awake, a flicker of hope igniting within his heart. For Lin Shui, for those still waiting for his rescue. He cannot falter. He must conquer sorrow and emerge from despair. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to recall the moments shared with Lin Shui. Her smile, her voice, her warmth. Those beautiful memories shone like sunlight, dispelling the gloom that enveloped his heart, warming his soul. The aura of sorrow began to weaken, and the light of hope gradually bloomed within him. He started to channel the energy of the dark coin, transforming the power of sorrow into a resilient will, an unwavering belief. Sorrow was no longer the poison that destroyed willpower, but a trial that tempered the soul, a force that made him stronger. He wiped away the tears from his eyes, lifted his head, and gazed at the rain-soaked sky with unwavering determination. Sorrow cannot defeat me. Lu Han spoke softly, his voice hoarse yet filled with power. He began to walk forward, ignoring the sorrowful aura surrounding him, resolutely heading deeper into the graveyard. With each step, he grew more steadfast, more powerful. The rain remained cold, yet it could no longer penetrate his heart. The realm of sorrow began to collapse and disintegrate. The rain ceased, the tombstones vanished, and the desolate graveyard transformed into a void. Darkness fell once again, but this time, it was not filled with sorrow, but rather a sense of tranquility and peace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the realm of sorrow. The fourth trial, realm of joy. The fifth trial, realm of love. The sixth trial, realm of hatred. The seventh trial, realm of desire. The system's prompts rang out one after another, heralding that the upcoming trials would be even more complex and arduous. Yet Lu Han no longer felt fear. Having traversed through the trials of joy, anger, and sorrow, he had gradually grasped the secrets of the power of the seven emotions. The seven emotions were not a hindrance, but a source of strength. As long as he could master the seven emotions, he could transform them into his own power and become even stronger. The forthcoming trials of joy, love, hatred, and desire, although still fraught with challenges, could not shake Lu Han's resolute will. Relying on his formidable willpower and profound understanding of emotions, he successfully navigated the traps and illusions of the rules, mastering the power of the seven emotions. The power of the seven emotions fused into his soul, his blood, and his dark coin energy that he felt his strength undergo a qualitative leap, as if he had been reborn, revitalized. Is this the heart refinement of the seven emotions? Lu Han murmured, feeling the surging energy within him. A faint smile gracing his lips, the maze of rules was no longer an obstacle for him, but a trial to sharpen his will and enhance his power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the heart refinement of the seven emotions trial. Obtained special ability. Mastery of the seven emotions. Mastery of the seven emotions. The host can freely control their own power of the seven emotions and transform it into combat strength, possessing a certain resistance to the power of rules. The system's prompt sounded, announcing Lu Han's successful completion of the first trial. The new ability, Mastery of the Seven Emotions, further enhanced his strength. Yet he knew this was merely the beginning. More severe trials awaited him. The path ahead remained fraught with the unknown and peril, but he was prepared to face all challenges, for his goal was the forbidden power to save the world of humanity. For hope, for the future. Chapter 52. Entering the Six Desires Inferno trial, the darkness suddenly receded. Lu Han plunged into an enigmatic abyss. Here, not a glimmer of light could be seen, only endless blackness, like thick ink cascading down, drowning all senses. Yet within this boundless darkness surged a terrifying energy, thick and frenzied, akin to an ancient beast lying in wait, ready to devour. Desire. An energy of desire, pure to the extreme, thick enough to almost coalesce into substance. Clawed and writhed, filling every corner of the space, infiltrating every pore, seeking to seize the very soul of man. Ding. The host has entered the Six Desires Inferno. The second trial, Six Desires Inferno. The cold system prompt pierced through Lu Han like a winter wind, startling him into alertness. His nerves instantly taut. Six Desires Inferno. Merely these four words exuded a chilling aura, foreboding the extreme terror of this trial. Within the abyss, darkness began to swirl violently, akin to boiling water, distorting and transforming, conjuring bizarre scenes before his eyes. The first sight to greet him was a boundless expanse of lush spring colors, vibrant to the extreme, decadently alluring. Countless beauties of the mortal realm, each unique in charm, appeared before him, competing for attention, dazzling and mesmerizing. They donned sheer veils, their alluring forms partially concealed, skin as delicate as snow, exuding a fragrance that intoxicated the senses, their gazes playful and inviting, their voices a melodious whisper, enchanting to the core, as if they could melt the hardest of steels in an instant. They approached him gracefully, their breath sweet as orchids, and with arms that rivaled the frost and snow. They seemed like delicate serpents, yearning to entwine him, drawing him into a realm of tenderness, where he would languish in dreams for eternity. Young master, come, we shall serve you well. Whatever you desire, we can present it before you. The enticing whispers, soft yet persuasive, infiltrated Lu Han's ears, striking at the softest corners of his soul. Before him lay an endless spring tapestry, a picturesque scene unfolding in vibrant hues, each tableau bursting forth like tumultuous waves, assailing Lu Han's senses and striking at the primal desires intrinsic to his masculinity. Any normal man, brimming with youthful vigor, would likely have succumbed to such exquisite temptation, losing himself in a haze of passion, yearning to prostrate before the beguiling charms of beauty, reveling in tender embraces and dissipating his heroic spirit within a realm of gentle indulgence. Yet, Lu Han merely curled the corner of his mouth, eliciting a chillingly cold smile, his gaze suffused with derision and disdain. How audacious to flaunt such trivial skills before me. A thought ignited within him, and the energy of the underworld surged forth like a cataclysmic eruption, coalescing around him into an indomitable barrier that severed all external temptations from his consciousness. The enchanting illusions before him shattered like fragile bubbles, disintegrating into nothingness, as if they had never existed. With the allure of beauty dissipated, a vast expanse of gold and silver treasures emerged, a veritable mountain of wealth stretching infinitely, akin to an ocean forged of gold, rivers constructed of silver, and stars adorned with gemstones. Resplendent and dazzling, a spectacle that could overwhelm the senses, nearly drowning one in its boundless opulence. It seemed as though all worldly riches converged here, tantalizingly within reach, easily attainable. Do you desire it? A voice, rich with magnetism and darkly seductive, whispered in Lu Han's ear, imbued with an irresistible enchantment. Surrender to your desires, and these mountains of wealth shall be yours to command, squander without restraint, and indulge in endlessly. Power, status, beauty, mansions, luxury cars, yachts, private jets, everything you yearn for could be effortlessly acquired, with nary a challenge. The voice dripped with temptation, akin to a devil-esque whisper, akin to the slow unveiling of Pandora's box, releasing the most intoxicating desires of the world. The allure of wealth was equally formidable, enough to drive countless souls to madness, to take reckless risks, to pursue it by any means necessary, paying any price, especially for Lu Han, who had once been an ordinary urban youth. This temptation held a lethal allure, potent enough to cause him to lose himself in an instant, becoming a slave to desire. Yet he remained unmoved, his gaze clear, his heart as steadfast as stone. Unwavering amidst the chaos, wealth was but a fleeting illusion, a mere externality. One cannot take it with them at death. A century later, all that remains is a handful of earth. What significance does vast wealth hold then? What I seek is mastery over my own fate, not to be enslaved by desire, nor to become a puppet of money. Once more, a thought stirred within him, summoning the energy of the underworld, surging forth like a tempest, obliterating the illusions of gold and silver treasures. The shimmering riches receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace, replaced by ethereal palaces, magnificent celestial abodes manifesting from thin air. Suspended in the void, pavilions and towers, intricately carved and painted, with soaring eaves and brackets, appeared as if from a legendary paradise, a residence for the divine, breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Celestial mists swirled, vibrant colors danced, rays of dawn illuminated the sky. Auspicious clouds drifted, celestial cranes soared, and ethereal deer dashed, all enveloped in a serene tranquility, a scene of divine grace. Celestial music drifted, lingering in the air, a soft melody that entranced the soul, as strings and flutes resonated, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that transported one to a realm of bliss, where all worldly worries and sorrows melted away. To be here was akin to dwelling in a realm of ultimate pleasure. Free from care, unburdened, transcending into a state of blissful immortality, devoid of pain and strife, filled only with unending joy and serenity. This was your true sanctuary, the final haven for your soul. Here, you could bask in eternal happiness. Forever liberated from the pains and troubles of the earthly realm, existing in harmony with the sun and moon, living alongside the earth and sky, achieving immortality, and reveling in eternal freedom. Why struggle against the capricious, elusive hand of fate? Instead, relinquish all, merge into this boundless bliss. Is it not beautiful? The voice softened, becoming more tender and beguiling, akin to a lover's whisper or a mother's gentle reassurance, filled with love and acceptance, inviting one to lower all defenses and succumb entirely. The temptation of pleasure was undoubtedly among the most lethal, the most difficult to resist. Who does not long for a carefree, joyous life, to pass through existence with ease? Who wishes to endure suffering, to struggle against adversity, to contend with fate, particularly after navigating the labyrinthine crises of emotional turmoil, body and spirit weary? The longing for comfort and indulgence intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Luhan's heart wavered slightly, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a gentle breeze, rippling ever so slightly. Yet he quickly summoned his formidable willpower, forcefully suppressing that flicker of uncertainty, awakening from the alluring illusion of paradise. Joy is but a fleeting bubble, built upon the foundation of suffering, an ephemeral mirage, insubstantial and transient. True happiness is the elation following struggle, the sense of achievement derived from overcoming challenges, the responsibility of safeguarding what is dear. The bonds forged alongside companions. To wallow in indulgence, to crave comfort, only leads to degradation, to descent, to the loss of ambition, ultimately resulting in a mere existence. A lingering survival devoid of purpose. He suddenly bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain striking him like a wake-up call, instantly dispelling the haze clouding his consciousness, illuminating his mind like a sudden revelation. The illusion of celestial palaces shattered once more, dissolving completely. This time, what appeared before him was not a tangible vision, but a more abstract, insidious temptation, a profound comfort that pierced the depths of his soul. It felt as though he were cradled in a warm, comforting embrace, gently rocked by a soft breeze, caressed by tender sunlight, cocooned in the gentlest of forces, free of pressure, burden, or pain, enveloped solely in unparalleled comfort and relaxation. All weariness, all stress, all pain, all worries evaporated in that moment. As if they had never existed, he yearned to sink into a deep slumber, forever immersed in this extraordinary, indescribable comfort, unwilling to awaken, unwilling to confront the harsh, cold reality. His body felt drained of all strength. Utterly limp, desiring only to collapse and remain still, wishing to abandon all thought and action, simply to languish in this bliss until eternity, his willpower weakened, akin to a frog slowly succumbing in warm water. Gradually losing all resistance, yearning to surrender entirely to this gentle embrace. The realm of desire tests humanity's most instinctual restraint against physical cravings. Humans, as corporeal beings, inherently seek comfort, detest pain, and gravitate toward pleasure while avoiding harm. This is the nature of humanity. This desire is rooted deeply within our genes, etched into our souls, ingrained within our very being, almost an instinct shared by all living creatures. Luhan acutely felt an unprecedented fatigue and weariness. As if he were a traveler burdened by immense weight, finally discovering a haven for respite, longing to shed all burdens and relax completely. He was on the verge of abandoning resistance, ready to succumb entirely to this exquisite comfort. Unwilling to awaken, unwilling to struggle, but just as he was about to surrender completely, a sudden, bone-chilling coldness emanated from the hilt of the sword of underworld currency he clutched tightly in his palm, jolting him awake. That icy sensation pierced through the lethargy of his soul, momentarily stirring clarity within his foggy mind. He awoke with a shock, as if breaking free from a long, beautiful nightmare, his eyes snapping open. He could not succumb. He could not yield. He must not fall here. There were more important matters at hand. More significant responsibilities awaited him. More precious lives to protect. The fate of humanity rested in his hands. The future of the world awaited his salvation. He must not falter here, must not drown in this abyss, must not betray the hopes of all. Clenching his teeth, he summoned every ounce of remaining strength. Igniting the dwindling energy of the underworld within him, the energy surged like a long-dormant volcano erupting, inflaming every cell within his body, dispelling all weariness, rekindling the unquenchable spirit of battle within his heart, revitalizing him with vigor and life. The exquisite illusion of comfort began to crumble, like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, swiftly collapsing into nothingness. In its place emerged a darker, more profound, and despairingly insatiable abyss of desire, unfathomable and boundless, as if leading to the very depths of hell, eternally unredeemed. In the depths of the abyss, various energies of desire intertwine and entwine, akin to countless venomous serpents. Thrashing and writhing with frenzied intensity, roaring and hissing, exuding a terrifying aura that sends shivers through the soul, the desires of sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and thought bind Luhan's soul like 6 heavy shackles, rendering him immobile and gasping for breath. Each desire burns like flames from the depths of hell, mercilessly scorching his will, testing the very limits of his humanity, and interrogating the depths of his soul. Yet, having endured the trials and tribulations of the 7 emotions refinement labyrinth, his willpower has undergone a qualitative leap, and his soul has been sublimated, becoming more resilient, stronger, and unshakable. He has come to a profound understanding of the essence of desire and has truly grasped the art of mastering it. Desire is not inherently evil, unforgivable, nor the root of all malice. Rather, it is the driving force behind human progress, the wellspring of civilization's advancement, the instinct for the continuation of life, and the wheels that propel the world forward. The crux lies in how to correctly guide, wisely utilize, and skillfully control desire, rather than succumbing to it, being consumed by it, or being governed by it. The flames of the 6 desires. Merely a triviality. A confident and disdainful smirk graced Luhan's lips, his gaze filled with a dominating arrogance that looked down upon the world. If you seek to devour me with desire, then let me witness just how powerful, terrifying, and invincible these so-called 6 desires truly are. No longer will he remain in passive defense, confined within himself. Instead, he strikes out like a drawn sword, suddenly taking the offensive with undeniable brilliance, with a thought. The power of the 7 emotions surges within him like a rushing river, flowing forth in a magnificent torrent, perfectly merging with the energy of the ghostly coin, becoming one, coalescing into a new force that is even more formidable, more terrifying, and more unfathomable. This power not only embodies the immense emotional strength derived from the 7 emotions, but also encompasses the rule-controlling power bestowed by the ghostly coin energy, as well as Luhan's own unwavering will. His indomitable spirit, and his profound understanding and absolute mastery of desire. He pours this newly fused power of the 7 emotions and ghostly coin energy into the ghostly coin sword in his grasp. Unreservedly, like a torrential flood, the ghostly coin sword awakens like a slumbering lion, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance, its blade shimmering with runes, radiating a resplendent glow, its sword aura soaring into the sky, piercing the clouds, emanating an overwhelming, sacred, majestic, and terrifying pressure. With a single stroke, it shatters the heavens, shaking the earth, its sword aura spanning 30,000 miles, casting a chilling light over 19 continents, as if splitting the heavens and the earth. Breaking through the endless darkness, tearing apart the boundless void, severing all chains in the world, and annihilating all temptations of desire. The energy of the 6 desires, beneath the unparalleled and unassailable sword aura of the ghostly coin sword, crumbles as easily as withered straw, utterly severed, completely purified, reduced to dust, dissipating into nothingness. The abyss of desire, stripped of its supporting energy, collapses like a tree without roots and water without source, rapidly crumbling, disintegrating, and vanishing. The darkness recedes like a tide, and light reappears like dawn, dispelling all the shadows that shrouded Luhan's heart, returning him to the familiar, resplendent, and boundless realm of wealth and power within the golden ghostly coin space. He has successfully passed the trial of the burning 6 desires, conquered the temptations of desire, and mastered the power of desire, further elevating his willpower and purifying his soul. Yet, he remains vigilant and resolute. His expression grave, his gaze sharp, and his heart taut, for he is acutely aware that this is merely the second trial of the source of the ghostly coins, not the final test, nor the end. The ultimate trial is the true test of life and death, the critical battle determining whether he can obtain the forbidden power and save the world, the true ultimate challenge, whether he can emerge alive from the source of the ghostly coins, whether he can successfully acquire the forbidden power, and whether he can ultimately defeat the primal will to save the precarious, storm-tossed human world remains a vast unknown, rife with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, he is fully prepared psychologically, has amassed formidable strength, and possesses an unwavering heart that will not retreat, for the sake of the forbidden power, for the salvation of the world, and to safeguard the undying hope and light within his heart. He shall forge ahead without hesitation, bravely cutting through obstacles, resolutely advancing. Chapter 54. The Golden Sphere, Awakening of the Forbidden Power. A golden sphere radiating dazzling light, resembling a brilliant pearl suspended in the air. It glows with a mesmerizing golden brilliance, as if composed of countless tiny golden particles. These particles seem alive, continually flowing, shimmering, and weaving intricate and vibrant patterns from a distance. This golden sphere resembles a miniature sun, its radiance illuminating the surrounding darkness, rendering everything vividly clear. As one approaches, a powerful and warm energy wave emanates from within the sphere, continuously expanding outward, evoking a sense of awe and intoxication. It hovers before him, within reach, slowly and solemnly revolving, emitting a gentle and sacred light. This light is not blinding. Instead, it embodies a comforting warmth, akin to a mother's embrace, filled with acceptance and tranquility. Yet, within the depths of this warm radiance lies a torrent of energy that stirs the very soul. Vast, boundless, unfathomable. This is the forbidden power, the true essence of forbidden power. Lu Han's heart beats violently. Like a drum, he distinctly perceives the ghostly coin energy within him surging at an unprecedented frequency, yearning and howling, as if a wayward child longing for home, desperately seeking to merge with the embrace of the golden sphere. It seems that within that sphere lies the ultimate answer he has sought through countless trials and tribulations. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Han strides purposefully towards the golden sphere. Each step is as steady as a mountain, each step imbued with a resolve akin to burning bridges. As he draws nearer to the golden sphere, the pulsation of energy grows ever more violent. The invisible pressure of energy crashes against his body and spirit like towering waves, one after another, mercilessly assaulting him. A prickling sensation begins to spread across his skin. Deep within his bones, a mournful cry of unbearable strain emerges. Even his consciousness begins to blur and drift. Yet, he does not falter. His steps remain unyielding, that he cannot stop. He absolutely cannot stop, for the future of humanity. For the fervent belief in his heart, he must press onward. Finally, he reaches the golden sphere. A close gaze reveals its captivating allure. It resembles a miniature sun, radiating splendid light, yet mysteriously devoid of any heat. Instead evoking a sense of genuine comfort and peace. On its surface, countless golden runes flow like living entities, winding and shifting, exuding a profound and arcane aura. Lu Han slowly raises his arm, his fingertips trembling slightly. And finally, with determination, he touches the golden sphere. In that instant, an indescribable, searing pain erupts, akin to a long-dormant volcano violently erupting, forcefully assailing his flesh and soul with overwhelming power. Pain. Excruciating pain that pierces to the very marrow. A torment that sears the soul. It feels as though his body is being mercilessly torn apart, his soul scorched by flames, his bones shattered by immense force, his organs writhe in frenzied spasms. Each contraction akin to a knife's cut. His consciousness is instantly engulfed by the boundless agony, plunging into a void of emptiness. Lu Han emits a muffled groan from deep within his throat, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yet, he grits his teeth, steadfast as a boulder, refusing to allow himself to yield even a fraction. He cannot fall. To do so would mean all is for naught. It would mean that all his previous efforts and sacrifices would dissolve into nothingness. He exerts every ounce of his strength, desperately channeling the ghostly coin energy within him, attempting to resist this terrifying onslaught of pain. However, the might of the forbidden power far exceeds imagination, far too formidable, far too overwhelming. The ghostly coin energy pales before it, like a mere trickle, insignificant and incapable of shifting it even slightly. The pain intensifies, like an endless tide, continuously escalating. Lu Han feels his body teetering on the brink of collapse. His soul, too, resembles a flickering candle in the wind, fragmented and on the verge of shattering. Is it truly destined to end in failure? Is the forbidden power truly beyond the grasp of mortals? Chapter 55. Awakening the final power. No. He will not resign himself to this fate. He cannot give up. Hope still resides within him. Deep within the recesses of his soul lies an indomitable strength. That is will, an unwavering will, unbreakable and unyielding. A belief that never falters, steadfast unto death. Lu Han unleashes a thunderous roar from the depths of his consciousness, gathering every last ounce of his remaining willpower. Memories surge like a tidal wave. His first encounter with Lin Shui, the silhouettes fighting side by side amidst the chaos of war, the blood-soaked battles with comrades who shared life and death, and the agonized struggles of ordinary people yearning for survival in a bizarre world. Their smiles, filled with hope, their eyes brimming with expectation, their hearts anchored in trust, illuminate his path like lamps in the dark, endowing him with boundless strength. For them, for all humanity, for the flickering light of hope that shall never extinguish in his heart, he must persevere, even if the path ahead is an abyss of unfathomable depths. And even if it demands a harrowing price of shattering bones and scattering souls, I shall not hesitate. Lu Han abruptly opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils burned an unprecedented resolve and determination. No longer would he remain in passive defense, confined to a corner. He chose, like a warrior burning his boats, to take the initiative and strike. He fully opened his soul, embracing the baptism of forbidden power without reservation. He infused his indomitable will into the ceaseless torrent of ghostly currency energy, merging and transcending until it coalesced into a more powerful, terrifying, and incomprehensible force akin to a dragon swimming against the current. Fiercely charging towards the golden sphere of light, with will as his sword, he severed all obstacles. With faith as his shield, he withstood all assaults of pain. A miracle occurred at that moment, as Lu Han completely unleashed his will. The golden sphere seemed to sense his earth-shattering determination and courage, gradually responding to him. The once rampant and violent energy fluctuations, like a tamed beast, began to soften and become gentle. The agonizing pain ebbed away like receding tides, replaced by an unprecedented warmth and comfort, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing his face, or the nourishing rain revitalizing all life, nurturing both his body and soul. The golden sphere began to slowly and tenderly merge into his being, not through consumption or invasion, but through a harmonious and natural fusion. The forbidden power flowed like a gentle stream into his limbs and bones, merging into his veins and meridians, ultimately settling deep within his soul. His physical form underwent a transformative evolution. His bones grew as resilient as diamond, his muscles as robust as granite, and his blood surged like a mighty river, brimming with vibrant vitality and boundless strength. His soul too experienced a qualitative leap in transcendence, becoming denser, stronger, and more profound, resembling the vast and unfathomable night sky. His consciousness expanded infinitely, akin to an eagle breaking free from its cage, soaring to unimaginable heights, ultimately merging with the boundless cosmos. He distinctly sensed the pulse of the universe thrumming powerfully. He vaguely heard the whispers of rules echoing in his ears. He even caught a fleeting glimpse of the primordial mysteries of the world slowly revealing themselves. An unprecedented sense of power surged within him, akin to a volcano erupting, filling every inch of his flesh, every nerve, and every cell. So potent was this sensation that he felt an illusion of omnipotence, as if he could control all things in the world and alter every established rule and order at will. The power of currency had awakened completely at this moment. The sword of ghostly currency in his grasp emitted a melodious hum of joy. The blade shimmered with golden light, flowing like water, while ancient and mysterious runes flickered erratically, resembling a phoenix reborn from the flames, exuding an even more sacred and formidable aura. The once unadorned depiction of currency on the hilt now radiated brilliance, emanating an awe-inspiring pressure that commanded respect. The sword of ghostly currency had undergone a crucial evolution, transforming from a formidable weapon into a true artifact, a divine instrument capable of severing all worldly rules and dispelling all strange powers. Lu Han slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting golden gleam vanished within the depths of his gaze, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling and spectacular. What replaced it was a profound depth reminiscent of the vast cosmos. Imbued with a tranquil calmness, he raised his hand and gently clenched it. The void in his grasp felt as malleable as the softest dough, easily shaped and molded, as though it had lost its inherent solidity and order. To him, rules appeared as clearly visible threads, manipulable at will, no longer an unattainable and inviolable existence. This was the true power that transcended rules, the forbidden power. A confident smile graced Lu Han's lips. He had succeeded. After enduring countless trials, he had finally fused with the forbidden power, acquiring the ultimate strength capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Yet, the battle was far from over. The true final confrontation was imminent, the source of will. That terrifying being intent on annihilating all. Was he truly prepared? Taking a deep breath, the tranquility in Lu Han's eyes was replaced by unwavering determination. His gaze resolutely fixed, he gripped the evolved sword of ghostly currency tightly. Slowly rising to his feet, his eyes penetrating the void as he gazed into the distance. There lay the direction of the real world, where everything he must protect awaited. His cherished loved ones and the embers of human civilization and hope. The final battle was about to unfold. The king of ghostly currency was soon to descend upon the world. Chapter 56. The final battle. The king of ghostly currency. The ultimate realm had already collapsed. The golden space constituting the source of ghostly currency silently disintegrated into nothingness. Yet at this moment, Lu Han had no time to ponder the disappearance of that alternate dimension. He had returned back to the realm of reality. Deep within his being, the roaring power clearly signified a transformation. He had metamorphosed, becoming immensely strong, imbued with an unprecedented confidence, yet a subtle, indescribable solitude quietly blossomed in the depths of his heart. He slowly raised his head. What lay before him was still the scarred firmament, a massive rift resembling the gaping wound of a monstrous beast, stretching across the sky, a sight that was nothing short of shocking. From within the depths of the rift surged an overwhelming darkness, heralding the arrival of an indescribable and unapproachable terror. The source of will.it had truly come. This time, it was no longer an ethereal projection, but a tangible entity with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Descending upon humanity, the sky emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable weight, and the earth trembled in response. The fabric of space twisted and contorted as if being violently kneaded by an invisible hand. A figure, so colossal it defied imagination, emerged from the abyss-like rift, a terrifying giant formed purely from the energy of rules. It bore no human features, no fixed shape, its form ever-shifting, resembling an endless whirlpool of energy that radiated a soul-chilling pressure. Countless chains of rules, glimmering ominously, coiled around the giant like living serpents, issuing a spine-tingling hiss that echoed like a death knell from the depths of hell. This was the embodiment of the source of will, a manifestation of rules, the ultimate symbol of annihilation. The giant gazed down upon the diminutive human world, its hollow eye sockets shimmering with a cold, indifferent light, as if surveying a mere swarm of insignificant ants. It slowly raised its arm, wielding the chains of rules entwined around its form, and struck down upon the precarious human realm. Wherever the chains passed, space shattered, the earth silently collapsed, and all existence was instantaneously obliterated, reduced to dust without a trace. The atmosphere of destruction enveloped the world like an invisible plague, suffocating in its oppressive weight. So, it has finally arrived. Lu Han whispered softly, his tone calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. There was no sign of fear in his expression. Instead, a fierce battle intent ignited within his chest, burning like a blazing flame, ready to incinerate all fear to ashes. He gripped the renewed sword of ghostly currency tightly, slowly ascending into the air, his garments billowing, his figure standing tall like a sword, resolutely confronting the terrifying giant of rules. Today, let the so-called source of will witness the true power that transcends rules. He roared skyward, his voice booming like thunder, resonating through the heavens and earth. The sword of ghostly currency in his hand erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to the arrival of the sun. Blindingly radiant, illuminating the darkness that shrouded the world, the final battle erupted at this moment. Lu Han initiated the attack, his form transformed into a streak of light, faster than lightning, instantly closing in on the giant of rules. He swung the sacred sword of ghostly currency, wielding a terrifying might akin to the power of creation, striking fiercely at the chains that bound the giant. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated like thunder across the heavens, echoing throughout the cosmos, sending vibrations through the air that rattled the eardrums and stirred the blood. The chains of rules, astonishingly resilient, remained unscathed. Even the sword of ghostly currency, infused with forbidden power, nearly sparked a flurry of dazzling embers upon impact, unable to make a dent. Meanwhile, the giant's counterattack descended like a tempest. A colossal hand, as massive as a mountain, descended from above, wielding a terrifying force that could crush all, aimed directly at the diminutive Lu Han. Intent on reducing him to mere pulp, Lu Han moved with unparalleled agility, like a wraith, narrowly evading the giant's lethal strike at the critical moment. His form flickered, appearing on the opposite side of the giant. And with a swift motion, he delivered another strike imbued with forbidden power against the giant's massive body. This time, The sacred sword of ghostly currency finally made its mark. The unparalleled sword energy sliced through the air, akin to a blade cleaving through chaos, carving a shocking gash into the giant's seemingly indestructible form. The energy of rules, infused with the essence of destruction, gushed forth from the wound like a breached dam, wreaking havoc upon the world. The colossal giant of rules unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing like the ancient rumbles of a tempest, deafening and earth-shaking, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in trepidation. Rendering the sun and moon devoid of light, enraged beyond measure, it wildly brandished the chains of rules that coiled around its form, unleashing a torrential onslaught upon the diminutive Luhan, vowing to utterly obliterate the audacious insect that dared to offend it. In the face of the giant's tempestuous assault, Luhan's figure flickered like a wraith, deftly weaving through the impenetrable barrage of chains, each evasion fraught with peril, yet he consistently transformed danger into safety by the narrowest of margins. Simultaneously, he harnessed the full extent of his awakened currency ability, elevating it to unprecedented heights. Hell Money, ignite! He roared from the depths of his being, his voice resonating like an ancient incantation, reverberating through the very core of his soul. In that instant, the vast ocean of Hell Money energy within him ignited like a raging flame, unleashing an unimaginable force that surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, pouring violently into the sacred sword of Hell Money in his grasp. Infused with this immense energy, the sword blazed with an increasingly brilliant radiance, gold runes flickering wildly along its blade, its aura intensifying to unparalleled sharpness, its edge gleaming ominously. Each strike of the sword carried the cataclysmic might to effortlessly rend the void and shatter celestial bodies. Under the relentless strikes of the sword, the once indomitable chains of rules began to falter, revealing hairline fractures that spread like a spider's web. The giant's massive form, too, started to sway precariously, no longer as steadfast as a mountain. Yet, the primal will was, after all, a primal will. Its power surpassed the imagination of mere mortals, an existence not easily vanquished. Even when gravely wounded, it unleashed a desperate, terrifying counterattack. The chains that entwined its body seemed to possess a life of their own, transforming from simple lashes into the agile and cunning strikes of a living serpent, assailing Luhan from all directions like a relentless tide. The giant roared in furious defiance, summoning the omnipresent forces of the universe, manifesting as invisible shackles that descended upon Luhan in oppressive layers, seeking to suppress his power entirely. In that moment, Luhan felt the weight of immense pressure, as if burdened by 1,000 tons. Each step becoming a Herculean task. His awakened currency ability, under the supreme suppression of the giant, began to wane, its flow becoming sluggish and its power diminished. The sacred sword of Hell Money dimmed, its brilliance fading, its edge blunting. The battle descended into an unprecedented stalemate. As time elapsed, Luhan gradually found himself at a disadvantage, the situation growing increasingly perilous. I cannot allow this to continue. Defeat is inevitable. Luhan's heart raced with urgency, akin to oil on a raging fire. Fraught with anxiety, he acutely sensed that the giant's power far exceeded his expectations. If he could not break the deadlock, the final outcome would surely be his demise. He had to devise a strategy swiftly to turn the tide and seize a glimmer of hope. In a flash of inspiration, a revelation illuminated his mind like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. Illuminating the path ahead, he suddenly recalled the nature of the forbidden power. The forbidden power, transcending all rules, was the ultimate force. Perhaps he could attempt to directly devour the power of the primal will with the forbidden power, employing poison to counter poison, thus finding a way to survive in dire straits. Resolute in his decision, Luhan cast aside all hesitation and decisively chose his course of action. He fervently channeled the boundless forbidden power within him, unleashing this terrifying force that transcended rules, pouring it unreservedly into the sacred sword of Hell Money in his hand. With a resounding hum, the sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, its blade ablaze with golden light, swirling like living flames, illuminating the entire realm. Within that dazzling golden radiance lay a hint of a disquieting blackness, the color of forbidden power, symbolizing the unknown, the mysterious, and the supreme terror. The sacred sword of Hell Money, refined by the forbidden power, underwent a vital evolution, becoming even more sacred, powerful, and unfathomable. Shatter! Luhan roared to the heavens, his voice hoarse and strained, akin to a cornered beast fighting for survival. Unleashing his final cry, he poured every ounce of his strength into wielding the evolved sword, unleashing the terrifying might that could rend the very fabric of reality against the colossal giant of rules. This time, the indestructible chains crumbled before the sword like fragile paper, severed in an instant, disintegrating into nothingness. The sword's momentum was unstoppable, cleaving directly into the giant's massive form. With a sound akin to a blade slicing through tofu, it met no resistance. The giant's immense body was cleaved in two, the cut smooth as glass. Under the onslaught of the sword imbued with forbidden power, the destructive energy of the rules surged forth like a torrent, ravaging the heavens and earth, a scene of sheer horror. However, this time, the energy that erupted from the giant did not dissipate as usual. Instead, it seemed drawn by some mysterious force, converging frantically upon the blade of the sword. Like rivers returning to the sea, then, under the influence of the forbidden power, it was voraciously devoured, absorbed, and refined by the sacred sword of Hell Money. The giant let out a heart-wrenching wail, its cries echoing like the lamentations of the damned, sending chills down the spine and instilling fear. Its massive form, under the relentless consumption of the forbidden power, visibly shrank, disintegrating and collapsing like snow under the scorching sun, rapidly melting away. Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of its anguished screams, it vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. The primal will was defeated, overcome by the insignificant human, Lu Han. As the primal will dissipated, the terrifying rift in the sky began to slowly close. Inexorably diminishing, the relentless tide of darkness receded, finally vanishing entirely. The destructive aura that had enveloped the world dissipated like clouds blown away by a tempest, leaving no trace. The warm sunlight broke free from the clutches of darkness, bathing the earth once more, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded the world, heralding a long-awaited resurgence of warmth, light, and hope. The global crisis was entirely resolved. The human world was reborn, regaining peace. The euphoric relief of survival ignited the passions of all. Like a volcano erupting, the thunderous cheers erupted like a tumultuous wave, reverberating through the skies, resonating in every corner of the globe. People poured out of their homes, spreading the news, singing and dancing in celebration of this hard-won victory. Tears streaming down their faces from sheer joy. They chanted a single name, fervently and devoutly, like pilgrims. King of Hell Money, King of Hell Money, King of Hell Money. Lu Han descended gently, like a deity from the heavens, landing upon the ravaged ruins. Holding the sacred sword of Hell Money, he basked in the warm sunlight, receiving the adoration and cheers of people from all over the world. He had become the unequivocal hero, the savior of the world, the true king of Hell Money, deserving of the title. Yet, on his face, there was no trace of joy or excitement. Instead, a subtle sadness lingered, accompanied by an inescapable sense of confusion and disorientation. The battle had finally concluded. The world had returned to peace, yet he felt an unprecedented loneliness wash over him like a deluge, completely engulfing him. He possessed a power that transcended all. Yet it seemed he had forever lost the once ordinary life he had known. Alone, he stood silently amidst the devastation, wielding the sword that radiated a sacred glow, gazing up at the azure sky, lost in profound contemplation, pondering the path that lay ahead. The king of Hell Money. How should he navigate the journey of his life from this point forward? The story appeared to reach a seemingly perfect conclusion. But was this truly the final chapter? Perhaps this was merely the dawn of a new beginning, the prologue to a grander, more sweeping saga, the legendary tale of Lu Han.